Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Careless Wonder. Chapter 1, Remembering. A fist connected with the cheek of an orange-haired child. A small cut marked his lower lip. He looked up at his attackers with defiance. He absorbed the blows without striking back. Even if he could have fought, he was always outnumbered. They chose groups because it was easier that way. The leader tightened his grip on the child's hair and taunted him, mocking whether the boy would cry and taking pleasure in the control he held. He sneered that the child's hair made him an easy target and struck him again, leaving another visible mark. A small, bored voice came from behind the boys. A little girl with light reddish hair and a black sleeveless hoodie with the hood up stepped forward. She wore ordinary blue jeans and regarded them with an annoyed expression. The leader warned the newcomer to stay out of it, telling her she did not want trouble. When she reached out and caught his wrist, his lackeys froze in surprise. He scowled at her, dismissing the interruption and lifting her by the collar as if to teach her a lesson. He moved to strike, but his attack was interrupted when he suddenly reeled back, clutching himself in obvious pain and stumbling away. One of the boys complained about the cheap attack as the leader recovered. The girl looked at the other three and pointed out that 4 against 1 was unfair. Their attention shifted from the orange-haired boy to her. They mocked her hair as strange and took another step toward her, threatening her with a grunt of resolve. One of the boys lunged at her with a punch. She sidestepped with quick, practiced movement and a well-timed knee knocked him off balance. The other two charged, throwing clumsy punches, but she reacted with precise kicks that sent them staggering backward, winded and embarrassed. The 3 bullies, stunned and humiliated, finally retreated, stumbling away without looking back. The orange-haired child watched them go until the girl reached down and offered her hand. He hesitated, then accepted it. As he rose, he realized he was slightly taller than her, and that she might even be younger. The two stood for a moment, assessing each other, the immediate threat gone. She hesitated, asking if he was okay. He nodded without speaking, staring into her blue eyes and then glancing at the unusual red hair that framed her face, barely longer than her chin. She gave a small, tentative smile and introduced herself as Arya Dieterich, saying it was nice to meet him. The boy with orange hair hesitated as he looked at the strange girl, gulped, and decided it was all right to give his name to the girl who had saved him. He told her he was Ichigo Kurosaki. Arya blinked a couple of times at the name and repeated his surname, then smiled again. She told him she knew his father and that she had thought she was the only one like her until now. Ichigo blinked as he slowly emerged from sleep, his eyes finding the familiar room he fell asleep in almost every night. He sat up and rubbed his face, trying to shake the remnants of the dream. He had not thought about that day in a long time and almost forgot her completely until that memory returned. It was out of character for him to remember a face, let alone a name, of someone he had only met once. Looking back, he realized how strange the girl had seemed, how fast she had moved, how she had appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly he understood what she had been doing. He recognized the movement as a flash step. With that realization came the question of why, of all days, he had dreamed of the girl after so much time had passed. Maybe it was because he felt more relaxed and open to the world after his recent trials, but he let the thought go for the moment. His younger sister Yuzu knocked on his door and called that breakfast was ready. Ichigo sighed and told her he would be down in a moment. He had only showered and changed into simple sleepwear before passing out, so he took a moment to rub the sleep from his eyes and rummage through his clothes. He found his school uniform, checked it was clean enough, slipped into it, and jogged downstairs for breakfast. A sudden commotion in the hallway sent a foot flying toward his face. Ichigo easily stepped aside. Their father stumbled into the wall behind him, leaving a hole where the wall had been struck. Their father reacted with a mix of shock and frustration, asking why Ichigo had not stopped him and pointing out the damage to the wall. Ichigo responded with a deadpan remark that his father's stunts could no longer affect him, and then went into the kitchen to sit at the table with his sisters. Yuzu cheerfully set blueberry pancakes on his plate and asked if they looked appetizing. Ichigo smiled at his younger sister and said they looked delicious. Yuzu blushed slightly and sat back to take 2 pancakes for herself. Ichigo reached for the syrup while their father eased into his seat. Ichigo silently thought the last name Diederik sounded unusual and perhaps German in origin, then asked his father if he knew anyone by that name. His father stopped what he was doing, the pancake slipping off the spatula onto the table, and his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He turned serious and asked why Ichigo was asking and whether this person had contacted him recently. Ichigo told his father that he had only remembered the woman from long ago and that he remembered her saying she knew him. His father smiled his goofy grin, eyes twinkling at his only son. He teased that he did not know the woman and asked, half joking, whether Ichigo had remembered a past girlfriend and wanted to rekindle an old romance. He went on about the matter, clearly trying to avoid the subject. Ichigo sighed, finding it useless to press his father when he clearly did not want to talk about it. He took a bite of pancake and chewed slowly while he ignored his father's rambling about needing to find a woman to bear him grandchildren. Ichigo continued to ponder the dream as he walked to high school with his notebook bag slung over his shoulder. Even when his classes started, he tried to pick apart the memory for any clue about the girl. At lunch he sat on the roof and ate slowly, staring ahead at nothing in particular while he thought. He made no progress, and the more he replayed his father's reaction when he mentioned the name, the more curious he became. Kigo Asano approached and waved. Ichigo noted that Kigo did not attempt his usual tackle, and he chose not to mention his surprise. Ichigo greeted Kigo and asked what was up. Kigo said he was just scoping out the girls, trying to decide whom to ask to prom at the end of the year. Ichigo asked whether Kigo had found anyone to ask. Kigo replied that none of them had seemed interested and that they all glared at him. Ichigo sighed but smiled anyway. He reflected that Kigo was a strange kid but a good friend who tended to lift his spirits. Kigo sat down beside him and placed his lunch in his lap. He asked what Ichigo had been thinking about, noting that Ichigo had seemed deep in thought, and then teased whether Ichigo was in trouble again. Ichigo admitted that he was not in trouble and explained that he had been remembering an old friend from his childhood. He asked why Kigo would think he was always in trouble, and Kigo shrugged, saying that, most of the time, he did. Kigo then grinned and asked whether the girl was attractive. Ichigo flushed and denied it, saying he had only remembered her from when he was about 5. Kigo pouted at the lack of excitement and pressed for the girl's name. Ichigo answered that the girl's name was Aria Diederik and asked whether Kigo knew her. Kigo thought the name over and said it sounded strange, he did not recognize it. Ichigo looked away, his face half hidden by his hair. Kigo tried to cheer him up, telling him not to look so depressed and saying that if the girl were important, Ichigo would likely see her again. He then asked, with a mouthful of sandwich, why Ichigo cared now after so many years. Ichigo sighed again and described the girl to Kigo. She had light reddish hair that looked almost pink, a sleeveless hoodie with the sleeves ripped off, and very light blue eyes, as blue as the sky. He found himself looking up at the sky as he thought of her face and wondered what she might look like now and whether she was still alive. He pushed the morbid thought aside and assumed she was likely somewhere far from Karakura town. Kigo repeated the description to confirm the details and then said that the day before he had seen a girl who matched that image. Kigo explained that she had appeared to be trailing behind some street thugs before disappearing down an alley. Ichigo's eyes widened at the new information. Ichigo asked if it was true. Kigo nodded and assured him that he would never lie. As Ichigo walked home he took the long way in hopes of seeing the girl Kigo had mentioned. He allowed himself to hope that she might be the same person from his past, since the description almost fit. Who else had light red hair and wore a hoodie with the sleeves ripped off? Even if it seemed strange that her style appeared unchanged, he kept looking. The walk ended in disappointment when he did not find her. He kicked off his shoes at the door, dropped his book bag on the floor, and decided to postpone his homework until later so he could relax before his father returned from the clinic. His 2 sisters were not home yet, and he had the house to himself for about half an hour. Ichigo went to the kitchen, grabbed a bottle of juice, drank a little, and then set it back in the fridge without worrying about any germs. He settled against the back of the couch in the living room with the remote and flipped through the channels, but nothing caught his interest, even the news was dull beyond the weather report. He thought briefly that he should have started his homework, switched the TV off, and headed toward the stairs when the doorbell rang. Ichigo wondered who could be at the door. He opened it casually and stopped short, stunned by the person standing there. He could barely form words as he realized who it was. He pointed at her in astonishment, as if accusing her of being a suspect in a ridiculous imagined crime. The girl regarded him with a curious expression and a small, uncertain smile. She was the same person he had dreamed about the night before, but taller and more mature. Ichigo noticed at once that she had grown into herself in a way that made her look older. He forced himself to stop dwelling on his surprise and instead took in her appearance more calmly. Her face was partly shaded by the hood of her purple sweatshirt, which made her light blue eyes stand out. The hoodie had pockets in the front and the sleeves were torn off, revealing toned forearms. Her blue jeans fit her comfortably, showing that she had kept an athletic build. Ichigo had a moment of awkward self-awareness at how intensely he was studying her and told himself to stop. The girl sounded unsure as she asked if it was really him. She then tilted her head and asked if his father was home. Ichigo, still bewildered, asked whether she remembered his name. Her brief smile faded, revealing faint dark circles beneath her eyes, and she said that she did remember. She had come to his aid once when he had been beaten up by a couple of middle schoolers. She closed her eyes, sighed, and, noting that his father had not greeted her, asked if she could come in. Ichigo hesitated, weighing the unknown against the memory of her helping him. He imagined all sorts of possibilities and chased away the more paranoid thoughts. After a moment he stepped aside and invited her in. She paused as if surprised that he would let her enter so easily, then took a tentative step into the house. She removed her sneakers and moved into the kitchen. There she reached up and slipped off her hoodie, revealing longer hair pulled into a ponytail with loose strands falling around her face and bangs across her forehead. When she turned to face him, her sky-blue eyes met his brown ones. Ichigo noticed that her features had softened with age, gently curved cheekbones, a small nose, thin eyebrows, and a chin that suggested quiet determination. Above her left eyebrow was a small tattoo composed of 4 letters, AWHD. In short, she was striking. Ichigo watched her, still absorbing the changes and the familiarity of someone from his past standing in his home. But for him, he did not judge people by appearances. He watched her move with a predatory gleam, waiting for any sign of a mistake that would prove she was not a friendly visitor. He was not quick to trust, regardless of what little the past had suggested. Ichigo asked what she wanted with his father. She looked at him, her expression conflicted, then looked away to no particular point and said she had been hoping his father could tell her, since he had been the one who invited her. That surprised Ichigo. If his father did know something about this girl, then maybe the dream he had had the day she arrived was no coincidence. The door behind him slammed open and his father's voice called his name loudly. Isshin burst into the room and, in the ensuing commotion, stumbled forward and fell to the floor. Arya watched him with wide, confused eyes and a small bead of perspiration at her temple as Isshin twitched on the ground. When Isshin rolled onto his back and looked up at his son, he finally noticed the other presence in the house. He pushed himself up and fixed a hard stare on the girl that made Ichigo tense. Ichigo wondered briefly whether inviting her in had been the right decision. Isshin said her name, Arya Diederik, in a flat voice. Arya replied with the name Kyan Sibia, which made Ichigo even more tense. Isshin then introduced himself properly as Isshin Kurosaki, and Arya said she already knew who he was. They all remained frozen in place, eyes locked. Ichigo considered going upstairs to fetch Kon in case anything escalated, but before he could move his father walked over to Arya and stood directly in front of her. Isshin embraced her warmly for a moment, then stepped back and wiped his face, relieved to see her. He expressed how much she had grown and how glad he was that she had come. Arya stepped away, crossed her arms, and scolded him that he had not changed. The exchange was awkward but finished without incident. Isshin's expression shifted to something more serious as he placed a hand briefly on her shoulder and looked at the tired bags under her eyes. He asked how she had been since then, but Arya avoided the subject and said she was fine and that she did not want to discuss it. Isshin changed the subject, mentioning that Urahara had been looking for her and was worried. Ichigo bristled at that name and demanded to know what was going on, annoyed at being left out of the conversation. Arya put her hands in her pockets and closed her eyes. Isshin smiled at his son and winked. Careless Wonder. Chapter 2, Cold. Ichigo's eyes flicked between his father and the girl named Arya. The three of them sat at the kitchen table drinking tea, with Isshin and Arya opposite each other and Ichigo at the end closest to them. Earlier, when his two sisters had returned from school, his father had made sandwiches and sent them to their rooms, saying their young ears should not be privy to the conversation. Ichigo's face still bore the imprint of his own hand from when his sisters had been sent upstairs. Now he worried they would misinterpret the scene and think something else was happening between him and Arya. He watched Arya reach for the salt shaker and begin to sprinkle salt into her tea, his eyes widening in disbelief. Isshin reacted with absolute disgust and asked what she was doing as she took a sip of the salted brew. Arya peeked at him as she sipped and explained that it still was not salty enough. Isshin protested that tea was not supposed to be salty. Arya dismissed him as opinionated and set the teacup on the table, her fingers tightening around it as she watched the hazel liquid swirl. She then asked Isshin why he had wanted her to come, hoping it was something important. Isshin set down his own cup and looked up at her. He reminded her that Aizen had been defeated and said there was no reason for her to keep hiding anymore. Arya's left eye twitched and she glanced at the older Soul Reaper from behind her bangs, asking if that was all and calling the meeting a waste of her time. Isshin said he was not finished. He told the red-haired teen solemnly that she did not have to hide anymore and invited her to stay with his family and try to live a normal life without constantly looking over her shoulder. Ichigo watched the exchange, tracking Arya's reaction. He did not like the idea of a stranger moving into their home, but he trusted his father's judgment, partly because he felt indebted to Arya for saving him in the past. He kept his objections to himself, though a flicker of annoyance showed in his eye at his father's suggestion. Arya snapped that she did not need Isshin's sympathy and argued that the fact he and her mother had been childhood friends did not obligate him to care for her after her mother's death. Ichigo noticed that his father's expression hardened when she mentioned her mother's death. Isshin set his lips to a thin line and said he had not meant it that way. He explained that there were people who worried about her and wanted to know she was okay, and that she could not keep up the charade forever. Arya slammed her hand on the table as she stood and glared down at Isshin, insisting that he had no idea what he was talking about. She declared that she had no friends and did not need anyone, insisting she had lived alone since she was 10 and had managed fine. She called him an idiot in anger. Ichigo stood as well, his hands balled into fists at his sides, and demanded what was wrong with her, pointing out that Isshin was only trying to help and that she had been insulting him for worrying. Arya hissed through clenched teeth that it had nothing to do with Ichigo and told him to stay out of it, her eyes flicking between the two men as she wondered why he was even part of the conversation. Isshin told Ichigo to calm down and advised him to be level. He then looked back at Arya and softened, apologizing for upsetting her and saying he only wanted what was best for her. Arya let out an exasperated sigh and said he should stop, insisting that he was not her father. Isshin rose and sighed to himself, palms flat on the table. He explained that he was not her father, but that her father had asked him to look after her if anything happened to him and her mother. He said he had intended to keep that promise, but she had disappeared. He added that Urahara had located her a few days ago and asked why she had given away her location if she did not want to be found. Ichigo noticed how short Arya was as Isshin looked down at her. Arya looked away, unable to meet the older Soul Reaper's eyes. She sat down again with her arms crossed, a storm of emotions passing through her expression as she thought. Isshin mirrored her and sat as well, while Ichigo remained standing with his arms crossed out of annoyance. Arya hesitated, chewing her lower lip and closing her eyes, and then admitted that she had lost control. Isshin's eyes widened at the new information, then settled into a firm stare as he looked at the young girl and asked if anyone had been hurt. Arya shook her head and diverted her gaze to her left, making it clear that no one had been there this time. Ichigo crossed his arms and sat down, demanding to know what they were talking about and insisting they tell him. Arya shook her head and Isshin sighed before explaining that Ichigo was a Vizard too, and unlike Arya he could control his other side to some extent. Ichigo looked surprised and said he was beginning to understand. Arya responded with sarcasm, saying she loved bonding. Ichigo started to retort, but Isshin cut him off and warned him to be quiet. Isshin then told Arya that he knew people who could help her, the same people who had helped Ichigo. He instructed her to stay with them until she learned to control it, and promised she could go anywhere once she was ready. Arya rubbed the bridge of her nose and muttered that she did not feel like she had a choice. She then agreed to stay but warned that any funny business and she would leave. Isshin celebrated proudly and declared he had another daughter to care for. Arya groaned and called him an idiot. Ichigo reacted with exasperation. Isshin cleared his throat and told Arya to go see Urahara to show he was still alive. Arya refused, calling Urahara a pervert. Ichigo protested that if it had not been for Urahara she would not even be alive. Arya accused Urahara of drugging her the last time she had been there, saying she had found herself outside in the rain in front of his shop with the door locked. Ichigo reacted with shock and said it explained why she had run away. Isshin insisted that Urahara would never do such a thing and said she would go whether she liked it or not. He then grabbed Ichigo, told him to make sure she got there, and demanded that Ichigo accompany her. Ichigo objected that he had never agreed to this. Later, Ichigo followed behind Arya along the street, annoyed as he kicked rocks out of his path. He had been dragged along after arguing with his father, who had warned them not to stop anywhere for any mischief. Ichigo complained to himself that he felt adopted and that this was a waste of his evening babysitting a grown woman. Despite his frustration, Ichigo could not shake the worry about what Arya had revealed. She had another accident and, like him, was a Vizard who could not control her other side. Depending on how strong it was, that lack of control could cause serious consequences. He wondered how she lost control and what she really was. Was she a soul reaper or something else entirely? He kept his thoughts to himself as they walked, determined to make sure she reached Urahara's shop safely. He remembered that she had said she didn't know there was someone else like her and had thought she was the only one. His eyes widened at the realization, she knew what he was, and she was like him. He called out, bluntly asking if she was a soul reaper. Arya turned her head with an annoyed expression, then looked forward and said she was not. He asked if she was a substitute soul reaper. Arya snorted and insisted she was not even close. He pressed her, asking what she was. She replied that she was something. Ichigo felt his eyebrow twitch in irritation and demanded to know whether she was always so vague. She said she tried to be. He quickened his pace to walk alongside the redhead, telling her that if she wanted his help she needed to open up. Arya stopped, glared at him, and pointed out that he was losing his powers. She said she could feel his spiritual energy fading and argued there was no reason to trust someone destined to become an ordinary human. She called him weak and useless and turned on her heel to head toward Urahara's shop, not waiting for him. Ichigo remained rooted to the spot for a moment, staring after her. She had been right, he was losing strength, feeling weaker with each passing day. He turned to follow and noticed she had paused to look back. Their eyes met briefly, she closed her eyes, shook her head, and continued on. Ichigo kept his distance and walked in silence beside her. By the time they reached Urahara's shop, the sun was setting. Arya stopped and looked up at the unchanged facade, sighing softly as she recalled memories of her last visit. An involuntary hesitation seized her as an image of herself injured inside the shop flashed into her mind. She cursed herself for feeling weak and pushed the thought away. Ichigo asked if anything was wrong. Arya glanced at him from the corner of her eye. He could still see the hurt she had caused, but she turned away and said she had simply been thinking about the last time she had been here and that the place had not changed. She took a breath and stepped inside, Ichigo following close behind. The shop felt empty and the lights were off, giving it an ominous air. Ichigo noted that someone was usually present. A small, soft voice came from behind, and both teens jumped. The little girl Yururu apologized for startling them and asked if they needed anything. Ichigo relaxed and remarked that he had expected Kurosaki to be around. Yururu said Kurosaki was in the back checking inventory and tightened her grip on a broom. At that moment a red-haired boy slipped into view and lightly tapped Yururu on the head, causing her to drop the broom and cup her hands to her head. The boy chided her for standing idle instead of helping with the shop work, then turned his attention to Ichigo and Arya and asked what they wanted. Arya froze when she heard her name called in an all-too-familiar voice from behind. She turned slowly with Ichigo following and looked at the blonde-haired man in the hat whose stare was hard. Kurosaki Urahara told her that it had been a while. Ichigo felt uncomfortable as the two of them stared at each other, the tension nearly visible in the air. Urahara was the first to move, walking over to the red-haired teenager with his eyes never leaving hers. Arya visibly flinched when he stopped in front of her, but she did not break eye contact. Then Urahara did something Ichigo had not expected. He wrapped his left arm around her shoulders and pulled her into a soft hug, bringing her forehead to his chest. She kept her eyes open as she rested against him. Urahara said that it had been too long and that he did not understand why she had left, insisting that he could have protected her and kept her hidden so no one would have found her. Arya closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around his waist in return, and she told him that she could not have forgiven herself if anything had happened to him as well. Chapter 3, Arrangements. Urahara commented that Arya had really filled out over the last 6 years, then suddenly slumped forward in pain and clutched his stomach. Arya glared down at him with displeasure. She noted that he had not changed. Urahara looked up at her with a pained smile and a bead of sweat at his temple, and he responded that she had not changed either. He winced as he straightened and asked if that was any way to treat an old master. Arya scoffed and told him that he was not her teacher anymore, calling him a perverted jackass and urging him to get over it. Urahara feigned hurt and pouted to try to make her feel bad, but it had no effect. Arya retorted that if he were not such a pervert she might treat him with more respect. Urahara closed his eyes, shook his head with a knowing smile, and observed that she was the same old Arya. When he opened his eyes again he became serious and asked about her current situation. He said he knew she had lost control again, that this would make the 3rd time, and he demanded to know how far it had progressed. Ichigo noticed that Urahara was not really asking so much as insisting on an answer. Arya sighed and looked away from Kurosaki, searching for the nerve to tell the truth. Ichigo watched as she chewed on her bottom lip, an involuntary gesture he was beginning to recognize in moments like this. Urahara offered to speak in another room alone and glanced at Ichigo while assessing Arya's reaction, but Arya replied that Urahara already knew her situation. She tugged off her hoodie and pushed longer strands of hair out of her face, admitting that she was at her wit's end and did not think she could afford to lose control again. She feared that she might change completely into a mindless force that would lash out at everything in its path. Urahara pointed out that this clearly bothered her. Arya glared and said that of course it did. She did not understand why he would bring it up. Urahara reminded her that, as he remembered, she had once wanted nothing more than to feel numb, to be emotionless and not care what happened around her, to forget the past and not worry about the future. She grew defensive and said that she had been young and foolish and had not meant what she had said then. Arya admitted that without her memories she would not have survived this long and that she might have taken her own life if not for them, though she cut herself off and scoffed when questioned. She insisted that it did not matter now, what mattered was that she was here, that she wanted to change and become a better person, and that she wanted Urahara to stop searching for her when she left again, because she believed that once she overcame this obstacle she would be more than capable of taking care of herself. Urahara cracked a smile as he looked down at his old student. That was all he needed to hear. He turned sharply on his heel, signaled them to follow, and asked who was hungry. Arya studied the rice and chicken set before her, one leg crossing and twitching as her stomach gave an impatient growl at the smell. Urahara broke apart his chopsticks and regarded the meal with a gleeful expression. Ichigo glanced at his own bowl, then broke his chopsticks as well, thinking the portion excessive. He noted that the bowl was larger than his torso and piled high with rice, chicken, and gravy. Urahara dismissed his concern with cheerful confidence, dug in, and told him he needed to eat more, teasing that Ichigo was too thin and bony. Ichigo bristled at the remark, refusing to accept the criticism. Urahara waved the complaint aside and urged them to stop talking and eat. Arya scoffed and accused Urahara of trying to poison the food again. Ichigo reacted with surprise, spitting a mouthful out as he rubbed a chopstick briefly across his tongue, the memory of Arya's previous story making him uneasy. Urahara protested indignantly, insisting he would never do such a thing and that the accusation hurt his feelings. He looked at the young woman he had helped raise since she was a toddler, then reached forward, took a piece of her chicken and some rice, and ate it to prove his point. He swallowed, smiled triumphantly, and gave a thumbs up, adding that Ichigo would be watching over her and teasing that Ichigo was fussier than she was. Ichigo warned Urahara that he was getting on his nerves. Arya broke her chopsticks, arranged them, and picked up a small portion of food. She brought it to her nose to sniff, glared at Urahara, and then ate it, pausing with her eyes closed to judge it. Satisfied it was safe, she retrieved a salt shaker from her pocket, shook more than half its contents into her bowl, lifted the bowl, and began to eat voraciously. Ichigo asked whether she always carried salt. She looked up, glared at him, and continued to stuff food into her mouth without answering. Ichigo ate more slowly, thinking over what had happened that day. He understood now that she was a Vizard like him and struggled to control her hollow side. She had been on the run and had appeared a few days after a major sentence had been passed. She seemed determined to make things right, though Ichigo did not yet know what that meant. He also worried that whenever she lost control, something bad followed, often involving someone dear to her. After finishing, Urahara patted his stomach and smiled at the 3 empty bowls. He said that he only wanted what was best for them. He clapped his hands, and Ururu entered with bowls of soup while the hot-headed Jinta carried a few more. They set the bowls down in front of the 3 and then left the room. Ichigo pushed his soup away, saying he had had enough. Urahara smirked at him, but then his attention shifted to Arya. Ichigo followed his gaze and noticed that Arya's eyes had gone partially glazed. Arya muttered an angry retort and then, suddenly, and without warning, she tipped forward and collapsed face first into the soup with a comic splat and a string of bubbles, her body going limp in an exaggerated, cartoonish way. A brief hush filled the room. Ichigo burst to his feet and ran around to check on Arya, furious at Kisuk. He demanded to know what Kisuk had done. Kisuk produced a small black bracelet from his pocket and snapped it around Arya's wrist. He explained that the bracelet would let him track her location for as long as she wore it. Ichigo accused him of drugging her and of taking some of her food. Kisuk, with an oddly proud grin, said he had been preparing for this for years by building up an intolerance so her old trick would not work on him. Ichigo muttered that it was no wonder she did not trust him. When Ichigo looked down at Arya again, he froze. Her face was pressed into the bowl and she was unresponsive. He hauled her back by the collar until her body hit the floor and feared the worst. He angrily blamed Kisuk for letting her head fall into the bowl after being drugged. Kisuk told Ichigo to calm down and stepped forward. He tapped Arya's midsection with his staff in a firm, controlled motion. She jolted, coughed, and expelled the contents of her mouth before losing consciousness once more. Kisuk reassured Ichigo that she was all right. Ichigo rubbed his forehead and scolded Kisuk for his reckless methods. Kisuk, rubbing his hands as if to warm them, insisted they were done and suggested moving Arya outside so she would not damage anything inside the shop when she came to. Ichigo refused at first, fists clenched. Kisuk warned that if Ichigo did not help, he would be held responsible for any damage Arya caused, reminding Ichigo that he had been helping her with her hollow problem. When Ichigo protested that he was not her guardian, Kisuk teased him about what their relationship actually was, leaning into a playful, teasing expression that made Ichigo flush. Eventually, Kurosaki persuaded Ichigo to carry the unconscious Arya outside. They laid her gently on the ground and stepped back. Kurosaki thanked Ichigo and, after a brief nod, went back toward his shop. Ichigo demanded to know where he thought he was going, but Kurosaki only smiled and retreated inside, closing and locking the door behind him. Ichigo shook his fist at the locked shop in frustration. Arya's vision was blurred as she started to come around. She groaned and clutched her head, dazed from the drag. She screamed Kurosaki's name and sat up, looking around until she recognized the familiar storefront. Realizing she had been left outside, she turned to the shop with a furious flush to her face and marched forward. She confronted the door and began pounding on it, trying to get inside. When it did not open, she kicked and slammed against it in a fit of anger, then slowed, pressing her forehead to the wood as she tried to steady her breathing. After a few moments she forced herself to calm down, muttering that Kurosaki had done it again. That was when Arya finally felt something constricting her left wrist. She looked down and saw the black bracelet sparkling up at her in a mocking way. She could almost hear Urahara's wicked chuckle. Arya demanded to know what it was and reached down with her other hand to try to pry it off, but it would not budge. She gritted her teeth, her anger boiling over, and cursed Kurosaki Urahara. Ichigo followed at a careful distance behind the fuming Arya. Her body was hunched over, hands dug deep into her pockets, hood pulled up over her light red hair. Darkness had fallen over Karakura town, which made Arya's demeanor look more ominous and severe as she passed others on the street. If any passerby met her stare, they would flinch away. Ichigo could practically see the hatred radiating from her. Occasionally Arya would mumble Kurosaki Urahara's name under her breath. Ichigo strained to hear her but was never successful. He did not try to speak to her. He did not want to be the target of her anger, and he could not imagine what she would say to him far worse than the last time she had been angry with him. The thought made him shiver. After the tense, awkward walk, they finally arrived at the house. Arya was the first to enter, not bothering to knock as if she had been living there for a while. Isshin peeked out from the corner and immediately noticed the charged, angry atmosphere around the two teens. He stepped into view carrying a pan of bacon and wearing a pink cooking apron and observed that things had not gone well. Arya glared up at the old man and responded sarcastically that he had guessed correctly. Isshin assigned Yuzu's room to Arya. While they had been at Urahara's, Yuzu had moved most of her things to Karen's room. Yuzu insisted she did not mind when Arya offered to sleep on the couch, saying it was not right for a guest to take the couch. Arya reluctantly agreed, secretly relieved she would not wake up with a stiff back. Arya glanced around Yuzu's room. It was still filled with soft, plush stuffed toys, which she did not mind since she would not be in there during the day. She sighed and gingerly sat on the bed, her hands gripping the soft comforter. It had been a while since she had slept on anything soft. Isshin skipped into the room, eyes bright with a cheerful energy, and announced that he had brought a surprise. He pulled out a pink sweatshirt with a bunny stitched to the front and explained that he had bought her new clothes because he knew she did not have many. He sounded overly happy about it. Arya stared at the bunny sweatshirt, lips twitching at the cuteness, and closed her eyes, inwardly cursing. She forced a crooked smile and thanked Isshin, telling him he really did not have to. Isshin insisted that he had wanted to, placed the shopping bags near the door, and told her he would let her settle in and to ask if she needed anything. Then he left. Arya sighed and fell backward onto the bed. She tried to think back on how she had ended up in this predicament. She had not planned to stay longer than a couple of hours, and yet now she was likely going to be stuck there for a month or two. She could not pass up the opportunity presented to her that day. Isshin's son had gone through the same thing she was facing now. He was a Vizard like her, that was the term for what she was. If someone like him could overcome the holification, then she could too. She had to. She did not want to have another incident and lose control forever. She heard something shift to her right. When she looked up, she saw a pencil fall from the desk. Her eyes moved to the plush animals, and one in particular caught her attention. She stood and walked to the desk, reaching for a stuffed tiger-like bear that seemed out of place among Yuzu's other, more girly toys. She glanced back down at the pencil and then at the smooth surface of the table. Nothing could have rolled off without being pushed. She studied the stuffed animal again, something about it catching her attention. She remarked that she did not know stuffed toys could sweat and glared down, wondering what this thing could possibly be. The toy stuttered, insisting that it was a new line of toy and claiming to be a talking, sweating stuffed animal. Her eyes narrowed with anger, she did not believe it. Ichigo sighed as he walked up to his room after an awkward conversation with Karen. She had also been worried about the new guest sleeping in Yuzu's room. They knew nothing about her, and their father had not seen her for over 6 years, so why would he assume people could not change in that time? Still, their father trusted her for some reason, and even though Ichigo often resented his father's decisions and antics, he accepted his judgment. He paused in front of his bedroom door and thought back to their walk to Urahara's, wondering what had set her off and caused her to lash out. If he was going to be forced to live with her for an unknown time, he decided he should make amends before it was too late. He scratched his head and walked toward Yuzu's room. The door was closed and he reached for the knob but stopped when he heard voices inside. Arya grumbled, asking where the item was, and muffled noises indicated Khan was also present. Ichigo pushed the door open and demanded to know what was going on. He found Arya sitting on Yuzu's bed with her hand in Khan's mouth, fingers moving as she searched for something. Arya looked up and explained that she was searching for a pill hidden inside the stuffed animal. She did not know the toy could behave like that. Ichigo tried to defend his friend, noting that Khan did not seem to like having his mouth used as a pocket, but Arya shrugged off the concern. Khan protested loudly, pleading for Ichigo's help. Arya reached in again and, after a moment, withdrew a small pill. She observed that her suspicion was correct and that the pill was a mod soul, rolling it between her fingers to study it. It looked similar to the normal soul pills used by soul reapers. She placed the pill back into the stuffed animal and set him down on her crossed legs. Khan pointed at her angrily and demanded to know what her problem was. He hesitated after taking a closer look at her face. Ichigo, folding his arms, responded with sarcasm and skepticism about her motives. Arya examined the plush toy, musing about how it could move without a brain or skeletal structure to mod from. She suggested that perhaps it was a mod soul in its own right, noting that normal candy souls likely could not do what this toy could. She reached out, tested his resistance by tugging gently on his arms, and commented that he had good resistance. Khan struggled and protested, saying that if she had not been so bold he would have reacted more harshly. Ichigo teased that this was the only reason, prompting Arya to retort defensively. Khan suddenly sprang up and delivered a quick, exaggerated karate chop to Ichigo's head before launching into a flurry of comical, anime-style strikes. The exchange was loud and chaotic but non-graphic, more like a slapstick scuffle than a serious brawl. Ichigo reacted, caught Khan, and tossed him to the floor while scolding him that without Ichigo's help he would not have survived in the past. Arya watched the tussle with an amused expression, propping her elbow on her knee and resting her chin in her hand as she observed the two of them spar with a degree of detached curiosity. Maybe staying there would not be as bad as she had feared. Careless wonder. Chapter 4, Entering Soul Society. Arya called Ichigo's name again and again without response, then finally snapped and slapped him to wake him. The slap reverberated through the closed-off room and was followed by a startled cry. Ichigo flew off his bed and hit the floor hard, landing face first with his legs awkwardly raised. He pushed himself up, eyes watering, and glared at the person who had woken him so abruptly. Arya crouched over him, pivoting on her toes with a bored expression, pupils tiny and her mouth barely wider than an eraser. Khan, the little plush lion, floated above her head grinning mischievously. Ichigo scrambled to his feet and sat back against the bed, cheeks flushed. He demanded to know why she had been in his room and why she had slapped him. Khan grinned and made a remark about how that would wake anyone up. Ichigo snatched the plush lion and squeezed him in irritation. Arya observed that she had noticed his sleepwear and shrugged off the awkwardness. Ichigo, embarrassed, grabbed a pillow to cover himself and immediately turned accusatory, asking why she had been raiding his closet. When she stood, he noticed she was wearing his favorite shirt, the one with the number 15 on it. Arya admitted she had borrowed it because she did not like any of the clothes she had been given and her own hoodie was being washed. She fished something out of her hand and held it up to him. It was a novelty pair of undergarments. Ichigo snatched them back and explained they had been a joke gift from his father and he had never worn them. Arya dismissed it and said what he wore was none of her business. Ichigo shut the bedroom door behind her and leaned against it, still red-faced and sighing. Khan teased that Arya might like Ichigo, then made an immature, joking comment about how he would have reacted differently if a girl had been in his room while he was only in his underwear. Ichigo glared at the plush lion and demanded an explanation for why Khan had not warned him. Khan tried to wriggle free of Ichigo's grip, but Ichigo held tight. Once fully dressed, Ichigo trudged down the stairs, rubbing the back of his neck and wondering how the day would go. He paused at the kitchen doorway when he saw Arya sitting at the table, chin propped on her hand and gazing off into the distance. She had been living with them for 5 days, and little about her behavior had changed. Ichigo had been trying to find Shinji ever since the confrontation with Aizen, and he now remembered that Shinji and some other Vizards were in the Soul Society. He had also promised Arya that he would take her there early that morning, which explained why she had woken him so abruptly. Ichigo pushed his embarrassment aside and forced a smile for his own sake. He wanted to see his friends and make sure they were all right. He still had the memory of the last time he had woken up after passing out, and the thought made him wince. He told himself to stop thinking about that and headed to the cabinets to grab something to eat. Arya remarked that he had forgotten their plan. Ichigo acknowledged that he had and said that after breakfast they would go to Kisuk's. When Ichigo mentioned Kisuk, Arya's expression soured, showing she was still upset about what had happened 5 days ago. Ichigo glanced down at Arya's wrist. The bracelet remained and the skin around it was slightly reddened from her attempts to remove it. He walked to the kitchen table, set a bowl and a cereal box across from Arya, and poured milk into his bowl. Arya snidely remarked that he was a prune for choosing Raisin Bran cereal. Ichigo glared from behind the box and insisted that Raisin Bran was both good for him and tasted good. Arya sighed and shook her head as if about to scold him, saying she did not care whether it was healthy because people only lived once, and after death they went to the Soul Society and often forgot who they had been, so one might as well enjoy life. Ichigo countered that he did not want the inevitable to come sooner from not eating well and that one did not always lose memory upon entering the Soul Society, which made Arya snort. She opened her mouth to reply but stopped when she looked behind Ichigo. Yuzu cheerfully informed Arya that her hoodie was clean. Arya gave a small, rare smile, stood, and walked around the table to take the hoodie from the child. Arya thanked Yuzu. The child smiled up sweetly and returned to the living room to sit with her sister. Arya's small smile faded as Yuzu walked away. She set the clean hoodie beside Ichigo and reached down to lift the shirt she had taken. Ichigo's eyes nearly bulged when he noticed she wore a tank top beneath the shirt. As she lifted the shirt to replace it with her hoodie, Ichigo saw heavy scarring covering much of her left shoulder and the left side of her stomach. The scarring extended down the left side of her body and included her left leg. Arya froze under his stare and, with a slow, uncertain motion, touched the scars and lightly traced them with her finger. Ichigo watched her hand and his expression hardened in a way she could not immediately place. Arya explained that those marks were from the first time she had lost control. When she had fought to take back control, the hollow had punished her body. She lifted the tank top long enough to show her stomach and turned to display her back, making clear that the left side of her body bore the scars. Ichigo, his voice strained, asked why she had shown him. Arya pulled her shirt down, zipped up her hoodie, and said she wanted him to understand one of the reasons she was so desperate to control her hollow side. Ichigo then asked directly what had happened the night she first lost control. Arya replied that she had been 10 when she lost control, that a tragedy had occurred resulting in the deaths of 2 people close to her, and that Kisuk had found and saved her. She told him he did not need to know anything more, then walked toward the door without looking back, saying she would be waiting outside when he finished eating. She pulled the hoodie up over her head and went outside, closing the door softly behind her. Ichigo stared at the cereal bowl while the cereal sogginess spread, his thoughts racing as he tried to process the new information. He began to understand why she had been distant and cold. The idea that her hollow side had punished her like that sat heavily with him, even his own hollow seemed unpredictable. Arya was scarred for life and forced to remember that day every time she looked in the mirror. He could not imagine how he would have reacted in the same situation. He turned in his seat and watched the door through which she had gone. In that moment he vowed to help her in any way he could, to give his full attention and strength to the challenge they would face together. He realized he considered her a friend, and like all his friends, he would do everything in his power to protect her. Arya glanced around as they entered the Soul Society and asked where the capital, Siriidii, was. They had arrived not long before and were now walking through the streets of Siriidii. Kisuk had pulled a lot of strings to get Arya allowed into the Soul Society, since outsiders were not welcomed with open arms. He seemed determined to put things right with her. When he had tried to hug her earlier, she had tripped him and walked over him without much care. If Ichigo's memory served him correctly, neither he nor the Vizards were on the friendliest terms with the Soul Society. As they walked, Arya watched passing Shinigami. Some greeted Ichigo, but many stared at her with puzzled expressions, probably because she was the only one not wearing the Shinigami uniform. Arya wondered what Kisuk had said to grant her passage. She doubted he had described her as a ticking time bomb. Ichigo always left crucial information out whenever he could. Ichigo suggested that Rukia probably knew where Shinji was and proposed going to her barracks to see if they could find her. Arya complied and followed him while taking in her surroundings. Aside from the strange clothing, the Soul Society was not much different from the human world, except that everything resembled feudal Japan and appeared to be run by a Soul King, a detail Arya remembered her mother mentioning once. A feminine voice called Ichigo's name, and Ichigo instantly recognized it. Rukia bounded up to them, smiling broadly as she greeted Ichigo with surprise and asked what he was doing there, noting she had not expected him back so soon. Ichigo admitted he was there to speak with Shinji and asked if she knew where Shinji's barracks were. Rukia replied that Shinji should be in the 5th Division barracks, then looked toward Arya and, surprised, asked Ichigo who his friend was. Ichigo explained that Arya was the reason he needed to find Shinji and described her as a friend of the family. Rukia introduced herself as Rukia Kuchiki and offered a handshake. Arya offered a brief, grumbled hello before diverting her eyes, clearly wanting to be elsewhere. Ichigo tapped Arya on the head in a playful, impatient gesture and chided her for not taking Rukia's hand and giving her name, calling her rude. Arya massaged her head and shot back at Ichigo, calling him a JRK. The two pressed their foreheads together and exchanged barbed remarks, teeth bared in exaggerated annoyance. Rukia watched them with growing exasperation and tried to remind them of basic politeness and to treat others with respect. When Rukia raised her voice to scold Ichigo, she pinched his ear and brought him down to her level, insisting he treat his friends with more respect. Ichigo winced and apologized repeatedly as Rukia continued to scold him. Arya watched with mild amusement, thinking she might like Rukia and expecting that once the argument ended Rukia would give a proper greeting. As Arya's attention wandered, she spotted a very tall captain with pronounced wolf ears speaking with another Soul Reaper who had 3 scars across his right eye, a gray-blue line tattoo crossing the left side of his face past his nose, and the number 69 inked on his left cheek. Absent-mindedly, Arya reached up and felt the slightly raised skin of a tattoo over her left eyebrow. The 2 officers rounded the corner and paused when they heard the commotion. They were surprised to see Ichigo in the Soul Society so soon. Their eyes then landed on Arya, who stood with her hands in her pockets, slouched forward, and sauntered up to them. She stopped in front of the wolf-eared captain and studied both of them before focusing on the wolf captain. Arya asked the wolf captain, with curiosity rather than malice, what an anthropomorphic wolf was doing in the Soul Society and said she had not known such beings existed. Sajin Kamamura, the wolf captain, introduced himself and said he was the captain of the 7th Division of the 13 Court Guard squads, then asked Arya for her name. Arya replied that she was Arya Diederik, a human who wielded a Zanpakuto and identified herself as a so-called Vizard. Both Sajin and the nearby Soul Reaper looked surprised by her openness. Sajin inquired whether Arya was in the same position as Ichigo Kurosaki, referring to their substitute Soul Reaper status. Arya explained that she was not, she had not needed another Soul Reaper to unlock her powers because she had been born with them. Sajin smiled and said it was nice to meet Arya Diederik and that, so far, she seemed an interesting person. He considered asking how she had been born with spiritual awareness but decided not to press for personal details with a stranger. Maybe if he saw her again, he might have the chance to ask. Arya continued to stare up at him, then tilted her head with interest. She said that when she used to live in the forest in the human world, she had come across a wolf puppy who had been her best friend until he died recently, and then she asked if he had trouble combing his hair. Sajin found her bold questions impressive. He was not offended, he was indeed a wolf and did not hide it among his peers. He smiled down at the young girl and nodded that some days his hair could be unruly. Arya offered that she knew of a shampoo that had worked wonders for her puppy and could probably help him without drying out his skin, and she suggested she might bring some if she ever returned. Sajin, grateful, told her it would be very kind of her and used her last name. Arya asked to be called Arya because being addressed by her last name made her feel awkward. Suddenly an arm looped around Arya's head in a playful headlock. She recognized the scent of the one holding her. She demanded loudly what he thought he was doing. Ichigo retorted with equal force and squeezed the hold, prompting Arya to push against his arms to break free. Sajin intervened, smiling at the two and assuring Ichigo that Arya had been causing no trouble and that their conversation was simply interesting. Ichigo glared at the wolf captain in surprise, then let Arya go. Arya immediately landed a sharp, training-style strike to his jaw that sent him skidding back across the courtyard. He sprang up with his hand on his jaw and glared at Arya, demanding why she had done that. Arya said she had struck him for hitting her earlier. Careless wonder. Chapter 5, Friendship. Ichigo could not believe how Sajin had become a captain. After their scuffle in the courtyard and after greeting Rukia who still had paperwork to run through with her captain Arya and Ichigo finally arrived at the 5th Division barracks. What Ichigo found inside surprised him even more. Shinji stood there with the white captain coat draped over his shoulders. Shinji feigned hurt at Ichigo's surprise, putting on an exaggerated expression as if his feelings were wounded. All three gathered around a banquet of food. Ichigo had no clear memory of how he had ended up in the room. Someone had let him in and pushed him onto a seat before he had a chance to take it all in. Shinji sat across from him and his captain Haori while the floor around them was scattered with dishes. Arya ate with gusto, liberally salting whatever she placed in her mouth. As they spoke, Arya took note of Shinji's features, a smile that always showed his teeth, clean-cut blonde hair just long enough to nip at his chin, and a somewhat snobby first impression that made her doubt his usefulness for the problem she faced. Shinji turned his attention to Arya with a broad smile and asked who the beautiful friend accompanying Ichigo was. Arya choked on her drink and glared at him, making him backtrack quickly and pretend he had said nothing. He then directed his attention back to Ichigo and asked why Ichigo had come to see him. Ichigo introduced Arya Diederik, explaining that she was a human like him but possessed Soul Reaper powers and was a Vizard who could not control her hollow side. He said that she had been fighting it for 6 years, first awakening at 10, and that she had recently lost control again and feared she might not be able to return to herself if it happened once more. Shinji's eyes widened at how young she had been. He asked how such a thing could have happened, looking toward Arya for more, but she averted her gaze and watched the wall instead, listening without offering her own account. Shinji admitted that the situation sounded impossible and asked Ichigo if he was certain of the details. Ichigo's expression hardened as he insisted that Arya would not lie about something so serious and that she needed Shinji's help, perhaps more than most. Shinji exhaled and nodded, saying he trusted Ichigo's word, and then he looked at Arya again, still uneasy about what he had been told. Arya met Ichigo's eyes with a look of shared surprise. Her eyes were still narrowed, but he could see from the way they shifted that she herself could not believe how Ichigo had stood up for her. Ichigo asked for a better explanation about the matter, and made his attention fall on Arya. He said he was not accusing her of lying and wanted further insight to better understand. Arya's gaze moved to the captain and narrowed until it was sharp as daggers. She recalled that she had been 10 when she first changed and that it had been the first time she used her Shirkai. She said both of them knew Aizen, and that he had been there and had done something that left only fragmented memories, white light engulfing her face and the fear she had seen in the other's eyes. The memory flooded her breathing quickening as anguish shook her features. Ichigo could see the fear growing in her, the most emotion he had ever seen on her face. He reached out and took her shoulder, feeling her tremble. He squeezed lightly and she blinked, the tension loosening. She closed her eyes, drew a deep, steadying breath, and then looked toward Shinji with a neutral expression, asking him to help. Shinji considered her for a moment and then agreed. He said he could not refuse and offered a playful compliment to lighten the mood. Arya's face flushed at his tone. She began to open her mouth in protest, but Shinji raised a hand to stop her and said they had a condition first. He told them that they would attend the festival that night and that they should have a good time, adding that it was good to loosen up before the real work began. Ichigo expressed exasperation and asked what the festival had to do with anything. Shinji only smiled innocently and insisted they deserved a break. Later that evening they were in streets crowded with people in a wide assortment of clothes, stalls offering games and food, and an atmosphere of laughter and celebration, with a few people clearly a bit tipsy. Ichigo grumbled about being dragged into the crowd while Arya stood with her head in her hand, shaking with irritation. Shinji clasped his hands together and urged them to enjoy themselves, then bounded away through the crowd with a small laugh. Ichigo crossed his arms and glared in the direction Shinji had gone, then noticed Arya was no longer beside him. He searched the crowd with panicked eyes and stopped when he spotted a stand with a purple sweatshirt nearby. He walked up behind her and peered over her shoulder. A vendor handed Arya a large disc of fried dough sprinkled with sugar. She asked for extra salt. The vendor complied, shaking salt over the treat until she told him to stop and took it, thanking him before turning to face Ichigo and taking a big bite. Ichigo shivered at how much salt she used and warned that it could not be good for her. Arya said she had grown up eating that way and nothing had happened yet, to which Ichigo muttered that the key word was yet. She then asked why he had said he would not lie back at the barracks. Ichigo explained that from the very first day he had believed her. He added that he could see it in her eyes and that if she had been lying he would know. Arya gave him a skeptical look and called him a weirdo, which he acknowledged with an eyebrow twitch. Ichigo then asked why she always looked away from people when the topic turned toward her. Arya narrowed her eyes and demanded why he cared, reminding him that she was there to fix her hollow problem, not to be interrogated. Without waiting for an answer she strode past him, weaving quickly through the crowd to distance herself. Ichigo watched her go, puzzled at why she avoided certain conversations, a question that remained unanswered. She just had to get away from him. Arya kept walking despite his calls, ignoring him completely. Her fried dough was half eaten before she grew bored and tossed it aside. She was surprised that the Soul Society had a festival like this. From what she remembered her mother saying, the Soul Society did not always have the same comforts as the human world. Apparently, a lot had changed since her mother was last here. Her eyes drifted over the stands and games. One in particular caught her attention. A small boy was trying to toss a ball into a bowl barely larger than the ball so he could win a fish, but the ball kept pinging off the rim and falling away. He looked disappointed. Arya moved beside him and watched his failed attempt. The boy stared at the fish with sad eyes. Arya asked the game attendant if she could try. He handed her a ball and she rolled it in her hand to test the weight before flicking it with her thumb. The ball arced and dropped perfectly into the cup. The boy's face brightened at her success, and Arya accepted the fish in its glass before handing it to him. She told him it was his. The boy, confused at first, realized what she had done and took it with the biggest smile before thanking her and running off. Arya turned to watch him go and stopped when she saw the familiar orange-haired boy approaching with impatience. She rolled her eyes and told him he did not have to babysit her, turning away with a sneer and immediately regretting the harshness. He protested that someone had to make sure she did not get into trouble and mentioned that he preferred not to be left alone with the raucous crowd nearby. Then a voice from behind questioned who the maniacs were. Ichigo froze and slowly turned to find the black-haired girl he knew well looking very irritated. He tried to backtrack with a laugh and a clumsy excuse, but Rukia responded with a quick, sharp kick that sent him sprawling. He writhed and clutched his face, clearly in pain. Arya watched with mild disinterest and offered Rukia a small, almost hidden smile, telling her quietly that it had been a nice move. Rukia nodded, arms crossed and eyes closed, and then asked whether Arya had found Shinji. Arya confirmed that they had. Rukia said she was glad and hoped Arya's stay in the Soul Society would be pleasant, even if the day's events were not the best example of how things usually ran. At that moment 2 Soul Reapers in uniform clumsily tripped past them with broad smiles. Arya asked if those like the two were not a sign of danger or disorder in the Soul Society. Rukia chuckled and replied that not everyone was like those idiots, most of them used their heads. Arya apologized for coming across as rude earlier and explained she was not used to so much social interaction. Rukia accepted the apology and expressed relief that they were now having a cordial conversation. Ichigo picked himself up, rubbed his nose, and glared down at Rukia, complaining that it had hurt. Rukia said that it had been meant to. A male voice called Ichigo's name, and 2 more Soul Reapers approached, one with a noticeably bald head and the other with a decorative feather near his eyebrow. The bald man said he was still looking for a rematch and asked if Ichigo was ready to fight. Ichigo protested that a festival was a strange place for a fight, but the bald man shrugged, saying people would get out of the way. Then he asked who the newcomer was. Yumachika leaned closer to look at Arya's face but ended up glancing down when she kept her features in shadow. He complimented her hair and reached toward a strand near her cheek, but she quickly blocked his hand. He appeared taken aback and then irritated, complaining that he had only been admiring her. Arya replied that she did not like to be touched and then asked what the feather-like decoration on his face was. Ichigo covered his mouth in an attempt to stifle a laugh, but he and Ikiku soon broke into loud, tear-inducing laughter. Arya glared and explained she had not intended to be funny. Yumachika insisted they were not being humorous and straightened with visible annoyance. One of the young men remarked that she obviously had no sense of style. He flipped his hair and looked away from the 2 who had been laughing, giving up on trying to stop their idiotic amusement. Rukia muttered that it was unfortunate. Arya crossed her arms and turned her face away in annoyance. Ranjaku called out to Rukia, Yumachika, Ikiku, and Ichigo as she approached, bringing a bright, familiar energy that made Arya wince. A woman jogged over to them. Arya looked away in embarrassment. Ichigo greeted Ranjaku warmly, and Rukia returned the greeting politely. Ranjaku admitted surprise at Ichigo's early return, and Ichigo offered a modest response about getting that reaction often. A short captain with spiky white hair appeared beside Ranjaku and scolded her about festival attendance and unfinished paperwork. Ranjaku protested with a pleading expression that she did not want to miss the event, while the captain, clearly impatient, corrected Ichigo when he used the wrong name for the captain. Arya remained practically invisible to the joking group and took small steps away, trying not to draw attention. She started to leave when Ichigo noticed and stepped away from the group, looking at her with concern. Arya explained that she did not like large crowds, and without waiting for further conversation, she leapt into the air and disappeared among the rooftops. Ichigo called after her in frustration but ignored Rukia's advice to let her be. He promised Rukia he would return soon, and Rukia answered with an exasperated sneer. Arya moved from building to distance herself from the noisy festival. The cheerful, crowded atmosphere made her uncomfortable. She had spent most of her life in seclusion, and she suspected that if others knew why, they would not be so friendly toward her. The thought tightened her jaw. She found Ichigo the strangest of all. He had known her for only 5 days and already shown a rare level of trust. She could not understand his openness and worried that his trust might put him in danger. She would rather keep people at a distance. She stopped on a rooftop when she felt safely away from the festival. The lighting from below painted the sky in soft orange hues, and she allowed herself a small moment of appreciation for the view. A familiar voice called her name, and looking down she saw Captain Sajin standing below with Hisagi, the quiet man with the tattoo. Arya jumped down to meet them and averted her gaze toward the festival while keeping an attentive eye out for Ichigo. She addressed Sajin with a hesitant correction of his title. Sajin chuckled and asked why she had come so far from the festivities when she could have been enjoying them. Arya explained that the crowd had been too much for her. Sajin suggested a secluded spot ahead where she might have a better view of the fireworks. Past 3 distinctive boulders, there would be a hill topped by a small tree. Arya thanked him respectfully and slipped away into the night. Sajin and Hisagi watched her shadow vanish among the buildings. Hisagi asked whether Sajin liked her. Sajin admitted that Arya intrigued him, especially her eyes, which held sadness and fear. He expressed a quiet wish for her well-being. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of running footsteps. Ichigo arrived, breathless, and asked if they had seen Arya. Sajin repeated his suggestion about the secluded spot and pointed in the direction she had taken. Ichigo, still panting, nodded in thanks and ran off toward the hill, his breathing echoing through the night as he pushed on. Ichigo reached the 3 boulders and paused to catch his breath, hands on his knees. He muttered about his poor timing and his waning spiritual energy, frustrated at how Arya kept disappearing on him. He resolved that he would make sure she could not slip away so easily next time. When he decided his break was over, he started his run up the hill again and immediately regretted not resting longer. By the time he reached the top he nearly fell and would have collapsed if he had not steadied himself. He cursed his weakness, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and scanned the area for the hill Sajin had mentioned. It did not take long to find it. A winding path rose to the summit. He stopped when he saw Arya lying back against the grass, staring up at the night sky. He hesitated a moment before taking another step and sitting down beside her, bracing himself for the scolding he expected. Arya kept both eyes closed for a moment before opening her right eye to look at him and remarking that he could not leave her alone. Ichigo laughed softly and explained that he would have to stay by her side to make sure she did not get lost. Arya dismissed that as a pathetic excuse, and he agreed that it probably was. Ichigo reached behind him, drew his large sword free, and set it beside him. He leaned back on one hand and rested the other on his raised knee, gazing down at the capital as festival lights flickered in different colors. The two of them sat in silence for a while. Ichigo watched the city, and Arya relaxed against the soft grass with her eyes closed. The quiet broke when a firework boomed in the sky. Arya opened her eyes to watch a purple bloom fade, quickly followed by another of a different color and then another. More came, each one lighting the sky until it flashed with many colors that reflected across their faces. Arya sat up and hugged her legs, watching the display with a sense of wonder, and admitted that it was the first time she had seen fireworks. Ichigo was surprised and asked if she truly had never seen them before. Arya kept her gaze on the sky and shook her head, explaining that she had lived in seclusion since she was a child. She began to say something about her parents but stopped, startled at what she had almost revealed. She turned away from the fireworks, scolding herself for letting her guard down. That was why she had always avoided being around people for too long. She grew too comfortable and then felt exposed. Ichigo challenged her habit of evasion, telling her that he was there to help, not to judge. When she remained silent, he became more insistent. He told her it was unhealthy to keep everything inside and that it would help to open up. He said he would not judge her and that he was there for her whether she wanted him to be or not. Arya asked why he would bother. Ichigo answered that it was because he considered her a friend and that friends supported each other during hard times. She turned on him sharply and declared that he was not her friend, that she had not asked for his help, and that she did not need his sympathy. Ichigo retorted that he was not offering sympathy but a suggestion, and accused her of being too self-absorbed to listen to anyone. Arya snapped back that his suggestion was stupid because he did not know anything about her. She said she could not open up to others because every person she ever got close to ended up dead. Her voice rose and then faltered, she closed her eyes and looked away, her fists trembling as she tried to steady herself. Ichigo listened and then said softly that her fear of befriending anyone must come from her hollow side, the part of her she was afraid would lose control and harm others. He insisted that this would not happen to him, that he would help them defeat her hollow side. Once she learned to control it, he said, she could return to a more normal life. She hugged her legs tighter and buried her face in her arms, asking in a barely audible voice whether he truly believed that. Ichigo promised that he never broke a promise to a friend. His openness struck her unexpectedly, and her heart gave an uneasy, quick rhythm. She felt warmth toward him, a feeling she tried to deny because it frightened her. In a bitter voice she admitted that she had caused her parents' deaths when her hollow side first emerged. Ichigo watched her, noticing a tremor in her eyes. He said that he had suspected as much and insisted that it was not entirely her fault but the result of Aizen's actions. She had not been expecting that response. As she began to speak again, Ichigo cut in sharply, raising his voice to tell her to stop letting herself be consumed by self-blame. He scolded her for hiding in self-pity and for shutting out what was right in front of her. He promised again that he would not let anything happen to her and warned her not to push him away. He declared that when he set his mind on something, he would see it through to the end. After his speech her hands shook and she could do nothing but stare at him, stunned. Everything he had said felt true. Against her better judgment, she believed he could help her. A small, incredulous laugh escaped her, soft and almost hopeful. Her laughter grew, forcing her to hold her sides as tears rolled down her face from the ache in her stomach. She looked up at Ichigo. He gave her a stunned look as if she had lost her mind. That only made her laugh harder and she toppled back from the force. Eventually she stopped, arms and legs splayed, watching the last firework fade from the sky. She sat up and told Ichigo she could not believe she was saying this, but he was right. She smiled at him, the big, goofy kind of smile, and said she had not felt this happy in a long time. Ichigo blinked, trying to comprehend what had just happened. She laughed again, loud and full, and the genuine smile on her face surprised him. He returned the smile. She looked ahead, eyes bright, and told him she thought she would take him up on his offer. Ichigo asked which offer she meant. She answered that she meant his friendship and that she also considered him her friend. Careless wonder. Chapter 6, Losing Control. A voice whispered from all around that it would kill Ichigo, the words echoing over and over in the vast darkness. Arya opened her eyes to nothing but black, an abyss she had learned to expect when she fell asleep. Panic did not come, the darkness had become familiar. The voice continued to hiss that it would kill him and that there was nothing she could do to stop it. Arya closed her eyes and drifted through the void, waiting for it to pass. To pass the time she answered the voice, something she had not done in a long while. She told it that this time it would not succeed. The hollow responded by asking what made her so sure. Arya felt hot breath on her face and opened her eyes to see a figure identical to herself. Its skin was as dark as the surrounding void and its irises were a striking yellow she could not forget. The hollow repeated Ichigo Kurosaki's name over and over and taunted her, suggesting she would add another mark when it took his life. Arya denied that would happen. The hollow promised that the next time it took control it would destroy him and make her watch, insisting it grew closer every day, every minute, every second. Then it reached out and touched her hair, teasing that they looked better with it down. Arya swatted the hand away and told the hollow it was not her. The hollow insisted otherwise, claiming to be her dark thoughts, her deepest impulses, everything she wished she could be. Arya gripped its forearm, the hollow, taken aback for a moment, soon smiled wickedly and remarked on Arya's growing boldness. Arya leaned in, her face close to the hollow, her eyes burning with a determination the hollow could not understand. She vowed that she would defeat it, that she would take back control, and that Ichigo would help her. The hollow sneered and told her to run, warning that it was coming after her. Ichigo and Arya flash-stepped through the trees, searching for an open field far from any soul village. Ichigo scouted ahead for a place suitable for what they needed to do, but found nothing promising so far. He glanced at Arya and noticed her head bowed in thought and the dark circles under her eyes deeper than usual. He asked if everything was okay, his concern clear in his tone. Arya looked up to find Ichigo watching her intently and said that it was nothing, only nerves about what was coming and a sleepless night. Ichigo suspected that her hollow had spoken to her the previous night. He guessed from the dark circles that the hollow contacted her often. He turned his attention back to the search. He would not force her to talk, if she wanted to, she would. A scream tore through the woods, ricocheting off the trees as if searching for someone to hear. Multiple screams followed, and from the sound they came from children. Arya stopped first, her foot hitting a branch hard before she straightened and listened. Ichigo noticed Arya fall behind and asked what was wrong. He heard the screaming too, and before he could react Arya snapped her head to the left, her eyes scanning and calculating. Then she took off toward the sounds. Ichigo muttered under his breath and pursued her. She moved with a speed nearly impossible to follow. Another scream split the air with a harsher edge, the tonal shift telling Arya at once that a hollow was involved and spurring her to quicken her pace. Soon they came to a clearing. Below, 3 children ran through the undergrowth and into the open space. One little girl tripped and fell, her chin hitting the ground hard. 2 boys ran forward, one looked back, then turned and ran back to the girl, desperately urging her to get up. Arya reached to her side and drew the zanpakuto with the black hilt. A hollow burst through the brush, desperate to reach the 3 souls it had targeted. She lunged forward with her sword ready, the creature only inches away, when a black blur intercepted it and finished the attack with a swift, precise strike before Arya could react. She landed on her feet, sheathing her katana with practiced ease. The blur resolved into a man who sheathed his sword as well and turned to find Arya staring at him. He looked genuinely surprised to see her. Arya recognized him immediately, the tattoo on his face was the dead giveaway. He was the same man she had seen with the wolf captain on 2 previous encounters. Hisagi approached calmly, noting the 2 zanpakuto at her left hip and saying he had not expected to see her out here. Arya could not tell whether his scrutiny was habit or distrust. She narrowed her eyes at him and he hesitated. Ichigo arrived beside her and asked what Hisagi was doing this far out. Hisagi explained that he had been chasing the hollow and then asked Arya plainly if she had a problem with him. Arya turned and began to walk away. Both men watched until they noticed 3 children sitting in the grass, trembling. Arya strode over and, with her usual cold expression, knelt to their level and scolded them harshly for being out alone, warning that if Hisagi had not been there they might have been taken by hollows. Ichigo and Hisagi reacted in exasperation. Ichigo grabbed Arya by the collar and reproached her for tormenting the kids. Arya blinked in confusion and replied that she had only spoken the truth, her words dripping with sarcasm. Hisagi tried to intervene, calling for their attention to the children. The 2 argued heatedly while the kids watched, and the smallest began to cry. As Ichigo and Arya looked down, Arya's expression changed, she turned her gaze upward. The sky rippled and distorted, a jagged portal tearing open above them as dark shapes pushed the opening wider. Arya swore and immediately gathered the 3 children, moving with a burst of speed to the mouth of a nearby cave and ushering them inside. She reappeared beside the cave entrance and, keeping one eye on the widening portal, told Ichigo to go into the cave and keep the children safe. She said she would hold whatever was coming away from the cave so he would not have to engage in much fighting. The screams echoed through the air as all 3 gritted their teeth, not believing what they were seeing. Hisagi looked at the 2 with authority and warned that the Soul Society should be notified and that a division should already be on its way. He secretly wished it was not the 11th. Arya took a step forward, and Ichigo placed a hand on her shoulder and squeezed to stop her, insisting that he would not let her fight alone while she could not use her shurikai. Arya cut him off, addressing him with a cold edge. She ordered him to go or she would force him, adding that if she forced him he would have to be sent to the 4th Division barracks afterward. She turned away, eyes flashing, then fell silent as something caught her attention. The first hollow broke through the barrier, and Arya identified it as an Ichigo's. Hisagi reacted in horror, insisting that it was impossible as more of the same kind emerged, their spiritual pressure matching the first. Other, more ordinary hollows followed them through. They hovered in the air, scanning the area as if searching for something. Arya ordered immediate action and drew her black sword, then turned to Ichigo and pleaded for him to go. Ichigo smiled and replied that it would take a lot more than that to get rid of him, and Arya registered the sincerity in his expression. She snorted and told him it would be his funeral, warning that she would not come to rescue him if he collapsed from overexertion. Ichigo muttered that it was a nice vote of confidence. Hisagi announced that they were coming, drew his sword from its sheath, and leaped into the air to meet them. Ichigo and Arya followed. All three halted with swords drawn, prepared for combat. Arya rested her sword on her shoulder and scanned the attackers, 20 Ichigo's and around 50 regular hollows. Her eyes narrowed at the unfavorable odds, especially with Ichigo's spiritual energy fluctuating over the last few days. Sometimes it was high and normal, and sometimes it almost seemed to wane. She could not understand why. The Ichigo's approached and then stopped, their sizes and colors varying. One at the front laughed openly, taunting the 3 Soul Reapers and mocking the small number of opponents. Arya suspected their true leader was not present and that this attack was not random. Another hollow from the back declared its intent to claim the spiky black-haired one, and a third barked that whoever struck them first would have priority. With that, the hollows charged. The first hollow swung at Hisagi, but he dodged and slashed at its arm. The blow did not have the same effect as it would against a normal hollow. He cursed under his breath as blows came from every side and he kept slipping away and countering, the strikes only slowing the creatures rather than finishing them. Separated from Ichigo, Arya swore softly and moved in a blur of dodges, slices, kicks, and flips, each maneuver aimed to keep distance and wear the hollows down. Her attacks barely made a difference. She longed to release her Shirkai, knowing a single sweep in that form would cut through most of them. A hollow lunged with its jaws at her and her sword became trapped between its teeth. Another struck her shoulder with a clawed hand. She pulled her blade free, grimacing from the pain but refusing to falter. She landed in a crouch, used her legs to propel herself forward at the hollow that had wounded her, and delivered a sharp upward slash that sent it staggering away. She landed a foot on its head to steady herself, and launched toward the next target. Where were their so-called backup? The team could not tell if anyone knew about the giant garganta that had appeared in the sky only miles away from them. Something felt wrong. Was this planned? Ichigo used the power of his sword, the blue light cutting through the arm of a hollow. As the hollow faltered, he set his sights on another and called that power again. A blow struck his back, making him stagger and cry out. He brought his sword around, the blue light cleared and he took down the hollow that had hit him. Ichigo cursed under his breath as he tried to catch his breath and wondered where the reinforcements were. Arya checked on him while keeping her attention on the other hollows. Ichigo replied dryly that he was fine. Hisagi cut through another hollow and realized they were being attacked from all angles and getting nowhere. He had to admit that Arya and Ichigo were holding their own, dodging without taking too much damage. An idea formed when he glanced down. He put some distance between himself and the hollows and signaled to the 2 humans that they should head into the woods to split the enemies up and make the fight easier. Ichigo moved back, falling into the trees as hollows surged after him. Arya followed, pushing the nearest hollows away so they could regroup. The 3 of them landed back-to-back as hollows circled around them. Hisagi instructed them to use the trees to their advantage and leapt forward to cut down as many of the smaller hollows as he could, so he would not be distracted when he went after the more powerful ones. Ichigo darted through the trunks, slicing through smaller hollows with ease while the stronger ones coordinated, sending weaker attackers first to distract them and trying to finish off any fighter who hesitated. The tactic was obvious, and all 3 adjusted to it. Arya watched Ichigo from the corner of her eye and saw sweat forming along his face. Frustration tightened her chest, the battle was dragging on. When backup came, if it came at all, she planned to make them earn their keep. A scream cut through the forest. Arya glanced at Ichigo and saw him still engaged, then looked to Hisagi and noted his steady defenses. Then she realized where the scream had come from. Worry distorted her features as she spun toward the cave mouth. The children had been told to stay inside until it was safe, yet several were now outside. A hollow was diving toward them, its jaws open as if expecting an easy meal. Arya cut through a hollow and dodged another before launching herself forward from the mask of one below, propelling toward the cave. Ichigo saw her movement and shouted a warning, but she was already committed. She landed and raised her sword, swinging down to slice into the hollow approaching from the front. As she watched that hollow fall, a shadow dropped from above. The creature's teeth clashed against her blade, pushing her back. Her back slammed against the cave wall as the momentum carried the hollow forward. It lunged and clamped onto her, pinning her to the stone. Arya struggled to keep the hollow's jaw from crushing her with her sword. As she reached for her white-hilted weapon, another hollow lunged and seized her leg, forcing her to cry out in pain. Ichigo shouted her name and lunged forward but was blocked by another hollow. He fought his way free, calling on his Bankai to slice through the attacker, and then dove toward Arya. He had to reach her. He had to save her. Hollow-eyed Arya looked at Ichigo, pleased by the horror on his face, and told Ichigo that she wanted to play. Careless Wonder. Chapter 7, I Rather Die. Hollow-eyed Arya laughed hysterically as Ichigo's worry deepened. Her nails raked the side of her face, leaving a dark smear along her cheek. She laughed again, her features twisting into something not quite human. She held her head high and stared at the sky, then suddenly stopped, arms falling slack and head drooping to the left, though the wicked smile remained when she looked back at Ichigo. She lunged forward without giving him a chance to react and slashed at his shoulder. Ichigo gritted his teeth and leaped back, holding his left shoulder. Hollow-eyed Arya laughed, taking pleasure in the pain she had caused and taunting him that he could not fight back and had betrayed his promise to his friend. Ichigo answered calmly that he had not betrayed anyone and that he planned to help Arya no matter what it cost him, but Arya's taunts did not deter her. She told him that he was growing weaker, that the longer he remained in Bankai the faster his energy would drain, and urged that he let her end it so he would not have to endure the loss of his friend. Her sword came down and Ichigo raised his own to block. She swung her other blade as he flashed away, keeping close. Her words about Rukia struck a nerve. Ichigo hesitated at the mention of his friend, the suggestion cutting deeper than he wanted to admit. Arya reappeared in front of him, crouched and ready to strike at his abdomen, but she did not make contact. Instead, she was struck from the right and sent tumbling through the trees. Hisagi landed beside Ichigo and asked if he was okay. Ichigo affirmed that he was and, looking toward where Arya had gone, urged that she not be harmed. He was certain she would come back to herself. Arya returned a few feet away, the hollowification spreading across her features. A white mask had begun to creep over the left side of her face, its edges shifting as it worked toward completion. Spikes jutted from her right shoulder and half her back, lines of energy ran down her arm and beneath the hollowed eye. She laughed that she had acquired two playthings now, mocking how easy it all seemed. She launched herself forward in a shrill, unnerving laugh. Hisagi intercepted the attack aimed at Ichigo, taking a blow with his blade. He grimaced as he braced himself, the impact threatened to crack his sword where the blades collided. He pushed forward, angling to the left as her blades followed. He flipped backward to evade, but that brief loss of sight allowed Arya to vanish from where he had last seen her. Hisagi scanned for spiritual energy but could not sense her, frustration building. A laugh came from below. When he looked down, Arya had flipped into an upside-down crouch and kicked, sending Hisagi hurtling through the air. He managed to steady himself, but she appeared before him again, the white mask shining and an unnatural smile on her face. Hisagi raised his blade to block two sweeping strikes. She released both swords so they hovered, then crossed them in a sudden, precise attack. Hisagi was hit, staggered, and fell. Ichigo reached out and caught him before he hit the ground, easing him down and kneeling to tend to him. Hisagi coughed and struggled to breathe, clearly injured. Hisagi insisted he was fine despite his condition and said he had been through worse, then warned that Arya was coming back. Ichigo stood, sword in both hands, determination set on his face. Arya loomed nearby, head tilted as she looked down at Hisagi, still wearing that smile that made Ichigo grimace. He wondered if he, too, looked like that when he lost control. Arya asked if he felt like he had been through this before, taunting him about a sense of repetition. Ichigo winced when she spoke. She noticed and pressed the mockery further, asking whether she scared him when she laughed and when she harmed his friends. Ichigo declared that he was not afraid. He then said that, to the contrary, he felt sorry for her. Ichigo told Arya that she reminded him of his own inner hollow yearning for freedom but ultimately destined to be reclaimed and controlled again. Each time Ichigo heard the hollow's voice, it reminded him of what he had endured when he had defeated his own hollow. He imagined Arya going through the same thing, and he did not want that for her. He thought that she was his friend and decided he would help her fight the hollow. He had promised to defeat it, and he intended to keep that promise. His steady resolve caused the hollow to hesitate. The hollow recovered its grin and declared that it intended to kill him there and then. A voice suddenly boomed for them to stop. Ichigo and the hollow looked up as soul reapers descended from the sky and began to surround them. A couple of officers appeared behind Ichigo to check on Hisagi's condition. Arya narrowed her dark eyes at the figure above her. Head Captain Yamamoto stood there, staring directly at her hollowified form, but his attention was drawn most of all to the familiar pair of swords she wielded, especially the one with the white hilt. She stepped back, eyes scanning the assembled soul reapers. A captain in a coat floated down to a distance and watched her intently. Only her left forearm and the lower left side of her jaw remained unchanged, she had almost completely turned hollow. Ichigo began to call out Shinji's name but stopped, unsure what to say. Shinji observed that Arya's hollow side seemed unusually controlled. He noted that hollows typically kept attacking, but this one displayed far more self-control than usual. Arya smiled and taunted Shinji, pointing her left sword at him and daring him to test that claim. Shinji declined, warning that she was outnumbered and weakened because Arya had not called on her initial release. The warning made her growl, her eyes swept the ranks and she counted 5 captains among them. Shinji was right, she was outnumbered. She asked aloud whether they expected her to surrender control to Arya so that when Arya used the power of her swords the hollow could simply retake the body. Receiving no answer, she laughed and said she would rather die than let Arya take the body she believed was hers. Shinji replied that they would stop her and confine her until she released Arya's body. He was becoming urgent, he could feel sweat forming. Her hollowified condition was advancing faster than he had ever seen, and Arya was running out of time. He was not even sure she was conscious. Arya shrugged and said she wanted to be at full strength when she destroyed the Soul Society. The lower-ranked officers tightened their grips on their swords, which fed her excitement. Shinji sighed, which made Arya laugh. She told him she had to do something first. Shinji urged her to be quick. She promised it would only take a second and then fixed her attention on Ichigo with a dangerous gleam, making clear she intended to kill him. Before anyone could react, she moved. In an instant she was beneath Ichigo, her right sword moved upward toward his chest. The blade struck with a sharp impact, but the moment unfolded with the swift, exaggerated energy of an intense battle rather than with any graphic detail. Ichigo did not feel the expected pain, instead, there was a desperate cough and something slumped against him. He looked down and saw Arya's hollowified traits ebbing away from her body. For a moment he almost smiled, then froze when he noticed a sword had pierced and remained lodged in her back, pinning her. He immediately crouched and gathered her into his arms, easing her back so she could lie against him. Arya gave a quiet, strained cough and her breathing became shallow. Ichigo stared, stunned. The white-hilted sword protruded from her chest area, the wound clearly grave though described without gore. She drew weak breaths and opened her eyes to see Ichigo's frightened expression above her. She managed a small, calm smile. Ichigo's voice shook as he asked why she had done it, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Arya gave a soft, raspy explanation. She would rather die than kill her only friend. Ichigo shook his head and angrily called her an idiot, insisting that this was not the answer. Arya, eyes already closing, told Ichigo not to blame himself and half-joked that she would haunt him if he did. Then she went still. They moved quickly. Ichigo and Shinji carried Arya to the 4th Division barracks with Hisagi following close behind. When they arrived, Unohana was already waiting as if she had expected this. Ichigo handed over Arya's still-breathing body, but Unohana would not allow him to follow. Ichigo began to pace outside the treatment room while Shinji sat nearby with his arms and legs crossed, eyes closed in thought. Ichigo grew impatient and demanded to know what was taking so long. Shinji told him to calm down, insisting that Arya was stubborn and that a serious outcome from a single stab seemed unlikely. Ichigo only growled in response, replaying the moment he had held her and how she had looked up at him as if she did not fear death, how she had seemed oddly at peace and even happy. He could not understand why she had felt that way. At last the door slid open and Unohana stepped out, closing it behind her. She turned to the worried Ichigo. Shinji asked for an explanation. Unohana smiled and explained that when Arya had been brought in, a white-hilted sword had passed through her chest. The blade had gone cleanly through the area of her heart, but in a strange, almost impossible way it had not damaged the heart itself. The sword had seemed to become immaterial around that spot. Unohana suggested that they would have to ask Arya how it had happened, and added that Arya was awake now. Ichigo, impatient, strode past and pushed the door open. He saw Arya sitting propped up in a medical bed with an ensue in her right arm, looking out the window. Relief softened his face until Arya turned her head to see who had entered. Ichigo burst out that she was an idiot, stormed to her bedside, grabbed the collar of her robe, and forced their faces close together to make his point. He told her fiercely that she was not to put herself at risk to save him and that if she ever tried anything like that again he would make sure she understood how serious he was. At that moment Unohana and Shinji entered. Shinji protested at Ichigo's rough treatment of someone who had nearly died, but Unohana put a calming hand on his shoulder and shook her head, signaling him to stand down. Arya asked calmly why she should listen. Ichigo snapped that he was the one helping her and demanded that she accept his protection. Arya reached out and took one of his hands, asking him to let go because the ensue was tugging and making her feel nauseated. Unohana leaned closer and, quietly enough that only Shinji could hear, explained that Arya had a strong fear of needles and that convincing her to take the ensue had been a struggle. Arya's complexion paled at that mention. Ichigo released her and she settled back against the pillows, smoothing her robe and glaring up at him. He demanded to know why she could not accept his help, more serious than she had ever heard him. She turned to the window and explained that she truly believed she had no one, that he, on the other hand, had family and friends who depended on him, and she would not take him away from them. The room fell silent as they waited for Ichigo's response. He kneeled and told her with steady eyes that she was wrong to think she had no one, that she had him, and that as long as he lived he would do everything in his power to protect her. Arya hit him in anger and called him a JRK. Ichigo tumbled backward and hit the floor with a dull thud, dazed for a moment. She tried to get up, but Unohana was instantly at her side, keeping her from moving. Arya insisted that she had never asked for a rescuer and that Ichigo's kind of speech might work on others. She mimicked an exaggerated reaction she imagined someone else might give and then, voice raw with feeling, declared that she could take care of herself and would make her own choices, even if they were dangerous. Ichigo sat up, touching the cheek she had struck, incredulous and flushed. He struggled to understand her, his face reddening as he repeated her words in his mind. Shinji covered his mouth to hide a laugh. He was finding himself oddly fond of Arya's spirit. The tension eased into something like reluctant amusement as Ichigo tried to respond to the sincerity behind her anger. He promised. Aria's head fell forward and everything slowed. She saw Ichigo use his bankai and pour his energy into it. Two hollows closed around her, their grip crushing and painful, and for a moment she thought she would die. She closed her eyes and told herself she would not go quietly. Her eyes changed from blue to a golden yellow, and a strange, cold smile spread across her face. Laughter reverberated from her throat as she forced her left hand down and seized the white-hilted sword. The right side of her body shifted, taking on a white, bone-like armor that spread rapidly. She moved with inhuman speed, striking the hollows down with swift, decisive blows. Pain no longer slowed her, her hollow side drove her forward with far greater force than her human half. Her laughter grew wilder as she overwhelmed hollow after hollow. The remaining hollows tried to flee, but Arya intercepted them, mocked their attempts, and incapacitated them before they could react. Ichigo watched in horror as Arya hurled herself into the fight. The power she displayed was terrifying and unlike anything he had expected. He wondered if this was what he looked like when he changed and whether others had felt the same fear before. She seemed to take a grim pleasure in the battle, her layered laugh sounded unsettling and unlike the Arya he knew. This was her hollow side cold and indifferent, and the spreading white mask along her right side was consuming her more quickly than he had anticipated. If it finished consuming her, he would lose her. After she defeated the last hollow, Arya scanned the area for another opponent and, finding none, shouted that that was it and called the fight weak and pathetic, continuing to search for a new adversary. Chapter 8, Confinement. Shinji recalled Unohana's words from when he had left the 4th Division barracks. Unohana had noted that Arya's body had sustained more damage than expected and that she had remained in her human body, she had not separated from it before arriving or before transforming. That presented a serious problem. It was unheard of for someone to access hollow powers while still in their human form. Even with a Jigai, drawing on a Soul Reaper's abilities was nearly impossible. He struggled to find an explanation and came up empty. If Arya could channel those powers through a body meant to inhibit spiritual pressure, her true strength could be far greater than anyone realized. The destruction she had caused even in that state was considerable. Imagining her in Shirkai suggested a level of devastation that could be catastrophic. Even Shuhei had difficulty when she showed hollow traits in her normal state. Shinji admitted to himself that this situation would be problematic. He might have to seek help, despite his reluctance, and he doubted the usual teams, even with Ichigo, could handle it alone. A one-on-one approach was out of the question. He sighed, pressed a hand to his head, and entered his office, closing the door behind him. He knew a mountain of paperwork would follow. One question still nagged at him: why had the Department of Research and Development not detected the Garganta tear? The department had been notified only after Arya's hollowification spike occurred. Nothing made sense yet, but there was no use dwelling on it. He would find the answer in time, he only had to be patient. He sat down at his desk and scanned the stack of paperwork, at least 100 reports. He sighed, this was something he definitely did not miss. Something moved in his peripheral vision, and his head turned to see a hell butterfly glide through the open window and across the room. It looked like he did not have to wait long for answers. Yamamoto had called a captains-only meeting, and surprisingly every captain attended. Shinji took his place in the meeting room, none of the captains lingered behind. Yamamoto appeared at the front and surveyed them with his squinting, aged eyes, studying each captain in turn. Yamamoto told the assembly that he had called them at short notice and explained that today's events had been troublesome. He explained that they had been unaware of the Garganta tear because the Department of Research and Development's machines had suddenly shut down for reasons that were still unknown. The captains reacted with surprise and apprehension, their eyes shifting as if hoping someone else would speak, but no one volunteered an explanation. Yamamoto then said it had come to his attention that Arya possessed an item, a Zanpakuto, that had caused problems in the past, problems he did not wish to see repeated. Unohana stepped forward, her usual smile absent, and asked what he meant, mentioning that one of Arya's Zanpakuto had been involved previously. Yamamoto explained that the Zanpakuto had been locked away after its former owner had been dealt with, though the weapon had remained, awaiting a new wielder. For those reasons, Yamamoto declared that Arya would be forced to surrender her Zanpakuto, and he ordered that if she refused she was to be executed immediately. Shinji protested angrily and said that one could not simply demand someone give up their Zanpakuto, comparing it to surrendering a part of one's soul and declaring he did not expect Arya to agree willingly. Yamamoto responded that his decision was final and instructed whichever captain encountered Arya first to bring her into custody. He dismissed the meeting. The captains left the room, some solemnly, others with indifference. Shinji walked out with his head down, still trying to process what he had heard. He worried that if Arya resisted, Ichigo would likely try to protect her as he had protected Rukia. Shinji thought this situation would be very different from before. Yamamoto viewed Arya as a threat if she refused to give up her Zanpakuto, and if she fought back no one could predict what she might do. Outside the meeting room, Toshiro approached Shinji with his arms crossed and his usual serious expression. Toshiro asked Shinji for his opinion, knowing Shinji was one of the few captains who had spoken to Arya. Shinji sighed, shook his head, and said he believed head captain Yamamoto was taking things too far. Shinji said that from what he had seen, Arya seemed like a good young woman who needed help with her holification issue, and he did not expect her to surrender her Zanpakuto easily or go down without a fight, especially with Ichigo involved. Toshiro agreed and said he feared that if Arya resisted she might slip into her hollow-like state again and cause significant damage unless they detained her first. Shinji flinched at the reminder. He had been thinking of the time Toshiro had been present when Arya lost control and what she had been capable of. Toshiro's practical stance made Shinji feel that Toshiro sided with Yamamoto's decision without question, which did not surprise him. Captain Kamamura then joined them, looking as worried as Shinji. Kamamura asked Hirako whether he would be one of the captains assigned to take Arya into custody and glanced at Toshiro to see if he planned to go as well. Shinji decided it would probably be best if he was the one to break the news to her. He hoped she would come without a fight and admitted that he was more worried about Ichigo causing problems than Arya. Captain Kamamura nodded in agreement and offered to come along, suggesting that his presence might help defuse the situation if things got out of hand. Shinji agreed that having two captains present might be helpful if Ichigo proved difficult. Arya watched the nurse wheeling a tray into the room and felt a surge of displeasure. The nurse turned her attention to Arya with a warm, professional smile and asked how she was feeling and whether she had any pain. Arya glared and told the nurse sharply that she was fine. The nurse ignored the attitude and began preparing an injection, the movement of her hand toward the syringe making Arya grow visibly nervous. When the nurse faced her again, Arya shrank back to the far end of the bed, her eyes fixed on the needle. Ichigo snickered at her reaction, and Arya shot him a deathly glare. Ichigo mocked that she seemed like a baby around needles, laughing as Arya opened her mouth to retort but fell silent when the nurse moved closer with the syringe. Arya demanded that the nurse keep the needle away and pulled back into the corner while the nurse checked the flow, still smiling professionally. The nurse reminded her that the shot would not have been necessary if she had kept the four in and asked her to hold still to avoid any accident. The nurse's composed smile tightened with impatience behind her eyes. When the nurse reached to administer the shot, Arya dodged at the last second and moved closer to Ichigo, snapping at the nurse to go away. The nurse's patience frayed, and she told Arya bluntly to stop acting like a child and take the injection to prevent possible infection. She advanced again. In the sudden motion that followed, Arya grabbed Ichigo's arm and used it as a shield. The needle made contact and Ichigo gave an involuntary shout from the surprise. He glared at Arya, who returned a small victorious smile. Ichigo asked whether she wanted to get better. Arya scoffed that she was fine and could leave if she wanted to. At that moment the door opened and Shinji entered the room flanked by Captains Sajin and Toshiro. Arya noticed immediately that they had come with serious intent. Ichigo rose and stepped in front of Arya, ready to protect her and demanding to know what was happening. Shinji hesitated, rubbing the back of his head as he gathered the words carefully. He explained that, regrettably, Arya was to be placed under confinement for harboring an illegal Zanpakuto and that she needed to come with them immediately. He added that if she resisted, they would be compelled to use firm measures to enforce the orders. Ichigo reacted angrily and demanded an explanation from Shinji. Someone reached out and gripped Ichigo's shoulder to steady him. Arya caught Ichigo's attention and, standing calmly, encouraged him to calm down. She told him that she had expected something like this might happen if anyone discovered her white Zanpakuto, and that she had tried not to reveal it while they were around the Soul Reapers, but that she had not always been able to prevent it. Ichigo erupted in frustration, calling the whole situation stupid and demanding to know how a Zanpakuto could possibly be illegal. He stopped as he replayed Arya's words in his head, his eyes searching her face for anything that might make sense of what she had revealed. He trailed off, not needing to repeat the rest aloud. Arya met his gaze and, noting his scrutiny, explained that it was a long story but she would try to shorten it so he could understand. Even in the tense moment she found a chance to tease him, though he remained too serious to be fazed. She went on to explain that her white Zanpakuto had been sealed away after someone in the past tried to use it for harm. Yamamoto had sealed it when he discovered that this particular Zanpakuto did not disappear with its master as most did, but instead had been seeking a new master. He feared a repeat of the past. Arya added that her mother, before becoming human for reasons Arya could not remember, had stolen the Zanpakuto before she left. Arya said she had been too young to understand why. Now that the Zanpakuto was in her possession and she was its new master, Yamamoto feared she might repeat history, and he might not be strong enough to stop it. Ichigo, rubbing the side of his head, reacted with disbelief and asked whether the Zanpakuto was truly so dangerous that even Yamamoto feared it. He could not grasp why Yamamoto would arrest her simply for possessing it, pointing out that Yamamoto did not even know her and was making wild assumptions. Arya acknowledged that Yamamoto did not know her, but corrected him on one point: the Zanpakuto was not powerful in the usual way. She explained that in its release state it could not even cut through a fly's wings if she tried. Ichigo admitted he was confused. Arya sighed and clarified the reason for Yamamoto's fear: the Zanpakuto could create portals to anywhere without restriction, including a portal to the Soul King's domain. She spoke the last part quietly, but everyone heard. Shinji stepped forward, shock written clearly on his face, and connected Yamamoto's determination to recapture the Zanpakuto with the danger it represented if it fell into the wrong hands. Arya interrupted, saying that she had run away for that very reason and that she suspected Aizen had been after her because of what could happen if someone learned to manipulate the Zanpakuto. She added that she had been afraid of hurting people she cared about, a reason they all already understood. At the mention of Aizen, everyone's expressions hardened, the old wound from their past battle still visible. Arya watched them, noting Ichigo's furrowed brow when she spoke Aizen's name. She then said that Tsukue, the Zanpakuto, would not be given up easily. He was grumpy and disliked being touched, which she understood after he had been locked away for over 1,000 years. Sajin moved forward, drawing the group's attention with his imposing presence, and asked if Tsukue was the Zanpakuto she meant. Arya confirmed this and explained that when Tsukue was taken away he would reappear at her side instantly. She described Tsukue as a strange Zanpakuto that seemed to defy logic. Sajin appeared troubled and asked why she was so certain he would not be surrendered easily. Arya revealed that head captain Yamamoto had declared that anyone unwilling to give up their Zanpakuto would be executed immediately. Ichigo stiffened beside her. Arya glanced at him and watched anger cross his face. Arya then resigned herself, stating that it looked as if she would be executed on the spot. Ichigo turned to her and, flame in his eyes, could not accept her calmness about it. He demanded to know how she could speak that way and whether she cared if she lived or died. Arya held his gaze firmly and, speaking slowly, told him she was not like him. She said there was not much for her to live for, and if it was her time to die she would accept it. Ichigo growled in response, accusing her of being foolish for giving up so readily and not considering how others might feel. A short silence followed as the weight of the situation settled over them. Arya glared up at him, shifting from one foot to the other and angling her body toward him. Arya told Ichigo that he was not going to make this easy and that perhaps luck would be on her side. Ichigo tried to protest, but Arya interrupted him a second time and, with softer eyes, asked to wait and see what would happen because she did not want unnecessary violence over someone like her and she would not allow it. She glared again and warned that if he continued to try to fight back she would take him down herself. Turning away and ignoring whatever Ichigo might say next, Arya added that she was ready to go once she was out of the white robe, tugging at the collar with distaste and saying it felt like a dress and she hated dresses. The nurse everyone had forgotten stepped forward and explained that Arya's earlier clothes had been torn and were discarded, but she would be glad to provide a new Soul Reaper uniform. Arya rolled her eyes and said it was better than a robe and that she did not want to feel a breeze in uncomfortable places. The men left the room so Arya could get dressed. She slowly put on the black Soul Reaper outfit and thought about what had just occurred. She wondered if she could reach Sukue and if he would let her go. She had not spoken to him since she was 10. Every time she entered her inner world her hollow had been alone. Even after all this time she still remembered Sukue's personality, stern, strict, withdrawn, always telling her she was weak and saying he did not care whether she lived or died because he would find a more suitable master if she perished. Hakai, her black spirit sword, had almost the opposite personality. Hakai was outgoing, fun, energetic, and playful, though stern when necessary, and at least pretended to care about her. She tightened the white sash around her hips and sighed. She wondered whether today would be the day her life would end, but she knew it would not truly end. She would be reborn as a soul without memory of her human life. Ichigo was acting as if it were the end of the world if she died, and she did not understand why he behaved that way. Would he really risk his life to save hers when they had only been friends for a day? She thought he was a fool. She nodded to herself, turned to the door, and opened it to find everyone waiting outside. She acknowledged them and they began to escort her out of the 4th Division barracks. Then Arya suddenly remembered something and stopped. Arya told the group that there was one more thing she had to do and that it would be quick. Sajin was the first to ask what it was. Arya looked away, her expression shifting to the regret and sadness she hated others seeing, and said she needed to find Hisagai's room because she needed to tell him she was sorry. Sajin said he understood and pointed out that Hisagai's room was down the hallway, adding that she did not need to apologize because Hisagai understood and had already forgiven her. The wolf captain gave her a knowing look that confirmed his words. Arya smiled warily and continued down the hallway toward Hisagai's room. His door was closed. Arya stood in front of it with her hand raised to open the door, then hesitated, surprised at her own nervousness and the way her hand shook. She had never been in a situation like this after so long alone. She glanced at Ichigo for encouragement. He nodded and offered a small, reassuring smile. She nodded back, took a deep breath, opened the door, walked in, and shut it behind her. She looked at the bed where Hisagai sat up with his feet hanging over the edge. He still wore black Soul Reaper trousers, and his upper body was bare, wrapped in bandages. Careless Wonder. Chapter 9, Because of You. She blushed slightly from the proximity and gave him a small smile. When he seemed satisfied, she shooed his hands away from her shoulders, turned sideways, and crossed her arms. She told him that at least she had gotten that off her chest. She looked back up at him and saw he still wore that same smile. She then dismissed the awkwardness and set her expression back to indifferent. She was bored. No, more than bored. She was extremely irritated and fed up. If Yamamoto did not kill her she felt she might die from the monotony. They had placed her under confinement and had done a thorough job. They locked her in a bare cell with no bed and nothing but the cold floor. She lay with her arms and legs sprawled, one eyebrow twitching with utter annoyance. How long had it been now? 3 hours? 4? She did not know. It felt like an eternity. She was not used to lying around and doing nothing. Even when she was alone she always found something to do. Footsteps echoed down the hall and drew near to her cell. She continued to lie there with her hands behind her head and her left foot crossed over her raised knee. When the footsteps stopped outside her cell she kept her eyes closed, not acknowledging the presence. A captain informed her that she had been summoned, and the deep, almost uncaring, emotionless tone immediately got her attention. She opened her eyes and looked at the Soul Reaper sent to retrieve her. He was a captain, the white Haori was a dead giveaway. He had long black hair with silver ornaments that looked like barrettes. His expression matched his voice, unmoved and indifferent. She pushed herself up until she was standing and faced the captain. She sighed that they should get it over with and walked forward when he opened her cell. When the door closed behind them, she glanced around with surprise and asked whether he was the only one sent to retrieve her, since she had expected more people in case she tried to bolt. The captain explained that he had not deemed it necessary to waste the time of others when he could handle her himself, and he added that they should not keep everyone waiting. He turned away and began walking toward the exit. She glared at the back of his head but followed. She thought his arrogance was unreasonable and told herself she highly doubted he could handle her easily. She scratched her now bare arms in irritation. She had torn the sleeves off a while back because she hated them. The captain glanced at her briefly before opening the door to the outside. He stepped aside for her to pass through, and she did so without looking at him. When the door slid closed, she asked him his opinion about her and the matter, pushing her hands into her pockets. He walked past her without pausing to confirm she was following, and he said that he had no opinion about her predicament and did not care, the truth would come to light with or without her cooperation. He then stopped suddenly, almost causing her to run into him, and added that Ichigo Kurosaki considered her a friend. When she opened her mouth to ask more, the captain quickly explained that Ichigo had earned his respect through past actions, and therefore Ichigo's opinion held weight for him. She followed close behind as they walked. She thought about what he had said and felt troubled. Ichigo seemed popular with the Soul Reapers, he commanded a lot of respect, and that showed in how others treated him. They continued in silence until they reached a building where the captains met. The captain opened the doors and turned to let her enter first. She guessed he was being formal for other reasons but did not press it. All 13 captains, including the head captain, were present. They stood in 2 rows, and at the end was Yamamoto. Every Soul Reaper in the room turned to look at her as she entered. There were other Soul Reapers present as well. She recognized Hisagi standing behind a broad, short-haired captain, and beside him a green-haired lieutenant who watched her with interest. She assumed those were the lieutenants accompanying the captains. Every pair of eyes on her made her cross her arms and shift from one foot to the other in discomfort. Someone cleared their throat to her right. She turned and nearly fell at the sight of Kurosaki standing near the wall with Ichigo beside him. Kurosaki waved with a goofy grin while Ichigo kept his trademark scowl and arms crossed, still angry about what was happening. She wondered how they had been allowed into this interrogation. Kurosaki must have pulled a lot of strings. She considered whether Kurosaki had even been permitted back into the Soul Society and recalled that after Aizen's defeat, past events had been re-evaluated and Kurosaki's banishment was resolved. Perhaps that was why the process had taken so long. The captain who had brought her walked past and took his place among the other captains. She advanced, wearing a stern, emotionless expression, and stopped in the middle of the captain's formation to look up at Yamamoto expectantly. Yamamoto had been watching her as she approached. When she looked up at him, he could not help but notice a resemblance to her mother, an angular chin and stern eyes with a similar shape and angle. The likeness stirred a faint sense of déjà vu, but he set it aside, he had pressing matters to attend to. Yamamoto addressed her by name and asked if she knew why she had been confined and summoned. Arya stated firmly that it was about her Zanpakuto, Tsukue. Before Yamamoto could finish asking where the Zanpakuto was, 2 Zanpakuto appeared on her back in an X shape. He stayed silent as he studied her Zanpakuto. Arya reached up and grabbed her white Zanpakuto with her left hand. The captains who did not know her tensed, some with hands on their hilts ready in case she struck first. She rolled and continued to reach for it, her hand grasping the sheath near the hilt and lifting it up over her shoulder to the front of her body. She held it in both hands and examined it as if it were the first time she had seen it. The sheath, the hilt, and the metal framing the end of the hilt in an oval shape were all white. The only thing that was not white was the blade itself, the normal gray hue of an unreleased Zanpakuto. She put the sword in her right hand, looked at it one last time, and threw it at the head captain. She told him he could have it. Yamamoto caught it with his left hand as though it had been planned. He brought it to the front of his body and examined it himself, looking up at her as if waiting for some act of rebellion from the teenager before him. Arya did not speak as she met the old man's gaze. She said she was glad he had acted in the better interest of the Soul Society and that she had not wished to waste the life of someone like him, but that she had one more question. She asked whether he was aware that his mother, Wakana Yuki, had been accused of treason, had stolen this sword away from the Soul Society, and had retreated to the world of the living. Arya stayed quiet as she considered his words. She feared that telling the truth might make the others see her as a traitor as well. She admitted that she had been aware of it. Yamamoto asked whether it had ever crossed her mind to right what her mother had wronged. Arya answered bluntly that it had not. His eyes opened wider than before as he stared down at her. Arya noticed the slight smile tugging at her lips and asked whether he was angry. Yamamoto continued to study her, contemplating her reply. He asked if there was reason for him to be angry. Arya said there was. The sword in his hand began to shimmer, and light enveloped it. He felt its weight disappear from his grasp and saw it reappear on Arya's back. He asked again if he was angry now. Yamamoto demanded the meaning of this. Arya explained that Sukue did not like to be held by others and could only tolerate her. He did not like to leave her side, at least until she died and he found a new master. She added that she would not be surprised if that was what he wanted. Yamamoto continued to stare at her, masking whatever emotions he might feel. He finally noted that, no matter what was done, that Zanpakuto would not leave her side. Arya confirmed that it would not even if bound with Kido. He said that was unfortunate, that things would have been simpler otherwise, and then asked what would happen now. He studied her with a stern, unmoving gaze, and she stared back with equal determination. She showed no fear or anxiety, either she did not care that her life might be at risk, or she was overly confident in her abilities. His eyes moved to the two swords on her back. They were like twins, matching in curve, stitching, and length, differing only in color like two halves of a whole. Yamamoto called for Urahara Kisuke to step forward. Arya's eyes widened with worry as Kisuke walked toward her. She glanced at Ichigo and noticed him scowling. He seemed to know what would happen. She felt left out of whatever plan had been made. Kisuke stepped next to her and gave his usual goofy grin. Arya glared back and demanded what he had done. Yamamoto informed her that, upon an agreement with Urahara, the death sentence for her refusal would be replaced with constraints sealing away her ability to use the sword at will. He warned that if she broke those restraints, both she and Urahara Kisuke would be sentenced to death. Arya exploded in protest, refusing to be chained up like an animal and fuming at the thought of being restrained. Kisuke put a hand on her shoulder in an attempt to comfort her, but she shrugged it off and accused him of wanting to control her from the start. She turned as if to leave, but captains near the entrance stepped in her way. Sajin stared at her with sympathy and worry. She glared at them all, teeth clenched, and declared that coming had been a mistake and that she should not have asked for help. Ichigo stepped into view and looked at her with sadness. Arya glared at his feet and wondered whether he would help her if she tried to resist. She refused to take that chance. She hung her head in defeat, hands still clenched into tight fists, and agreed to the restraints as long as they would leave her alone. Some of the tension in the room eased, and audible sighs ran through those present. Two attendants approached her. The next half hour passed with two people chanting Kido as they bound her. Arya felt the restraints pull on a part of her spiritual pressure and begin to close it off. The process struck a blow to her pride. She felt restrained, like an animal tethered against its will. Yamamoto told her she was free to leave. Arya did not acknowledge him when she turned to go. She heard Kisuke call her name and Ichigo call after her, but she ignored them both. She did not know which fate was worse, death or a form of lifetime restraint. When she stepped outside and continued walking, a strong hand suddenly gripped her shoulder. Ichigo called for them to wait, his voice almost falling on deaf ears, but after a second Arya comprehended and stopped. She would not allow herself to turn and look at him. Kisuke explained with genuine sadness that he had had no choice. After hearing of her situation he had gone straight to the head captain. This was the only way he could keep her alive. Arya answered calmly that she had not asked for his help. Kisuke recognized that tone. She was beginning to shut out the world again, the barriers Ichigo had unknowingly broken now reforming. Kisuke replied that she had not needed to ask. When someone cared about another they sometimes went to extraordinary lengths to protect that person, whatever the consequences. Arya snapped. That she had not asked him to care. Ichigo, losing his temper, demanded that Arya understand what others had sacrificed to protect her. He accused her of acting like a child and told her she was confirming to the head captain that she did not deserve the power her sword held, and bluntly urged her to grow up. Kisuke almost put a hand to his face when Arya tensed. Ichigo had taken it too far. Her hands whitened as she squeezed them into fists, then she let them go and color returned. Her arms slumped and the deep hatred in her eyes eased into her usual scowl, then into something like relief. Arya admitted that Ichigo was right. Kisuke staggered, hardly believing his ears, and tears slipped from his face as he straightened. He complained that it hurt his feelings that she would listen to Ichigo but not to him. Arya turned and gave them a tired look. Behind them stood Sajin, Shinji, Hisagi, and Unohana. Her face flushed and she quickly tried to walk away, but Ichigo reached out and grabbed her collar with an annoyed expression. Her feet moved against the ground but she did not move. Arya groaned that she wanted to be left alone to die under a rock. Ichigo refused. She stopped and swatted his hand away, clearly displeased by how close he had gotten. Crossing her arms and resuming a serious tone, Arya demanded how Kisuke had learned of her predicament. Kisuke produced his fan and hid his smiling face behind it, amusement in his voice as he explained that her bracelet did more than track. Arya's face flushed the deepest red Ichigo had ever seen, smoke of embarrassment seemed to rise from her ears. She accused Kisuke of being a pervert and, before he could react, she struck him sharply with a knee to his midsection. He doubled over and fell backward. She crossed her arms and glowered down at him. She warned that if she discovered anything else he had hidden from her, next time she would not go easy. Shinji and Hisagi stared in wide-eyed surprise. Shinji commented in disbelief that this was Arya going easy. Unohana watched until Arya finished, then stepped forward. She addressed Arya and questioned the belief that Tsukue, Arya Zanpakuto, did not care whether she lived or died. When Arya nodded, Unohana argued that she did not believe that to be true. She reminded Arya that when Arya had stabbed herself in an attempt to stop her hollow side, Tsukue had acted around her heart in a way that indicated it had intervened to prevent fatal harm. That action, Unohana said, suggested the sword did care whether Arya lived. Arya looked away, deep in thought, then offered a small, grateful smile and thanked Unohana. Unohana nodded and began to walk away. Sajin started to follow but paused beside Arya to place a hand on her shoulder and give a reassuring nod. Arya returned the nod as he continued on. He had stayed to see if she would be all right. She wondered, briefly, why. Arya was still angry that a part of her had been sealed away because others feared what she might do with that power, or what might happen if someone else seized it. She thought it unreasonable that they would suspect her of such things. If that had been her intention she believed she would have acted differently long ago. Thinking back on her behavior, she conceded that Ichigo had been right, she had been immature and childish. She could not ignore that Kisuke had risked much for her. The gestures and concern from people she had grown close to were hard for her to comprehend. She was not used to such behavior and doubted she would ever fully get used to it. She began to believe she might be better off alone, where she did not have to navigate the confusing feelings and actions of others. Arya sat on the nearly barren ground with her legs crossed and her eyes closed in concentration. Her two swords were planted in the earth before her. Sweat beaded on her brow as she tried to clear her mind and listen for any inner voice. Strangely, she heard nothing, not even the hollow side she had come to dread. Shinji complained from beside her that they had been waiting for an hour and asked what was taking so long. Arya snapped at him to be quiet and let her concentrate, her expression tight with annoyance. Shinji went on about how it felt like torture, which only made Arya's brow twitch. Arya was trying to confront and resolve her hollow side. Today she planned to defeat it and free herself from that burden, or risk the hollow overwhelming her and forcing others to act to stop it. She had mixed feelings about the prospect and met them with a resigned, sarcastic sense of humor. She was enclosed within a Kido box created by a large man with pink hair, and the ritual to quiet the hollow within had begun. It was unique, something she had never seen before. There were many soul reapers around her, waiting for her to change. The group Shinji called the original party was present, including 2 captains in addition to Shinji, Rojuro Odoribashi and Kensei Mugiroma. Under Kensei, Mashiro Kuna stood as lieutenant beside Hisagi. The rest of the Vizards remained in Karakura town handling their own affairs. Others had volunteered to help if needed: Sajin, Hisagi, Toshiro, Renji, Rukia, Ikiku, Yumachika, and Ranjaku. Kisuke stood apart with Ichigo, speaking about something Arya could not hear. Most of the onlookers, she suspected, were there simply to watch. She was certain Yumachika would not get involved. Shinji lay on his back staring up at the sky, impatient. He complained that he hated waiting and wondered aloud why calling out her hollow should be so difficult. Arya answered that the hollow had only ever surfaced when she used her sword's released form or when she had been badly injured. If it appeared at random, she would not be standing there discussing it with him. Shinji urged her to use her released form right away. Kisuke, cupping his hand over his mouth to carry his voice, encouraged her to use her first release, confident they could handle that one. Ichigo looked to Kisuke for explanation. Kisuke, half hidden by his fan, explained that her black spirit sword Hakai had 2 forms. The first form was raw power without special abilities, while the other was an entirely different class. He added a sharp taunt to push her, urging her to stop hesitating. Arya snapped at his teasing and agreed to act. She stood, took her black spirit sword in her right hand, and warned that in her released form she would be many times stronger than before. She looked at everyone, ready for what came next, and warned them not to say she had not given fair notice if they survived. Arya drew a breath and spoke the release words decimate, Hakai, initiating her initial release. Her spirit sword manifested into a thick blade with irregular curves, narrow near the hilt and swelling toward the top, its length unchanged. She stood and examined the released blade as everyone watched. Quiet settled over the crowd. Shinji rolled his eyes and began to ask where the hollow might be when suddenly a white mist erupted from her mouth. Arya retched and dropped to her knees as the mist quickly cloaked her lower face and then slowed as it flowed downward. Her head snapped back and forth, and she made strained, animalistic sounds that were not fully her own. Hachigen called out with obvious strain, and Arya noticed he was sweating as he fought to maintain a spiritual barrier. Her body arched backward and she emitted a piercing, inhuman scream as the barrier wavered. The spiritual barrier faltered and broke, releasing the energy that had been building inside her. The release had made her stronger than before. Her body shot upward as if trying to break free. Sajin was the first to react and positioned himself between her and the others. The transformed energy screamed, and Arya brought her blade down toward him. He raised his weapon to block, but an invisible force built up as the blades neared, pushing against him with increasing power. The impact slammed Sajin backward, sending him crashing to the ground and leaving him shaken and clearly hurt. This transformation differed from her last one. The consuming presence inside her fought purely on instinct, attacking without thought. A breeze ruffled Arya's tied-up hair as she opened her eyes to the landscape of her inner world. Where there had once been a bright meadow of blue skies and flowers, ruins stretched in every direction, blackened, barren ground and swirling dark clouds that formed a silent funnel above. Occasional flashes of lightning lit the scene without sound. A sharp, familiar voice taunted her from behind, its tone smug and impatient. Arya turned to face a pale double of herself with yellow eyes set against a dark ring. She raised her released Hakai, pointing the blade at the hollow reflection and stating that she knew why she had come. She refused to let the hollow speak further and launched herself forward. Her blade met the hollows in a clash that shook the ground beneath them and crumbled the earth into a small crater. The two blades, nearly identical except for color, sent sparks and a shockwave through the area. Arya gritted her teeth as the struggle began. Her spirit sword was unlike any other. Not only did her Zanpakuto have two released forms, but both were completely different and unrelated. Her first release was raw power, vibrating in her hands and pulsing with energy. Every swing created a shockwave that cut through the air. Opponents had to engage from a distance because approaching her blade brought them into a field of sharp, slicing energy that increased with proximity. Her second release was the one she hated, too sadistic for her own liking, and she hoped Kurosaki had the sense to warn everyone about it. For some reason she was sure he had forgotten. After Sajin went down, the hollow pivoted in the air and swung its sword across its body, sending a giant invisible shockwave like thunder toward the unsuspecting soul reapers below. Kurosaki ordered everyone to get out of the way as he leapt clear of the targeted area. They obeyed. When the shockwave hit the ground, large chunks of earth crumbled and a cloud of dust rose up. Ichigo covered his face as the dust struck him, landing and coughing as grit stung his lungs. As the dust began to clear, his eyes widened at the huge crater where he had been standing. He thought that this Shirkai was supposed to be her weaker form and cursed his failing spiritual energy. He would have had a much easier time fighting Arya's hollow side if he were at full strength. She was not as powerful as Aizen, but this was no small threat. Someone warned that the hollow was about to fire a Zero. Behind the settling dust, the hollow's maw was wide and a ball of red energy formed. Before Ichigo could react, the hollow released it, and a blinding red light barreled toward them, making the air tremble. The blast closed in on Ichigo without giving him time to act. He instinctively raised his left arm, but knew it would not stop the attack. In the nick of time, Kurosaki stepped between Ichigo and the blast, his own red light flaring from his sword as he swung to halt it. When Ichigo realized he had not been obliterated, he saw Kurosaki standing before him and promised inwardly that he owed him one. As Kurosaki turned to look back at Ichigo, the hollow appeared behind him with its blade in mid-swing. Ichigo's widening eyes alerted Kurosaki, and he twisted at the last second, driving his blade in a crimson arc that struck the hollow across the chest. The hollow reeled, thrown back and skidded across the ground. Ichigo protested that they were not trying to kill her. Kurosaki explained that when someone was in a hollowified form they had rapid regeneration and that she would not feel the attack. He watched as the strike on the hollow's body began to smooth and bubble, as if the surface were knitting itself back together. Her clothing hung torn at the edge, and a hollow hole had begun to form in the center of her chest. Once it completed, she might not be able to return. Kurosaki added that, as far as he could tell, she probably could not feel it. Ichigo called out his name in alarm. Arya was in the duel of her life. Her sword and the hollows met in a storm of clashing strikes, each collision sending shockwaves through the field and tearing at the terrain. She bore multiple cuts and bruises from mistakes the hollow exploited. The thing seemed to anticipate every move. A perfect counter-hit sent her flying back, and the hollow used flash step to dash forward with its blade aimed at her chest. Arya blocked, the two Zanpakuto vibrating against each other and producing a high, grating sound. The hollow taunted her to give up and pressed a relentless assault, forcing Arya to block wave after wave of blows. Each impact slammed into her body and left her winded and grimacing. Even though the Zanpakuto belonged to her, its powers had little effect on the hollow, and the accumulation of strikes was wearing her down. Arya poured almost all her remaining strength into pushing the hollow away. The hollow leapt back to avoid a sweeping strike and landed a short distance away but did not immediately renew the attack. Her legs began to tremble and she dropped to one knee from exhaustion, glaring up at the hollow. She realized she had to think of something or she would lose the battle. The hollow cackled and declared her efforts pitiful, saying her time was up. Arya raised an eyebrow in confusion. Suddenly, something erupted from beneath her. She tried to jump free but white chains burst from the ground and wrapped around her in a vice-like grip. She struggled and asked what was happening as the chains dragged her down and forced her onto the ground. More chains burst up and tightened around her, constricting until it was difficult to draw a full breath. The hollow announced that the transformation was complete and that her body belonged to it now she had been fully hollowified. All the soul reapers in the area took turns attacking the hollow. Toshiro focused on freezing the beast in place to keep it from moving, hoping to buy time and limit further casualties. 5 soul reapers had already been injured. If the assault continued, more would be hurt and someone might lose their life. Toshiro resolved that as long as he could move he would protect those in need and would not allow what had happened to Momo to happen to anyone else. He vowed internally to hold Aizen culpable for that fate. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed the shift in the aura around Arya. The hole in the middle of Arya's chest opened completely, and when it did her whole form shifted. Her aura had become one with the hollow, and she had been overwhelmed. Everyone noticed instantly, their eyes shifting from one person to the next. Ichigo and Kisuke stared up at the transformed figure, unable to believe what they were seeing. Ichigo whispered that this could not be happening, his eyes shaking with guilt and despair as he called out Arya's name, as if he expected the hollow to respond. Instead, the hollow continued its assault, swinging and cutting through the air with its zanpakuto. Ichigo looked to Kisuke for answers, but Kisuke kept his gaze on the ground, eyes wide with hurt and loss. Ichigo pushed himself off the ground and flew into the air toward the hollowified Arya. He saw that Toshiro had called his Bankai and that Sajin stood nearby, looking solemn. Toshiro stated that they had no choice and that, as she had become a hollow, it was their duty to deal with any hollows who posed a threat to Soul Society and the world of the living. Ichigo reacted with disbelief and outrage, insisting that Arya was still in there fighting and that they had promised to help her. Sajin replied that Arya had made them promise to end her life if she failed, and that she had not told Ichigo because he would have objected. Ichigo could not believe what he was hearing. They were planning to kill Arya, the person he had promised to save from her torment. He opened his mouth to object but felt someone seize his arms from behind. He saw Shinji with his hollow mask on. Shinji explained that Arya had made him promise to hold Ichigo back and apologized. Others gathered around to restrain him. Ichigo demanded to be released and asked what was wrong with everyone. Arya struggled with all her strength to get up, but she was failing. The hollow mocked her, its voice cold and slithering as it insisted that she accept her fate and that she could not break free. With immense effort she turned her head to glare at the hollow towering over her. The hollow raised its sword over her chest and, with a swift strike, pinned her to the ground. All of the captains and remaining soul reapers not holding Ichigo down were now attacking the hollow. It screeched through the air, evading attacks and lashing out at anything in its path, but the soul reapers landed more blows than it did. Ichigo strained and demanded to be let go. Shinji tried to reason that it was over and that Arya was no longer inside the hollow. Hiyori gripped Ichigo's waist and urged him to open his eyes and accept the truth. Ichigo insisted that he could still feel Arya inside and that he had to try to reach her, reminding them of the promise he had made. Shinji and others said that Ichigo, in his current state, was no match for the hollow, but Ichigo remained determined. A different, pained cry rose from the hollow, and everyone looked up as it faltered and began to fall. Ichigo's eyes widened in shock like everyone else's. When Arya's body hit the ground with a heavy thud, Ichigo screamed her name. Then Ichigo released his Bankai, pushing everyone back with a burst of energy and launching himself toward Arya's body. Once there he knelt over her as she lay on her back, nearly lifeless. Arya, barely conscious, heard Ichigo calling her name and tried to look for him as her vision blurred. She feared she was done for and that death was near. The hollow laughed and moved to strike again, but Ichigo called her name loudly, as if shouting in her ear. Arya thought weakly that Ichigo was calling for her and tried to remember the hill where they first became friends and the promise he had made to help her through everything. As she struggled to focus, she saw a single yellow flower growing from the ashen ground near her, and when she heard her name again, another flower began to grow. The sight gave her hope. Ichigo's call had given her strength, and she resolved not to give up. She pushed against the chains that held her, feeling them tighten but refusing to relent. With renewed effort she brought her hand up and caught the sword that had been aimed to strike her once more. The hollow was visibly surprised and roared at her, unable to understand how she was still moving. Arya, with a rasping voice, declared that she had hope, and she looked down at the two lone flowers and smiled. Arya said that she also had a friend who would kick her but if she failed. The chain snapped free as she wrenched the sword from the hollow's grip, pivoted, and delivered a decisive strike that felled it. The hollow staggered and sank to the ground, looking up at Arya with bewildered eyes. As it collapsed, she met its gaze and, for the first time, saw her hollow side look back with defeat and anger. The hollow warned that it was not over, that it would return when she became weak and her soul shattered, but it dissolved before it could finish, the sword clattering to the earth. Arya dropped to her knees and looked up as the storm began to disperse, revealing a dark blue sky. She smiled and closed her eyes, feeling a different breeze against her face. She allowed herself a small, relieved thought that it was a start. Ichigo watched the hollow move toward where he sat, the shouts of others fading into the background until their words were meaningless. The hollow advanced in slow motion, its blade raised, then abruptly stopped a few feet away. Something hit the ground near his feet, the figure's weapon returned to a plain katana and fell with a dull thud. The figure slumped, and the mask-like material around her head began to crack and flake away, revealing Arya's face. She tilted to the side, and Ichigo hurried over to support her, letting her body slump against him with her head on his chest. The rest of the mask-like material disintegrated, leaving pale, unmarked skin. Relief washed over Ichigo so strongly that he felt as if he might cry. He smiled down at her as she slowly opened her eyes, blinked several times, and offered one of her rare, genuine smiles. Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief and told her that she had done it. Arya closed her eyes, sighed, and told him it was thanks to him. She remembered the promise they had made and could not break it. Ichigo's smile widened, then he grew suddenly flushed at how vulnerable she looked. He adjusted his stance to give her privacy. Kurosaki knelt nearby and draped a green cloak over her as he smiled. Both men watched her sleeping form, relieved and quiet. Hisagi turned and looked toward the closing door. He called out in a gruff voice, asking if it was Arya. He was surprised to see her, but he already understood why she had come. Arya saw in his eyes that his surprise had given way to a knowing smile. Arya mumbled that he should not be smiling, though Hisagi still heard her. He told her it was not her fault and that things happened. Arya looked away as emotions began to bubble up. She wished for her hoodie so she could hide her face. She offered a quiet apology for losing control and admitted she could have deflected the attack but had been careless. Hisagi cut her off and sat up straighter, arm crossed and an amused smile on his face. He told her not to blame herself for something beyond her control and made clear that he was not angry and did not want her apology. When she still looked unconvinced, he stood despite a slight pain in his chest, walked over, and placed both palms on her shoulders. He leaned down to meet her gaze and explained that he was not lying, things could happen that were beyond anyone's control. He reminded her that if she did not forgive herself she could not move forward. After a moment, he gave her a goofy grin and encouraged her to stop being so gloomy and show a smile. Chapter 10, Unexpected Events. Walking through the streets of Karakura town, the stars seemed brighter than usual, illuminating the sidewalk for the two friends. Ichigo noticed that Arya was smiling, not one of her small forced smiles but one that made her cheeks slightly rosy and brightened her eyes. Ichigo asked what she was smiling about. Arya said she had been thinking about Ichigo and how disappointed he had seemed when she denied him a duel. Ichigo observed that the other guy only thought about fighting and then asked about her arm and leg. Arya automatically rubbed her shoulder and said it was still stiff, but when she changed, the wounds had healed instantly, which she considered the only good outcome of the incident. Recalling the hollow attack that had forced her to transform made her shiver. She admitted that if she had not changed, she might not be alive. Ichigo agreed and reminded her that she could still lose control sometimes, noting that he lost control occasionally as well. Arya acknowledged the point. Arya said that once she left, she would not have to worry as much about losing control because her Shikai was capable of handling threats. She doubted she would be hurt or emotionally drawn to the point of undergoing a dangerous transformation. Ichigo asked why she had to go and suggested she could stay, mentioning that Yuzu would miss her and had already grown attached. He wondered where else Arya had to go, recalling that she had been traveling with no fixed destination. Arya fell quiet, considering whether she truly wanted to leave. When Ichigo looked to see why she hesitated, she flashed a sly smile and wiggled her eyebrows at him, teasing that he was only saying he would miss her. She challenged him to admit he would cry if she left. Ichigo blushed and glowered at her, insisting he had not said that. Arya teased that he had admitted to being a dumbass, and he protested the wording even as he muttered about the nickname she used. Arya laughed and said the nickname suited him. She quickened her pace and stepped a couple of feet ahead, then turned to give him her full attention and proposed a playful bargain. If he admitted that he loved her, she might consider staying. Ichigo turned visibly red and flustered. Arya laughed, then ran lightly back toward his home. Ichigo called out agitated, incoherent words as she ran, his frustration and embarrassment obvious. Still, she wasn't planning on staying, she couldn't. Yuzu bounded out of the kitchen and ran up to Arya, embracing her. Arya felt a little overwhelmed by the sudden contact, patted Yuzu lightly on the back, and gently nudged her away. Yuzu told Arya that this was home. Ichigo walked forward and tousled Yuzu's hair as he passed. He turned back and smiled warmly at his little sister, asking what smelled so good for dinner. Yuzu grabbed his hand and dragged him into the kitchen, and Arya watched him go with a soft smile. When Ichigo glanced back and met Arya's eyes, she quickly let the smile slip away. Karen was sitting on the couch in front of the TV, leaning on the back with her elbows and holding the remote. She asked Arya how things were going and whether her idiot brother had treated her all right. Arya replied that apart from some whining he had been tolerable and helpful. Karen watched Arya for a moment, then asked where she had been. Arya answered that she had gone to Soul Society. Karen blinked in surprise at the blunt, truthful reply. Usually Ichigo would avoid talking about anything supernatural, so Karen wondered whether Arya knew something. Arya noticed Karen staring and asked if she was all right. Karen shook herself out of her daze, said she was fine, and got up to go to the kitchen. She asked what was for dinner. Yuzu turned from stirring the pot and smiled her genuine, happy smile, saying that she had made homemade chicken noodle soup. Arya asked whether it had carrots. Yuzu nodded and asked why Arya wanted to know. Arya scratched her head, glanced away with a small flush of embarrassment, and confessed that she did not like carrots, she would fish them out of her bowl. Yuzu teased that carrots were good for eyesight and asked why Arya did not like them. Arya admitted that she did not like the color orange. Ichigo crossed his arms and scowled, objecting that his hair was orange too. Arya acknowledged his hair and then added that it was another thing she did not like about him. Ichigo protested that she should not say things that would hurt other people's feelings. Arya reassured him that she had been teasing and that it was the taste of carrots, not the color, that bothered her. Ichigo was about to reply when Isshin burst into the room, shouting Ichigo's name as he crashed into the cabinets and complained about bumping into things. Ichigo scolded him for being immature and for playing the same tricks. Isshin composed himself, dusted off his clothes, and then noticed Arya. His eyes filled with emotion as he looked at her. He stepped forward and enveloped her in a tight, exuberant hug, saying that his fourth daughter had finally returned and that he had missed her, fearing something bad had happened. Arya wriggled to free herself and, with a playful motion, bumped him with her forehead. Isshin stumbled back, clutching his head in mock distress while theatrically lamenting how cruel life could be. Then he broke into a silly little jig in front of a poster of his wife, continuing to make a scene until Arya tuned him out and sighed to herself. Ichigo called his father an idiot. When dinner was served, the family sat at the table and talked. Yuzu proudly announced that she had gotten the lead role in her play and begged her brother to go see her next month. Ichigo agreed, though he hoped nothing unexpected would come up and, knowing his luck, he doubted it. He glanced at Arya and noticed she had been silent for the last 10 minutes. Arya was not a talkative person to begin with, but the way she swirled her spoon through her half-empty bowl in a daze worried him. Ichigo asked if everything was okay with Arya. Arya blinked a few times and told him it was nothing. She then cleared her throat to get everyone's attention, picked up a spoonful of soup, and announced that she was going back to Germany tomorrow before swallowing. The rest of the family reacted with alarm at once, while Ichigo remained quiet, his expression a mix of worry and hurt at her sudden decision. Yuzu protested through tears that Arya had only just arrived and could not leave now. Arya replied that she had to go, that she could not stay any longer and that she was needed elsewhere, a claim Ichigo suspected was not entirely truthful. Yuzu began to cry, and Arya looked up, grimacing at the sight. Arya asked Yuzu not to cry and promised she would return, but the promise felt hollow. Yuzu, teary-eyed, asked for confirmation, and Arya nodded. Yuzu rewarded her with a small smile. Karen rubbed Yuzu's back, offering soothing words. Isshin, unusually serious, stared down at his food. Ichigo expected his father might break down, too. Isshin finally met Arya's eyes and asked if she was sure she wanted to go. Arya nodded, and Isshin sighed. Arya said she did not want to be a burden anymore and that she hated depending on others. Isshin interrupted to reassure her that she would never be a burden and that they all cared for her deeply. He then turned to Ichigo and asked him to confirm the sentiment. Ichigo became flustered and stammered awkwardly as Yuzu laughed at his embarrassment and tried to calm herself. Once Ichigo's face returned to its usual color, he looked at Arya and saw her smiling at Yuzu, a light in her eyes as she watched the younger girl fondly. Even after only a week, the family had already begun to consider Arya one of their own, perhaps filling a void since she had no parents or siblings. Yuzu seemed to share that hope and assumed Arya planned to stay for a while. Without warning, Arya sprang to her feet, eyes wide and wild, her breath catching. Ichigo rose immediately, concern written across his face, and asked what was wrong. Isshin stood as well, his expression mirroring Arya's disbelief as he muttered that it could not be. Arya pushed away from the table and ran for the door without bothering to put on shoes. Isshin called Ichigo with a terse command. Ichigo understood and grabbed his shoes as he followed. Arya was not far ahead but quickly pulled away. Ichigo shouted for her to wait, but his voice fell on deaf ears as she focused on hurrying to her destination. Then she stopped, whipping her head around to scan the area. Ichigo ran up beside her, breathing hard, and asked what was happening. Arya explained that she had felt a spiritual pressure. Ichigo asked who she had felt, watching her frantic eyes sweep the surroundings. Arya replied that it had been her mother and that she was sure her mother had been there. Ichigo faltered, surprise lighting his face as he stared at Arya. Arya cursed in frustration, certain she had sensed someone and insisting she had felt the energy. She turned and finally gave Ichigo her attention, asking if he had felt anything. Ichigo hesitated before nodding and telling her he had felt something as well and suspected his father had too. She scoffed, kicked at the ground, swore again, and then gave one last look at the surroundings before turning back to Ichigo. With her hands in her hoodie pockets and her shoulders hunched, she began walking toward home. A strange male voice spoke from behind them, remarking that he had not known Arya swore so much and asking what had happened to the sweet little girl he remembered. Arya froze, eyes wider than Ichigo had ever seen, and turned slowly. Ichigo narrowed his eyes and stared the man down. The man looked human, black hair tied in a low ponytail, brown eyes, an oval face with a smirk, blue jeans, white sneakers, a loose black shirt, and a blue and white jacket ordinary clothing. Arya asked in Japanese what he was doing there. The man replied that he was not fluent in Japanese and asked if she spoke German. His smug expression irked Ichigo. Ichigo leaned toward Arya and murmured that he was wondering who the man was and whether they should be worried. Arya answered aloud that he was her uncle and admitted she did not yet know why he had come. Turning to the man, she demanded whether he took her for a fool. She had been swearing before he appeared, so he could not be ignorant of Japanese and called him a JRK. The man frowned for a moment, then smiled. And conceded that she had caught him. He had hoped to speak privately with her, but he had noticed Ichigo. Ichigo demanded to know why he was there. The man, still with an amused glint in his eyes, said he had come to take Arya. He had learned where she was a week ago and had been searching for her for years. Arya accused him of lying, hands trembling at her sides, and demanded he tell the truth, railing that she remembered everything from the day Aizen ruined her life and asking why he had been with Aizen. Ichigo tensed at the name and glared at the man. The man acknowledged Ichigo's perceptiveness, admitted he had not expected Ichigo to sense him back then, and shrugged as if it were no great matter. He said he had told the others it was a bad idea and that it would have been better if Arya's mother had come. When Arya asked who he meant, he said her mother, revealing she was still alive. He explained that after Urahara retrieved Arya he had saved her mother, but her father had already been killed. Ichigo's surprise showed plainly, Arya's mouth fell open and her legs trembled. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them she glared, hatred visible in her expression. The man insisted he had not wanted to be involved and had not wanted what happened to occur, but he had had no choice and could not refuse that man. He had planned to retrieve Arya once she changed back, but Urahara had reached her first. Arya drew another steadying breath and fixed him with a hard stare. Kisuk checked to see if the woman was alive and reported that she was not, and Arya made it clear she trusted Kisuk's word over the man before her. Arya turned to Roy and demanded why, if the woman were truly alive, she had not come to see Arya instead. Roy explained that the woman had been afraid Arya would be too shocked and might lash out. Arya told him that, given everything she had already been through, there was nothing left that could surprise her and that the woman should have come to her. She refused to go with Roy and accused him of being with Aizen that night, questioning why she should trust him with no proof to back his claims. She began to walk away without looking back and warned Roy to leave before she lost control. Ichigo took one last look at Roy, who continued to frown as he watched Arya walk away. Ichigo followed her, muscles tensing in case Roy tried anything. Roy then chuckled and taunted Arya, calling her difficult and suggesting she was making things unnecessarily hard. Arya spun around, her swords appeared on her back, but Roy had already slipped away. Both teenagers scanned the area, waiting for him to reappear. Arya snapped around, drew her black sword, and swung. Roy reappeared and met her blade with his own. She flung her body back to create distance between them. Ichigo emerged from his body, clutching his substitute Soul Reaper badge, and tucked it away when he realized it was not needed. He took a step forward but stopped when Arya glared at him, jaw set. Arya warned Ichigo not to get involved and insisted that this was not his fight. She stepped away from Roy's sword, dodged, and continued the exchange of strikes. Ichigo watched from the sidelines with frustration, hating his helplessness. He told Arya he would not let her fight alone, but Arya snarled that he would only get in the way and, in anger, told him to go fetch his father if he wanted to be useful. She knew it was a low blow, but she could not risk wasting more energy. Ichigo refused to leave, and when he rushed toward them, a woman stepped in front of him. She had tied-up blonde hair, green eyes, a smug smile, human attire, and a zanpakuto at her side. Ichigo registered that she looked to be in her mid-20s. The woman, Jade, assessed Ichigo with a playful, teasing air, then drew her sword and advanced. Ichigo raised his blade to block. Jade introduced herself and continued the approach with a flirtatious glint in her expression, but her tone quickly hardened as she said they had orders to bring Arya in by any means necessary. She added that if Arya had not been so stubborn, there would be no fight, then admitted she did not mind the combat because it was entertaining. She lunged at Ichigo and engaged him blade for blade. Arya glanced over and saw Ichigo dueling another opponent. She ground her teeth, irritated that he was as stubborn as she was. She also noticed a small scrape on her right shoulder and a faint red mark on her hoodie from the clash. Roy watched and chuckled at Arya's concern for Ichigo. Roy commented on how much Arya had improved after being alone for nearly 6 years, remarking that her fighting style was unpredictable and difficult to read. Arya replied that unpredictability was not the only thing she had learned on her own, and she launched forward with a burst of speed, a green aura appearing around her feet and propelling her faster than before. Ichigo instantly noticed the spark at her feet as she accelerated. Blades met in a rapid series of strikes and parries. Roy pressed the attack with increasing speed and force, making the fight intense but still stylized, like an energetic scene from an action anime. In the end, Arya and Ichigo found themselves back to back, facing their respective opponents and ready to continue the confrontation. Roy smiled with a gleam in his eyes and offered Arya a deal. He would let her friend go if she came with him quietly, and if she refused he threatened to kill him. Ichigo watched Arya tense, hands tightening on her sword, and warned Roy that he would still fight for her no matter what she chose. Arya muttered that he was foolish, and Ichigo returned a small smile, saying they would pass on the offer. Roy taunted them about their options, confident that Arya could not use her Shirkai without destroying the surrounding buildings and therefore had nothing left. The confidence made Arya smile. She reached up and peeled away a black membrane from her face, revealing a hollow mask with an ogre design in dark blue shading beneath the eyes. Large ram-like horns curled from her head. Roy's eyes widened at the sight. In a blur of movement Arya appeared in front of him, struck with a precise, blade-driven attack, and vanished again. She materialized beside Jade and landed a solid blow to the temple that sent her crashing through a nearby brick wall in a dramatic, anime-style impact. The mask cracked, and Arya murmured that she had 5 seconds. Roy staggered, clutching his chest, and admitted that he had not expected that. He rose to his feet, lifted his sword, and prepared to release his Zanpakuto. He opened his mouth, then halted when he became aware of movement behind the two teens. Isshin Kurosaki stood behind them in his Soul Reaper uniform, sword in hand and wearing a friendly grin that failed to hide the hard warning in his eyes. Isshin greeted Roy with a mock surprise and demanded to know what was going on, his tone pleasant but his stare telling Roy to back away. From the rubble to the left a girl emerged holding her head and grimacing. She called out to Roy, urging immediate retreat. Roy cursed under his breath, smiled at Arya, and indicated they would have to continue their business another day. Isshin vowed that he would not allow Roy to threaten them again and that he would come after him if Roy returned. Roy produced a round device from his shirt and tossed it behind him. It shattered and opened a swirling blue funnel portal. Jade stepped through first, and as Roy moved toward it he glanced back at Arya and warned her that she should not leave Karakura town if she cared about the family she was staying with. Isshin lunged forward, but the portal closed mid-leap, leaving him staring at empty pavement. He cursed under his breath, scratched the back of his head, and then turned to the two teens. Ichigo looked from Isshin to Arya, demanding to be filled in on what had just happened and who Roy was and why he wanted Arya. Isshin watched Arya for a response but she remained still. He stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder to offer comfort. Arya snapped her head over her shoulder at him, face strained and frowning, and apologized for putting his family in danger. Isshin blinked a couple of times, taken aback by her apology. He explained that Roy was an old acquaintance, a rogue Soul Reaper who had come back from Soul Society with Arya's mother. According to what Urahara had said, Roy had betrayed Arya's family and led Aizen to them. Now Roy had returned for an unknown purpose, but it was clear he wanted Arya for something. They stayed quiet. Isshin kept his eyes on the back of her head until he reached out, placed both hands on her shoulders and spun her around. He struck her across the cheek in a sudden motion. Arya clutched her face, stunned, and he struck the other side as well. Isshin demanded, furious, why she would offer an apology. He reminded her that she was part of the family and that protecting and supporting those one cared for was what family did. He argued that if he had reacted to every trouble Ichigo brought home in the same way, things would have been different. Arya reacted by delivering a sharp counterblow that sent Isshin stumbling back into the wall. She accused him of going too far and said her cheek hurt. Isshin rose quickly, rubbing his cheek, and told her that he would not have to be so forceful if she were not being foolish. Arya struck him again, forcing him to skid across the concrete, and fired back that now she knew where Ichigo got his stubbornness. Ichigo watched the exchange from the doorway, a sweat bead forming as he followed their movements with constricted, annoyed eyes. A door slid open to reveal a room of test tubes and vials, bubbling concoctions lining shelves. Large tanks with hollow forms and wires were arrayed along the wall. Footsteps echoed through the room toward a figure working in the shadows at a cluttered table. When the footsteps stopped, the figure turned and smiled, and a woman in the shadows spoke with satisfaction that everything had gone according to plan. Roy smiled in response and confirmed that events had unfolded exactly as predicted, including Isshin becoming involved. The woman tapped her chin thoughtfully and said that everything was falling into place. Careless Wonder. Chapter 11, Popular. A hand, curled into a fist, slammed onto the alarm clock to silence its blaring. The orange-haired teen rolled onto his back and yawned, stretching his arms above his head as his groggy eyes blinked up at the ceiling. A shout from the hallway announced that Arya refused to wear a skirt, which made Ichigo sit up in alarm. Isshin began to insist that if she stayed under his roof she would attend school, but he was cut off by the sound of something striking flesh and then a heavy thump against the wall. Ichigo slapped a hand to his face. The argument over school had been wearing on him for 2 days. He pushed the blankets aside, swung his legs over the bed and walked to his door. When he opened it, he saw his father rubbing the back of his head with a noticeable mark on his cheek. Arya stood fuming to his right, glaring at the skirt she held in her hands. She pulled at its elastic and demanded how he knew her waist size, cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Isshin tried to answer cheerfully, but the skirt was thrown over his face in response. Ichigo watched Arya press a hand to her forehead and shake it. She was dressed casually in loose blue sweatpants and a tank top, a combination that made Ichigo feel awkward. He blushed, turned, and retreated back into his room, closing the door firmly behind him. Arya told him to stop pestering her. Isshin declared that he would not give up and that he would make sure she went to school. After a moment of tense silence, Arya groaned and agreed to go. Isshin brightened and expressed that he had expected she would eventually agree. He heard the air leave her mouth as she huffed loudly. She said she was only doing it because she was bored and that the television could only hold her attention for about an hour before she became restless. Footsteps approached and a loud knock sounded on his door. Arya announced that when she attended school she did not want him to acknowledge her. She insisted he did not know her and warned that if he ever did, she would challenge him to a fierce fight. He responded with a dismissive whatever, and she stomped away, slamming her door behind her. Their father reminded them that they would need their school uniforms for the day. Arya replied with another muffled whatever from upstairs. Ichigo slapped a hand to his face in exasperation. Could there not be one normal, peaceful morning in the house? He could only wish for it. During breakfast Arya stayed upstairs. When their father called up to her, she said she would be late. As Ichigo ate he could hear muffled footsteps and the sound of drawers opening and closing as she rummaged around loudly. He had a feeling today was going to be chaotic. Ichigo slung his book bag over his shoulder and waved goodbye to his sisters. As they headed to their separate schools. Arya still had not come down, and he left without her to his father's dismay. He refused to be late for school because of her. The walk to school was ordinary, but he did not run into Asano along the way as he normally did. When he arrived at homeroom, Asano's seat was empty and even Mizuiro had no idea where he could have gone. Tatsuki and Orihime were absent as well. Ichigo hoped they were only sick and that nothing bad had happened. The bell rang and the teacher waited for the class to settle before making an announcement. She announced that a new student from Germany was joining them that day, sounding excited. Ichigo found it odd that she mentioned the student's origin like that it would only draw attention, but he also reminded himself that anyone who behaved awkwardly at school deserved their own consequences since Arya had made it clear she did not want anything to do with him. The teacher's eyes then darted to the back of the room, and she noted the arrival of 3 students. Ichigo turned and felt relieved to see his friend standing in the doorway. Asano scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, Orihime stood with her hands clasped and a slight blush, and Tatsuki planted a hand on her hip. Tatsuki explained that they had been delayed because they had been reunited with old friends, and the three took their seats beside him. Asano gave Ichigo an apologetic smile, which Ichigo returned with an eye roll. The teacher told the class she would excuse introductions and move on with the lecture, then announced that the new student had arrived. Ichigo lurched forward in his chair when he saw who stood in the doorway. Arya stood there looking annoyed, but she was wearing Ichigo's school uniform. She wore a shaggy blonde wig that brushed her ears and partially covered her eyes, and she carried a book bag slung over one shoulder as she scanned the room. Her eyes locked on Ichigo and she shot him a silent glare. The uniform was a little large on her, and she kept the jacket on as if to hide something. Ichigo realized, in a bewildered moment, that she was presenting herself as a boy at his school and that she had taken his clothes. The teacher greeted the class and read the roll, announcing the new student's name as Blake Diederich. Arya Blake nodded without speaking. Ichigo, still processing the disguise, wondered how she would conceal her voice. The teacher said she would skip any formal introductions to save Blake from too many questions and asked Blake to take a seat near the windows. She wished Blake a pleasant time in Japan in an overly cheerful tone. Ichigo sat stunned, his chin practically hitting his desk as he tried to make sense of the scene unfolding before him. Arya walked to her desk with several classmates watching, mostly the girls. One girl whispered that he was attractive, another wondered if he was fluent in Japanese, and a third admired the striking blue of his eyes. Ichigo felt his eye twitch at the comments. When he turned forward, he noticed Asano staring at Arya, and he suspected that the three had been late because of her. The teacher cleared her throat to regain the class's attention, and the lecture began. Conversation about the new student faded as everyone focused on the lesson. Even so, Ichigo found himself glancing toward Arya now and then. She spent the entire lecture staring out the window, uninterested in the material, her right hand tapping lightly on the desk while her left arm supported her chin. When class ended, Arya gathered her things quickly and headed straight for the door, ignoring questions from curious classmates. Ichigo hurried to pack away his books, determined to catch up with her and find out what had happened that morning, not caring in the least about her earlier threat. Asano grabbed Ichigo by the shoulder and, visibly excited, insisted that he needed to hear what had happened. Ichigo pulled free and asked, with some impatience, what had gone on. Asano explained that she, Tatsuki, and Orihime had been walking to school looking for Ichigo that morning when they were confronted by a group of students from a nearby town. Ichigo's attention sharpened. Orihime walked over and, still smiling, told the story in greater detail. She said that about 20 students had blocked their path and tried to provoke them into a fight. Tatsuki had attempted to keep things calm and urged them to let the group pass to avoid trouble. At that point, a loud whistle diverted everyone's attention and a new student named Blake appeared, holding a book as if he had been reading. Orihime described how Blake had addressed the leader in a dry, annoyed way. The leader had mocked him and ordered his group to attack. Then Blake closed his book with a loud sound, put it away, and advanced. Orihime related that Blake neutralized the attackers with swift, precise kicks, the kind of choreographed, anime-style moves that left the assailant stunned and unable to continue. No one spoke after Blake finished, the leader fled, and Blake simply watched him go, reopened his book, and returned to reading as if nothing had happened. Orihime emphasized that he had not acknowledged them afterward. Tatsuki added that he had walked past without a word when she had called out, and she sounded annoyed and wounded at having been rescued by a stranger. Asano looked pleased, enjoying the news of the dramatic rescue. Ichigo hoped the story would not spread, despite Asano's obvious delight. By third PRD, the whole class was talking about the incident. The constant chatter made Ichigo pinch his forehead against his desk in frustration. A girl squealed when the new student entered the room, and Ichigo instinctively glanced to his left as someone pulled out the seat beside him to sit. It was Arya. She acted as if she did not see Ichigo while she prepared for class. Ichigo glowered the whole time as she rummaged through her handbag. Only once did she sneak a peek at him, and when their eyes met she smiled smugly. Ichigo lifted his head to speak, but someone stepped in front of him. A cheerful, high voice called Blake. When Ichigo looked up he saw a very short, curly-haired blonde girl who was on the chubby side. Even with her back turned he recognized her. He could not recall her name but remembered that she had been infatuated with him earlier in the year and had not left him alone until she eventually gave up. The girl tried to get Arya's attention with an eager, grating tone. Arya glanced up and raised an eyebrow to show she was listening. The girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked if Arya could say something in German. Ichigo leaned forward, tapping his foot in curiosity. Arya took a small book from her handbag, turned the page, and read a line in German that meant "Go away before I kick you." The girl giggled and asked what Arya had said. Arya bluntly told her to go away before she would kick her. The girl's face went pale, she laughed nervously, scratched the back of her head, and shuffled back to her seat. Ichigo watched her retreat with a bead of sweat on his cheek. He glared at Arya, who smiled slightly as she returned to her book, seeming to enjoy the reaction. Ichigo told Arya that had not been nice. Arya replied that she did not care, glared at him, and went back to reading. Ichigo was more than happy for the school day to end. He grew increasingly exasperated, pressing his forehead against the desk each time someone brought up Arya. She had already become the talk of the school on her first day. Many students admired her and wanted to befriend her after her sudden rise in popularity, but she ignored them all. She became the mysterious loner everyone admired, which made Ichigo even more uncomfortable. Even Orihime kept mentioning her during lunch, and Asano joined the conversation. Ichigo wished he could disappear. At home, Karen asked why he looked so bad and Yuzu asked if he was feeling okay. Before Ichigo could answer, the front door opened and Arya entered dressed in a masculine style and wearing some of Ichigo's clothes, a knowing smile on her face. Both girls turned to look at her. Arya's smile widened while Ichigo's scowl deepened. Ichigo accused Arya of dressing like a guy and of wearing his clothes. Arya closed her eyes, walked to the kitchen table, set her things down, and removed her wig and hairpins. When she finished she looked up at him with a small, confident smirk. Arya remarked slyly that it was not nice to swear in front of his sisters. Ichigo crossed his arms and gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm because she had a point. Ichigo asked her to answer his questions. Arya shrugged, pulled out a chair, sat down with her legs crossed, and leaned back with her hands behind her head. She explained that she did not like wearing skirts and had chosen to act and present like a guy to avoid them. She insisted she did not see what the big deal was and accused him of blowing the matter out of proportion. Ichigo slapped a hand to his face and shook his head in exasperation. He had had a long, frustrating day and her casual attitude only increased his stress. He warned that if someone discovered she was a girl, things could get complicated. Arya replied sharply that he did not know what would happen. Turning on his heel to leave, Ichigo muttered and began up the stairs to hide under his blankets and forget the day, but Arya grabbed his shoulder to stop him. She looked at him with sad, pleading eyes and admitted that she did not enjoy the situation either, but their father had insisted she go to school. She paused, rubbed the back of her head, then pressed a thumb to the bridge of her nose as if bracing herself before revealing that she was very self-conscious about her scarring. She crossed her arms, looked away, and fell silent with a faint scowl. Ichigo stood still and studied her over his shoulder. He had no idea she felt so exposed. At home he had seen her wear tank tops, and he remembered she had once borrowed one of his t-shirts when her hoodie was in the wash because she refused to wear just a tank. The only other time he had noticed her scars was that morning during her argument with their father. He pushed aside his discomfort and sighed, asking why she had not simply worn tights underneath. Arya answered that she had thought of that, but the school required gym class and the girls were expected to take a week of swimming while the boys only had to play football. Ichigo noticed the defeat in her voice and realized she was not doing this to spite him. He gave a resigned shrug and told her to ask him next time she wanted to wear his old clothes. He walked up the stairs without looking back. Arya watched him go. In his room he sat at his desk and buried his face in his arms, trying to sort through his feelings. Maybe it would not be that big a deal, he thought. Still, it annoyed him to be the only one who knew that Blake was actually a girl, especially since the other girls seemed to be drawn to her. He guessed it would blow over in a weak area's awkwardness would likely drive most people away. He had noticed she preferred to be alone much of the time. After 5 years of near-total solitude, adjusting to so many new people at once would be difficult. He realized he could not truly know how she felt. He had always had friends and family around, while she had rarely stayed in one place and had only accepted help when she was desperate. That was all the information he had about how she managed to survive. He often wondered how she did it and how she had lived through everything she had experienced. He shook his head. It was not the time to dwell on it. He reached into his book bag, pulled out his homework, and reminded himself that he had a test to study for. Trying to figure out what was going on in Aria's mind would not help. A week passed, and Ichigo realized he had been wrong. The situation had not blown over. In fact, everyone seemed even more intrigued by Blake because of the cold, distant attitude she showed. Blake had a big fan club. Ichigo watched the courtyard below through the metal fencing of the roof. It was lunchtime and he was with his usual group of friends, Asano, Mizurio, Chad, Orihime, and even Yuryu and Tatsuki. He was surprised to see Yuryu there but did not complain. From the roof he could see Blake Aria, as he still thought of her walking by herself with her nose in a book. At school she always read something. Teachers had scolded her a few times for it during class. At home, however, she never read. A group of girls trailed a few steps behind her. When Blake turned, the girls pretended not to notice, busying themselves with conversation and nonchalance. When she faced away again they followed once more. Every few feet she would glance back, then quicken her pace as if trying to pass without drawing attention. Asano called Ichigo's name loudly as he launched himself toward him, and Ichigo anticipated the move, pivoting so his back pressed against the fence and Asano's face collided with it. When Asano pulled away he rubbed the faint pattern left on his cheek and asked what Ichigo was staring at so intently. Then Asano looked down and identified Blake, commenting that the German boy was lucky to have so many girls following him and that he would take every chance to ask them out if he were in his place. Ichigo muttered that he would not be so sure. Yuryu walked up, pushed his glasses up with a practiced motion, and also looked down at the courtyard. He said that he'd found Blake strange since his first day and that something about him did not fit. Ichigo tried to sound casual and dismissed it, saying Blake was just a stuck-up kid who thought he was better than everyone else. Orihime skipped over with a bright smile and asked what they were doing. She said that Blake was a very nice person. The three boys reacted with disbelief and asked whether Blake actually talked to her. Orihime explained that he did. She said she had run into him at lunch the previous day and offered him some of her food because he appeared not to have any. Ichigo asked whether Blake had eaten it. Orihime said he had taken a bite, said he liked it, and she had shared the rest. She added that he had a salt shaker with him and had put a lot of salt on each spoonful. The three boys looked visibly appalled. Orihime did not notice their expressions. Orihime opened her mouth to say more but paused when the stairwell door slammed. Everyone looked over and saw Blake with hands pressed against the door and shoulders heaving as if she had been running. Yuryu muttered that they should speak of the devil. Blake looked back and forth, then ran to the left behind the building that held the entrance to the stairs. As soon as she disappeared, the door slammed open and about 7 girls spilled out. One of the girls asked where he had gone, looking frantically around. Another insisted that she had seen him running up there. A third said that he had to be up there somewhere and they just needed to look. The girls scattered, moving toward the group and asking where he was, checking every nook and cranny and even circling the small building behind which Blake had vanished, only to come up empty. They played dumb when questioned, knowing full well Blake had been running away from the obsessed girls. One of them pouted that maybe it had been someone else. After another thorough search they finally went back downstairs and out of sight. They watched the girls leave with nervous sweat forming at their temples. Ichigo gave an exaggerated sigh and shook his head at the other girls, wondering if that had really happened. Yuryu began to ask where he had gone but trailed off when they all looked up and saw Blake emerge from atop the building and jump down effortlessly to their level. Yuryu then asked how she had gotten up there. Ichigo suggested nonchalantly that maybe she had climbed on a trash can or something, shrugging his shoulders. Yuryu pushed his glasses up but did not comment. Orihime called happily for Blake and waved to get her attention. Orihime looked over and Ichigo noticed a sweat bead form at the side of her face. He sighed and tried to restrain himself from smacking his head. Asano excitedly pointed out that Blake was actually walking over and walked ahead to meet her. Ichigo was surprised that Blake was willing to socialize and wondered what she was up to. Orihime asked Blake if she had forgotten her lunch again, wagging a finger in front of her. Blake blinked and then smiled. She really did smile. Blake replied mockingly that it did not look like she was carrying lunch, but her tone was teasing rather than serious. Orihime said it was fine, grabbed Blake's hand and led her to the wall where they all ate. Orihime explained that she had made too much and did not want it to go to waste, and then handed Blake a carton full of pink goo, cheerfully describing it as ground salmon mixed with yogurt, ketchup, mayonnaise, pickles, and strawberries. Asano whispered like a fanboy that it was Blake and that Blake was eating with them, then hurried over and sat in front of Blake with a huge grin on his face. Ichigo said with irritation that Asano made it sound like Blake was some rock star, even though Blake had only been here a week. Chad observed that Blake was popular with the ladies, so it was logical for someone like Asano to think he would become popular by association. Ichigo agreed that it made sense. Yuryu remained quiet as he studied Blake talking with Orihime and Asano while Chad listened in without saying much and Tatsuki sat close to Orihime, glaring at Blake. Yuryu then asked Ichigo if he did not think there was anything wrong with Blake, eyeing him from the corner of his eye. Ichigo replied that he did not think so and asked why. Yuryu said that he sometimes sensed a high level of spiritual pressure coming from Blake, especially in the morning. Ichigo blinked and stared at his Quincy friend, then glared toward Blake, who was now staring at the two of them intently. Yuryu declared that he had no doubt something was being hidden and that he would figure it out and exploit it no matter what. Ichigo saw the fire in Yuryu's eyes and tried not to sweat profusely as he mentally scolded himself. Ichigo muttered that this was just great. The two boys finally joined the group. Ichigo sat next to Asano and Yuryu walked over to the wall and leaned against it next to Chad, all the while watching Blake. Blake examined the carton of goo with a raised eyebrow. Orihime cheerfully told Blake that she had made some for her too in case she had forgotten her lunch and mentioned that she had added extra salt, then handed Blake a spoon. Ichigo wondered why Orihime had said both that she had made too much and that she had made it especially for Blake. Blake took the spoon without comment, scooped up a glob of the mixture, and put it in her mouth without hesitation. Ichigo coughed as he tried not to gg. Asano turned his head and covered his mouth to muffle his reaction. Chad and Tatsuki watched with mild disgust as Blake chewed and swallowed. For some odd reason, even though Ichigo dreaded Yuryu's attempt to learn more about Arya, he found her oddly amusing and unlike anyone else he had ever met. She was something else, and he had not decided whether that was good or bad. Chapter 12, Finding Out. It was cold that day, fitting for winter, and Arya was unusually happy because it was going to snow that night. Ichigo wondered if she had seen snow before, but he remembered she had lived in Germany, so of course she had. That thought made him smile inwardly. That morning Arya absent-mindedly told him that she wondered how snow would look under fireworks, imagining the light reflecting off the flakes. Ichigo had already guessed she had a small obsession with fireworks, he had not expected her to like snow too. He himself did not care much for the cold, though he remembered enjoying the occasional snowball fight as a child. Now he preferred summer. He had told Arya about Yuryu's plan to try to figure out her secret. Arya did not seem fazed. She told him that if Yuryu figured it out, good for him, he should be a detective when he graduated. When Ichigo asked why she was unconcerned, she replied that it did not change anything and that Yuryu would just be another gossiping classmate. Her sarcasm was unmistakable. Despite that, she always managed to make his sister smile, which he appreciated. Karen had seemed down over the past year, and Ichigo worried that her increasing spiritual pressure might be drawing more attention. He hoped that was not the case, but he could not shake the feeling it had something to do with her mood. At school, nothing had changed except that every girl seemed fascinated by Arya, or by her alias, Blake. Ichigo tried not to roll his eyes as people whispered when she passed through the hallway reading a book. When he asked Arya why she was always reading, she explained that it helped her avoid making eye contact and that the stories were interesting enough to hold her attention through the day. Reading made school go by faster for her. The day would have been ordinary until homeroom, when their teacher announced a group project. The teacher asked for a volunteer to be Blake's partner, and almost all the girls raised their hands. Blake looked around and sighed. Ichigo watched with surprise when Yuryu raised his hand. The teacher praised Yuryu for offering to help the foreign student and told him he could choose a third group member. Ichigo's eyes widened as he watched Blake and Yuryu exchange sideways glances, both of them wary. He kept staring until Tatsuki tapped him sharply on the back of his head to get his attention. Tatsuki glared at him and asked if he did not like Blake. Ichigo laughed nervously and said he did not even know Blake, so he could not dislike her. Tatsuki was not fooled. She crossed her arms and warned him that he was hiding something. Orihime then approached and asked Yuryu politely if she could be the third team member, adding that she would not intrude if they were not comfortable. Blake smiled and winked at Orihime, which made Ichigo flustered. He wondered if Blake was being friendly in a way that might suggest romantic interest toward Orihime, and the thought made him uneasy about how to bring the subject up later without sounding awkward. Chad noticed Ichigo's discomfort and asked if he was okay. Ichigo, still distracted by Blake, apologized and tried to act normal. He asked his friends about the project and was reminded by Tatsuki that they needed to build a protective structure for an egg dropped from a 2-story window using only 15 straws, and that they had one night to plan. Ichigo mumbled agreement while staring toward Blake, rubbing the back of his head where Tatsuki had tapped him. Tatsuki remarked that he seemed unusually distracted. Ichigo forced a smile and tried to hide his anxiety. Arya tried her best not to glare at Yuryu. Every time their eyes met, he gave an eerie, knowing look. A couple of times she narrowed her eyes at him but stopped before their stares became too intense. Orihime cheerfully suggested they go to her house after school to work on their project. Arya shrugged, sounding bored and uncaring, and Yuryu pushed up his glasses with his index finger, eyes closed, nodding in agreement as he remarked that tonight should be interesting. Orihime kept the material handed to them, and when the bell rang Arya was more than happy to leave. She hated being stared at, it made her extremely uncomfortable. She began walking to her next class, reaching into her jacket pocket for a book, when someone ran up and grabbed her arm. She forced herself not to glare down at the girl intruding on her personal space. The girl announced that she had been looking for Blake. Arya could not remember the girl's name, but she knew the girl led one of her so-called fan clubs and often followed her at lunch with others close behind. The girl was pretty and popular, reputedly smart as well, though Arya found her immature. Arya demanded to know why the girl had been looking for her, her voice thick with annoyance. The girl answered, bright and overexcited, that the winter dance was in 2 weeks. She tucked some long, silky black hair behind her ear, a gesture Arya found irritatingly flirtatious. Arya declined bluntly, already expecting where this was going. The girl reacted with confusion and then outrage, crossing her arms and accusing Arya of blowing her off. When the girl suggested that Arya might be gay in order to embarrass or manipulate her, she immediately drew attention from the surrounding students. Arya smiled and delivered a firm rebuke. She told the girl that judging someone for their orientation reflected poorly on the judge, that such assumptions were shallow, and that attempts to provoke or embarrass others were mean-spirited. She made clear that the girl did not interest her and that she was attracted to the opposite sex, then turned her back and walked away, pretending to return to her book and ignoring the stunned and snickering onlookers. People began to laugh outright. The girl huffed in frustration and stomped off, defeated in her own game and diminished in the eyes of those who had watched. As Arya continued walking, she noticed a certain orange-haired teen in the crowd. She met his brown eyes, winked, and snickered when his face flushed. At lunch she was relieved to find no one following her. She hoped they had been discouraged by the confrontation. Sitting beneath a tree, she finished the last pages of her book, closed it, and stared up through the thinning leaves at the gray sky. A long sigh fogged the air before her breath. The moment was calm until she felt a disturbance in town and focused, she sensed a hollow presence. Before she could rise, someone ran through the courtyard toward the school gate. Yuryu passed by, and their eyes met. She did not look away as they tested each other with a steady look. He glanced away at the last second and disappeared beyond the gate. She glanced toward the roof and saw someone watching the scene from the rail. He must have noticed the hollow as well and had climbed up to keep watch. When she waved he did not respond. She smiled, shook her head at his stubbornness, closed her eyes, and leaned back against the tree, legs stretched out, already anticipating the coming night. At the end of the school day she waited at the entrance until Yuryu emerged with Orihime. She had been leaning against the wall but stood when she saw the two approach. Once Orihime was in front of her, Orihime clasped her hands together in excitement and asked Blake if Blake was ready. Arya smiled and told the girl that she had some sandwiches she wanted her to try and that they were really good. Orihime replied that anything Arya made tasted great. Arya admitted that she was glad someone liked her cooking because a lot of people did not. Yuryu pushed up his glasses to hide a horrified look, and Arya almost snickered at the sight. Orihime grabbed Arya's arm and began to pull her toward her house. Arya allowed it, smiling as Orihime chattered excitedly about her plans for the evening. Orihime occasionally tried to draw Yuryu into the conversation, but his short responses showed he was not in the mood for small talk. Orihime led them inside and welcomed them into her house. After everyone removed their shoes and settled in, the three sat around the table with tea and discussed how to construct their straw, break-resistant egg. Yuryu asked Arya if she had any ideas on how they should approach the task. Arya suggested cutting the straws in half to make 30 pieces and taping them to the egg pointing in different directions so it would have support on every side. She thought the whole exercise was silly and resented having to work in a group. She reminded herself they were in high school, not middle school. Yuryu praised the idea for covering all sides and angles and pushed up his glasses as he examined her. Arya shrugged, crossed her arms, and said she preferred his pentagon idea because it would be flashier and earn extra creativity points. Yuryu nodded, pleased that she agreed, and admitted he had been hoping she would like his plan. Arya expressed her delight and reached for a sandwich Orihime had made without knowing the exact ingredients, though she found it tasty. She also noticed the slight greenish tint to Yuryu's expression every time she ate, which she found amusing. Yuryu politely asked Orihime if she had any ideas. Orihime shook her head quickly and laughed sheepishly, saying their ideas were better than anything she could come up with. Arya snickered at Orihime's modesty, and Yuryu glared at what he considered rude behavior. A silence followed. Yuryu kept glaring while Arya kept her head down, pretending not to notice. Orihime finally noticed the tension and asked if everything was all right. Arya shrugged and braced herself. Ichigo groggily walked down the stairs, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He had his school uniform on and a scowl already in place. He was ready to go. Entering the kitchen, he noticed Yuzu and Karen were not eating breakfast as they usually would and wondered if they had slept through their alarms. He turned to go back upstairs to wake his sisters but stopped when he saw someone in the TV room flipping through channels. He peeked over the couch and saw Yuzu and Karen with opposite expressions as they flipped through the channels, and Ichigo asked what was going on. Karen pointed out that it was a snow day and teased Ichigo about still wearing his school uniform, suggesting he might be planning to go to school to ingratiate himself with the teachers. Ichigo, confused, asked why he had not been informed about the cancellation. He could not remember the last time his school had closed because of weather. Karen said she did not know and suggested he ask Arya, who had been the one to tell them. When Ichigo asked where Arya was, Karen said she thought Arya was outside. Ichigo grumbled as he walked to the door, annoyed that he had dressed for nothing. He opened the door and looked out to find the ground covered in about a foot of snow. He spotted Arya instantly wearing his favorite number 15 shirt but no coat. Despite the cold, Arya seemed delighted by the snowfall. Ichigo worried aloud that she would catch a cold without a winter coat, his concern laced with irritation. Arya turned to him with flushed cheeks and a genuine smile that reached her eyes, exclaiming how beautiful the snow was and bending down to scoop some up with her reddening fingers. Ichigo rolled his eyes and stepped forward, taking her wrists to get her to let go of the snow. He felt her hands shaking rapidly and wrapped his fingers around her wrists in an attempt to steady her. He observed that she looked like she was freezing and reminded himself she would not want to spend the day and weekend sick in bed. He told her to come back inside as he tugged her forward, and a pout formed on her lips. She admitted that she guessed not and glanced back at the snowfall, wondering if the next day would be a snow day since it did not seem to be letting up. He pulled her inside by her left wrist and led her to the kitchen. When he let go and faced her, he noticed she was shaking and that the warm air had reddened her face, hands, and arms. He narrowed his eyes. He scolded her for going out without a coat and reached down to take her hands, explaining that he had planned to warm them but that running them under warm water now would hurt because they were so cold. He rubbed her hands, feeling the chill seep through her skin, and called her an idiot for being careless. When she remained quiet, he looked up and saw her staring out the window with shimmering eyes. He observed that she clearly loved the snow, and she nodded. He took her left hand to begin warming it as well. She remembered being very young and making snowmen with her father, so many that they filled the whole backyard. They also built forts together. He would make the walls taller than her head and they would hide in them at night when her mother searched for them, only to be found because of her loud giggling. Her voice trailed off, and she frowned as the memory replayed, the pain evident in her eyes. That was the first time he saw her walls slip. Seeing the private hurt she kept made it hard to believe she could also put up such defenses. For a moment she looked lost and scared, and then the mood shifted. She stared at the window as if suddenly aware of where she was, looked at him, then looked down and narrowed her eyes before smiling slyly. She teased that she had not known. He felt any particular way about her. He noticed he was holding her now normal-colored hands, pulled back, and grew flustered. He denied any such thing, crossed his arms, and turned to the side with his trademark scowl returning. She smiled. She then asked if he had any winter coats and hats that would fit her. Karen sat up and offered a coat, hat, and gloves that she could have. They had once belonged to Ichigo before being passed down. Karen disappeared around the corner and returned with the clothing, handing them to Arya. Arya thanked Karen, who shrugged and returned to the television. Arya lifted her arm and formed a fist just in time to stop someone's face from bumping into it as he came at her with an overenthusiastic hug he knew she disliked. Isshin collapsed to the floor, clutching his nose as he writhed. He complained loudly about the cruelties of life, then went to a poster of Ichigo's mother and pressed himself against it in a familiar, odd display while asking why life was so unkind. Ichigo's eyebrow twitched at the sight. He thought he should have been used to his father's antics by now. Arya complained that he was clinging to the poster again, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes. Ichigo remained silent. Then, as if nothing unusual had happened, Isshin popped up between them and wrapped his arms around their necks in a big embrace. He asked what they had planned for the snow day and reminded them to dress properly so they would not catch colds, chatting cheerfully as he tightened his hold until both Arya and Ichigo elbowed him in the stomach. He hunched forward and repeated his earlier complaints. Ichigo asked him to stop and reminded him that Arya did not like hugs. Ichigo walked away, shaking his head at his father's behavior, and asked why Isshin was not at work. Isshin announced that he had taken the day off to spend it with his son and 3 daughters. Arya muttered that she was not his daughter. Tears welled in Isshin's eyes as he proclaimed that his 4th daughter did not love him and went back to the poster, prompting Arya to roll her eyes. Ichigo explained that the 3rd daughter was apparently Rukia. Arya crossed her arms and asked Ichigo what he wanted to do that day. Ichigo shrugged and said he wanted to go back to bed. Arya called him a downer and teased that no wonder everyone considered him a prude. Ichigo protested and asked her to stop insulting him. Yuzu entered the kitchen and suggested that, since Ichigo had nothing planned, they could make a snowman together. Arya volunteered proudly that she was a master at making snowmen. Yuzu smiled and mentioned that someone else was coming who had once told her he liked to make snow angels when no one was looking, and Karen teased Ichigo about having a soft spot for such things. The three girls laughed at Ichigo's scowl. Yuzu took Ichigo's hand and guided him to the park while Arya and Karen walked ahead, talking. Everyone wore proper winter gear, though Ichigo had insisted Arya wear gloves if she intended to make a snowman with Yuzu. Ahead, Karen and Arya packed snow into ball and tossed them at signs and mailboxes for fun. Ichigo could hear Karen laugh and sometimes heard Arya chuckle. He could not make out their words but could see Karen's bright smile and knew she was enjoying herself, which made him smile as well. Yuzu swung a bag containing snowman accessories as she walked beside Ichigo and mentioned that she had not made a snowman in a long time. Ichigo said that he thought the last time had been with their mom. He stared down at his sister, who looked ahead with a small, sad smile. She told him it really had been that long. She said she could not wait and that she had brought all the materials. She held the bag forward and looked into it, listing buttons for eyes, black rocks for a mouth, a hat, a scarf, and even a carrot for a nose, smiling again. Karen waved her hand at the park entrance and called for them to hurry, teasing that she was not getting any younger. Yuzu replied that she was coming and began to jog to catch up, giggling all the way. Ichigo sat under a tree watching Karen and Arya push a giant ball of snow for the bottom half of the snowman. The snowball reached Karen's waist before they decided it was big enough. Arya went to help Yuzu with the middle while Karen smoothed the base, brushing dirt and grass away. Arya and Yuzu rolled the middle section over to the base, and all three circled around it, ready to lift. When they lifted, Yuzu and Karen's faces reddened from the weight while Arya laughed at them. As they stepped, Yuzu and Karen suddenly let go. Arya's eyes widened as she stumbled back and the large ball toppled over, covering her completely. Her head popped out of the snow and she coughed, sputtering a little. Karen and Yuzu laughed at the sight, and Arya soon joined them. After it went down her throat, Arya sat still with her eyes closed. When she opened them, she nodded toward Orihime and indicated that it tasted good. The others all tumbled over in surprise, even Yuryu slipped to the side but caught himself at the last moment before he fell onto the concrete. Once they were settled again, Asano asked if that meant she would be eating with them from now on, his tone hopeful. Arya gave him a pointed stare, closed her eyes, took another bite of her unusual meal, and indicated that she would rather not. Asano complained that it was too bad, tears welling and streaming down his face. Blake raised an eyebrow, shrugged, and took another bite of her portion, muttering that he was weird. That only made Asano cry more. When the bell rang, everyone went their separate ways. Orihime told Blake she would see her next party. Blake nodded and thanked Orihime for the food. When Asano tried to speak, Blake turned away and ignored him, which made the teen break down into more tears. Chapter 14, Making Plans. Things were not as simple as she wanted them to be. The events of the past couple of days had left Arya's mind reeling with questions she could not answer. She felt torn and exhausted. The thing she wanted most in that moment was to confront Roy and get the answers she sought, to end the turmoil building inside her. Friends were getting hurt, and the family she was staying with, the Kurosakis, seemed to be in danger because of her. If staying away could protect them, she would do it. Even if she believed she could control her hollow side now, she wished she could go back in time and stop herself from coming to this town if it meant keeping the Kurosaki family safe. The last few nights she had been walking the streets of Karakura town hoping Roy, or anyone, would confront her and bring an end to the uncertainty. Nothing happened. The only encounters she had were occasional skirmishes with Hollow's quick, stylized clashes that ended without graphic harm. It frustrated her to see how much influence those sudden appearances had over their lives, and it annoyed her that she was forced to wait, never knowing when the next incident would come. It had been a month since she had been staying with the Kurosaki family. She often felt like a burden, but they treated her as one of their own, and she was grateful for their kindness. At school she mostly kept to herself. Sometimes she would meet Orihime for lunch or talk with Yuryu about any new news regarding recent holo activity. Gradually she settled into a routine and began to open up, growing more comfortable around the people who had become her friends. She could tolerate the occasional friendly hug from Orihime, which felt like a small victory. She also answered Asano's persistent teasing now and then, amused by his giddiness whenever she humored him. And then there was Ichigo. At school she tried to ignore him, but she found she enjoyed his company, which made it increasingly difficult to stay distant. Sometimes, when Asano and Ichigo parted ways, Ichigo and Arya would end up walking home together. She liked to tease him a little. Today she decided to give in and try to make friends. She was growing bored and hoped that spending time with others might wear down the attention from overenthusiastic admirers who seemed drawn to her mystery. On the walk to school, Ichigo watched the girl disguised as a boy walking beside him and felt suspicious. Ichigo asked what she wanted. Arya blinked and said she did not want anything. Ichigo asked if she was sick, Arya said she was not. He asked if something was troubling her, she said not at the moment. He fell silent but kept staring to see if her expression would change. Arya felt her eyebrow twitch under his gaze and then asked sharply what was wrong with him. Ichigo then asked why she was walking to school with him and reminded her that she had said she did not want anyone to know they knew each other. Arya told Ichigo that she had changed her mind. Ichigo asked how. Arya crossed her arms, a vein standing out at her temple, and said she had not realized it mattered so much to him and that she would leave him alone. She reached into her pocket for her book and quickened her pace to walk ahead of Ichigo. He matched her speed and kept step beside her. Ichigo protested that he had not meant it like that and only wanted to know why she had changed her mind. Arya asked if she really had to explain herself and added that maybe she simply wanted some company, slipping him the nickname Pansy with a sideways glance. Ichigo grumbled that he hated being called that and looked away, half-lidded with annoyance. Asano ran up toward them and called out to Ichigo, then froze in mid-stride when he saw Arya, eyes wide and mouth open. Arya covered her mouth with her hand and whispered that something was wrong with him. Ichigo rolled his eyes, walked over, tapped Asano on the forehead, and resumed their walk toward school, telling Asano that everyone thought Arya was a loner. Arya defended herself by insisting she was still a loner but just opening up more. Ichigo warned her about ruining her reputation by appearing more approachable. She shrugged and said people would learn soon enough that she only talked to those she wanted to. She followed him, offered a small greeting to Asano as she passed, and walked beside Ichigo to continue to school. Asano quickly recovered, sprinted to Ichigo's side, and covered his mouth to whisper excitedly about Arya walking to school with Ichigo, firing off a rapid stream of questions about whether they were friends and how it had happened. Ichigo pushed Asano away and, irritated, told him to stop pestering him. He reminded Asano that if he wanted to know why they were together, Asano should ask Arya himself. Asano protested that Ichigo did not like him and that he could not ask directly, but Ichigo sighed at his friend's foolishness. Arya interjected, turning her head with a narrowed, angry eye, and scolded them for talking about her behind her back while she stood right there. Asano flushed and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, insisting they would never do such a thing. Arya rolled her eyes and turned back to her book. When the question came up about whether they had been discussing whether she hated Ichigo, Asano shook his head frantically, then admitted sheepishly that since the subject had come up, he had been curious. Arya answered without looking back, saying she did not hate Ichigo because she did not know him and he had not given her a reason to dislike him yet. Asano pumped his fist in the air in triumph. Arya glared over her shoulder and then teased that he had given her a reason not to like him, which made him cry out. She quickly revealed she had been joking and allowed herself a rare smile at his antics. Despite hardly knowing him, his behavior had been amusing enough to make her smile. At school, everyone stared as Arya, known to most as Blake, walked between the two boys as if they were good friends. Arya ignored the stares as usual. Asano walked with a euphoric grin, soaking up the attention from girls whispering and leaning in. Ichigo scowled and tried to ignore the looks, his irritation evident. A familiar figure approached and called out to Blake. Arya looked up to see Yuryu coming over with his usual detached expression. Arya returned a small smile and asked what was up. Yuryu, with Ichigo watching, remarked that he was surprised to see her socializing and reminded her that he remembered her saying she hated interacting with anyone outside her comfort zone. Arya shrugged and looked back down at her book, putting on the air of someone not in the mood to talk. Arya thought she was getting bored. Yuryu pushed his glasses up and returned a smile, telling her that was a valid reason. The warning bell rang and the 4 teens walked into school and straight to homeroom. Arya took her usual spot by the window and ignored the stairs as she took out her materials for class. The day went well. Arya continued to open up to Ichigo and his friends, walked to and from class with Ichigo, and even gave Asano attention when he tried to converse with her. She had to admit it felt nice to talk to them. Every time the word friend crossed her mind, she remembered how, only a month ago, she would have run from the idea. Now it felt different, she enjoyed it and could get used to that feeling. Still, she planned on leaving after the whole Roy situation passed. She kept asking herself why. Would it be so bad to continue living in Karakura town? There was a reason she had to leave. She had to protect the people she was growing to love and to protect herself. Arya walked up to Asano while he was putting his books away in his small locker and grabbing his lunch. He turned when she called his name and smiled brightly as he greeted her as Blake, closed his locker, and asked what was up. Arya asked whether they ate on the roof every lunch period. Asano nodded and invited her to join them. She said she was planning on it and then asked if he had seen Ichigo around. Asano scratched his head and said he had not yet and guessed Ichigo was probably already heading to the roof. Arya nodded and started toward the roof. Asano decided to come along, running to fall and step beside her, his lunch bag swinging at his side. As he walked, Asano looked down at Arya, who was only an inch or two shorter than him, and wondered how long she had known Ichigo, noting that they had seemed like old friends that morning. Arya glanced up at the brunette and shrugged, saying it had been a month or so. When Asano asked whether she had known him for a month or had been friends with him for a month, Arya admitted that during the first week she had not cared much for him, but something happened and now they were good friends. Asano laughed awkwardly. Arya raised an eyebrow at the odd laugh but shrugged it off and continued to the roof. Asano had been right. Ichigo was already on the roof eating his lunch with Mizuiro and Chad, the 3 of them sitting together and talking. Asano ran over with a huge grin. Ichigo looked up at him and then toward Arya as she approached, asking if she was going to eat with them. Arya shrugged and said she had nothing better to do. Ichigo teased that he was glad she only wanted to hang out when she was bored. Arya smiled and kept her shoulders relaxed. She turned to Chad and offered her hand, explaining that they had not been properly introduced and giving her name as Blake. Chad accepted her hand without hesitation and introduced himself as Yatsutora Sato, adding that she could call him Chad and that it was nice to meet Blake Diederich. They shook hands once. Arya noticed his grip was firm yet gentle and thought he seemed like a gentle giant. Arya asked Chad whether he was Mexican or part Mexican. Chad nodded that he was part. She then asked if he also spoke Spanish. Chad looked surprised and asked if she was fluent. Arya smiled and confirmed that she was. Asano raised his eyebrows and asked how many languages she knew. Arya smiled, closed her eyes briefly, and shrugged. Arya said there were about 10 or so. Ichigo reacted with disbelief and asked if she was a genius. Arya chuckled at how amusing Ichigo's friends were. Arya explained that she would not call herself a genius, more that she had a lot of time when she was little. Ichigo pressed for details and asked how that had happened. Ichigo noticed Asano asking questions and grimaced slightly, knowing Arya did not like to talk about her past. He watched her closely, expecting some reaction, but she remained stoic. Arya revealed she had been homeschooled and that her aunt, a linguist, had taught her the languages she knew. Being young, she had learned them easily. She smiled when Asano continued to gape, then downplayed it as nothing special. Asano kept asking questions to Ichigo's dismay, but Arya did not mind. She answered each one truthfully, or at least as truthfully as she could without revealing who or what she really was. Ichigo admitted to himself that she seemed happier than usual. A month earlier she had scowled more and talked less, she had never been open. Now she was socializing and letting her true personality show. Ichigo wondered what had changed. Yuryu came up to the roof after sensing Arya's presence and found her opening up to Ichigo and his friends. He decided to finish his lunch there as well, appreciating that Arya did not say foolish things like some others. Orihime and Tatsuki arrived halfway through lunch, and the small group became a full circle of friends. Everything felt normal, like a group of ordinary teens. A nervous girl with long dark brown hair and rosy cheeks approached the group and addressed Blake, fidgeting and looking timid. She said hello and apologized for bothering Blake, then asked a question, her hesitation obvious. Blake urged her to speak quickly since lunch would not last forever. The girl asked if Blake wanted to go to the dance next week with her. Arya refused without hesitation. The girl stood stunned and clearly hurt. Arya looked annoyed that the girl continued to stare with pain in her eyes. The girl bowed and walked away, reddened by embarrassment. Asano commented that Arya had been harsh. Arya shrugged and explained she needed to be blunt so people would stop asking her out, she was tired of the constant attention and hoped they would get the hint. Asano complained that he really wanted to go to the dance but had no one to take. He expressed frustration at the committee rule requiring a date. Arya smiled at his innocent pout and said she knew someone who would be willing to go with him. Ichigo and Asano both reacted with surprise and excitement. Blake clarified that the person was her sister. Ichigo asked in confusion if Arya's twin sister would be going. Arya shrugged her shoulders. Arya smiled at his confusion and explained that the girl liked those kinds of things. She added that the girl liked to dress up occasionally and that it had been a long time since she had worn a dress. Ichigo commented that a dress could be revealing. Asano answered that there were dresses designed to cover certain areas, referring to her scars, and he began to squirm in his seat with obvious excitement. He then peppered questions about the supposed twin, whether she was an exact twin, what color her hair was, what she was like, and whether their personalities matched, while Arya ignored him. Orihime sat back, disappointment showing, and said she would like to go too but had no one to go with. Arya smiled and suggested that Orihime could go with Ichigo. Orihime squealed and fell backward, her face flushed. She quickly straightened her skirt and glanced toward Ichigo. Ichigo protested loudly that he did not want to go to a dance, his cheeks pink, and wondered why Arya had mentioned him. Arya waved off his protest and told Orihime that Ichigo was shy and had been thinking of asking her for the past week but lacked the courage. Orihime babbled incoherently in surprise. Ichigo, sweating and unable to find words at first, finally insisted that it was not true that he had been shy about it. Arya rolled her eyes and urged him to go, saying she needed someone to watch her sister and teasing that she would allow a slow dance if it eased his nerves. Ichigo reached over in a playful, rough manner and pinned Arya in a headlock. She struggled and swore at him, and he tightened his grip as if daring her to stop lying. Their tussle became slapstick. Arya managed to elbow him, and when he loosened his hold to nurse a pretended bump, she accidentally sent him stumbling backward onto the pavement. He quickly got to his feet, rubbing his chin and the back of his head, shooting Arya a glare about how much that had hurt. Arya grinned in triumph and told him it was supposed to. While the others horsed around, Orihime remained flustered and distracted, turning over one thought again and again: did Ichigo really want to go to the dance with her? She wanted to go and hoped he would ask, but he had never acted like he returned her feelings. The uncertainty left her both excited and unsure. Tatsuki, watching nearby, asked if Orihime was all right with a worried look. When Orihime did not answer, Tatsuki's attention moved to Asano. She did not trust him and felt there was something off about him, something he was hiding. Still, he did not give the impression of wanting to hurt anyone, and even Yuryu had been talking with him more lately. Tatsuki wondered whether Yuryu might know something about Asano's secret and sighed without resolving the thought. Lunch ended and the group dispersed. Arya, Yuryu, and Orihime walked together to their next class, since they shared the same schedule. Ichigo said his goodbyes and walked with Asano back to their classroom. For Ichigo, the day felt unusually normal. He almost laughed at the idea. Before he became a substitute Soul Reaper, he had longed for a normal life. Now, as his Soul Reaper powers waned, he was closer to that ordinary existence, though he no longer yearned for it in the same way. He had tasted the ability to protect the people he cared about, and that had brought him a different kind of purpose. He could not protect his mother all those years ago, but with this power he could protect others, and after experiencing that, he was not ready to let it go. He wanted to keep protecting, no matter what. She was at his house fighting the man named Roy. Careless Wonder. Chapter 15, Death of a Friend. Ichigo ran frantically through the streets of Karakura town, his mind reeling from everything going wrong at once. He could sense Arya fighting, her spiritual pressure rose and fell at an alarming rate. Others were engaged as well, Toshiro among them. Ichigo knew they were watching Arya and, having seen her attacked, had come to help. The sounds of battle were close now, and Ichigo wondered why a fight was happening so near his home when Yuzu and Karen should have been at school. That dreadful thought sent him running faster than he ever had. Yuryu called Ichigo's name from behind. Ichigo glanced over his shoulder to see Yuryu running not far behind. Ichigo asked what he was doing there. Yuryu pushed up his glasses and said that it was obvious he had come to help and was not the only one who had noticed the fighting ahead. Ichigo nodded and thanked him, though Yuryu gave no visible response. Once he saw the battle, Ichigo summoned his substitute Soul Reaper sash and shifted into his Soul Reaper form, letting his body drop into an alley to change without being seen. Ahead, the fight was in full swing. Toshiro had released Bankai and was locked with an opponent Ichigo did not recognize. Ranjaku, Renji, Ikaku, and Yumachika were all present, each facing their own combatants. Many of Roy's allies wore normal clothing but wielded Zanpakuto, suggesting they were former Soul Reapers. Some had released their blades with effects ranging from elemental displays to focused warrior forms. Flames, ice, and lightning crossed the air in a dramatic, animated clash. Everyone fought fiercely. Ichigo searched for the familiar redhead he would never miss, but his attention was caught by someone shorter. Ichigo called Rukia's name. She glanced toward him briefly but continued fighting without turning away. She had no time to be distracted. Ichigo cursed under his breath as she stayed focused on her opponent, who had slick black hair and wore plain clothes like the rest of Roy's comrades. Yuryu shouted that Ichigo was running toward his house. Ichigo followed Yuryu's line of sight and went pale at what he saw, his two sisters and his father lying motionless on the ground. He ran to them, fear and pain clouding his face until he knelt beside them with Yuryu at his side. Yuryu checked their necks and then scanned their bodies carefully. He told Ichigo that they appeared alright, only cuts and bruises were visible, but he could not be entirely sure and recommended getting Orihime to heal them just to be safe. Relief flooded Ichigo. His family was alive, but he felt guilty for not being there to protect them. He clenched his fists and stared at their unconscious faces, fury building. He demanded to know what Roy hoped to gain by attacking his family, and then looked around, searching the sky for Roy. A glimpse of the redhead he had been seeking appeared high above before she came barreling down and crashed into the ground, creating a small crater and a burst of dust. Ichigo and Yuryu ran toward her with weapons at the ready, Ichigo's sword drawn and Yuryu's bow poised. As the dust settled, Arya rose slowly from the crater, her back turned to them and her right arm holding her left, which was clearly injured and unusable. She breathed heavily and glared into the sky. Ichigo rushed to her side and noted that she was badly hurt. Arya narrowed her eyes and responded with sarcastic impatience that his observation was unnecessary. She winced and dropped to one knee. Yuryu reached her first and placed a hand on her shoulder to prevent her from moving. Yuryu said she was too injured to continue and warned that continuing would worsen her injuries. Arya swatted his hand away, set her jaw with determination, and insisted that she could keep fighting, claiming she felt capable of taking on anything. Her resolve faltered when a stiffening in her back forced her down, and she collapsed to the ground, murmuring that everything was fine. Ichigo firmly told her she was not fine and stood in front of her, locking eyes with Roy, who smirked as he watched Arya falter. Ichigo instructed Arya to stay put. She had done her part and he and Yuryu would finish the fight. Arya pushed herself up on one elbow, her left arm limp at her side, and glared at Ichigo's back. She told Ichigo that he needed to stop this. Yuryu warned Ichigo that if he kept going, he would lose his Soul Reaper powers sooner rather than later. Ichigo snapped at him, and Arya fell silent immediately. Arya insisted that this was not about her and that it had nothing to do with her. She stated that the man had hurt her family and her friend for some senseless reason and that she would never forgive him. She declared that she would not let him hurt anyone she cared about any longer and that it had to end now. Ichigo brought his sword forward, pointed it at Roy, and invoked his Bankai. Dark spiritual energy surged around him as his Bankai manifested. Arya braced herself at the shift in pressure. Yuryu felt it too and placed a hand on Arya's uninjured shoulder to offer what comfort he could. Arya muttered that Roy was an idiot, and Yuryu agreed, telling her to say something he did not already know. Arya grimaced as pain kept flaring through her body. She swayed on her knees until Yuryu steadied her and let her fall against his chest. He gripped her uninjured shoulder and examined her condition, his expression tightening as he took in how badly she had been hurt. Her left arm was badly injured and her uniform was torn and stained. Scars along her shoulder were visible, and multiple cuts and bruises ran along her body. It concerned him that she had sustained so much damage in so short a time and yet still managed to move. Arya looked up and said she had to protect them, explaining that Roy had been aiming to kill Ichigo's family and she had stepped into the blast. Yuryu assessed that her explanation accounted for her injuries, mentioning that their nights together had given him the opportunity to evaluate her fighting capabilities and that he found it hard to believe she could be so wounded so quickly. Arya gave a small, rueful chuckle and insisted she had been through worse and that it would not stop her. She reached down, took hold of her black sword with her right hand despite the pain, and declared that she could still fight and that Ichigo, in his current state, was no match for Roy. Yuryu warned her not to be reckless and argued that she was no better off than Roy at the moment and would only get in the way. He reminded her that Ichigo always found a way to win, no matter the odds. Arya opened her mouth to protest but caught a coughing fit that made her words fall away. Yuryu helped her up by looping her injured arm over his shoulders and urged that they get her somewhere safe. Roy demanded to know where they thought they were going as he looked down at them, wearing a triumphant smile. Ichigo drew his sword and made it clear that Arya was no longer the opponent Roy could use. Ichigo asserted that Roy was his now. He leaped into the air and headed straight for Roy with his sword raised. Arya warned Ichigo to watch Roy's arm and explained that it was his shuriken. Yuryu, helping her to a seated position at a safe distance, turned his head to see Roy's arm. It gleamed unnaturally, a large metallic limb ended in a barrel that resembled a weapon. Roy smiled at Arya for a moment, then focused on Ichigo. As Roy aimed his arm, an intake mechanism began to draw energy from the air. Before Ichigo could react, a blinding beam of energy shot from Roy's arm toward him. Ichigo brought his sword up to block. Most of the beam was disrupted by the blade, but a portion split off and struck Ichigo, whipping him backward and sending him crashing into the ground in a dramatic, anime-style impact. Yuryu cursed under his breath, instructed Arya not to move, and ran to Ichigo. He knelt, helped Ichigo into a sitting position, and supported him as he took sharp, ragged breaths and clutched at his chest in pain. Ichigo swore under his breath and insisted he had not expected that, standing up shakily with Yuryu's help. He glared up at Roy when he saw the man still smiling. Roy taunted Ichigo by saying that what he had used was not even his strongest attack and that if Ichigo could not handle that, he stood no chance. Arya watched Roy mock Ichigo and felt helpless and furious all at once. Yuryu moved in front of Ichigo protectively, forming his bow and aiming it at Roy. Arya ground her teeth, frustrated that even Yuryu might not be enough. Another of Roy's men appeared nearby, smiling as he sized up Yuryu. The two exchanged a few words that Arya could not hear, then engaged each other in fast-paced combat. The newcomer attacked first, forcing Yuryu into a one-on-one fight. Arya realized this must be Roy's plan, to split the group into isolated duels. She wondered aloud why Roy would arrange for one-on-one battles if his intent was to eliminate them, but bridged the thought to focus back on the fight. Ichigo demanded to Roy that he explain what he wanted with Arya, his fury plain in his voice as he challenged the man who claimed to be her uncle. Roy's eyes burned with hate for the man before him. He smiled at Ichigo's anger, finding the boy amusing when he was worked up. Roy told Ichigo that there was something Arya had that he wanted, pausing for dramatic effect as he watched Ichigo's face closely. He had done a great deal of research on Ichigo at Aizen's request and knew which words would push him toward the edge of sanity. He said there was something inside Arya that he needed. Ichigo's eyes widened with realization. The one named Rukia had suffered a similar fate, and Ichigo had been powerless to stop Aizen from taking what he wanted from her. Now Arya faced the same danger. Ichigo's alarm left him nearly speechless, his breath coming ragged. Roy turned his attention to Arya and smiled in her direction. He told her that, of course, in order to retrieve what he wanted, she would have to die. Arya heard every word but kept her glare hard and unwavering. Ichigo, however, was visibly shaken. Roy went on, reminiscing in a cruel tone about Arya's childhood, saying he had once been fond of her when she was young, bright, eager to learn, and full of joy. He said that now her eyes held only sorrow and pain. He accused her of having killed her family and claimed she had murdered another family as well, leaving their children orphaned. His words were calculated to hurt, and talking about that past clearly pained Arya. Roy reminded Arya that the anniversary of those deaths was approaching and taunted the fate of the children still living in the orphanage, saying they were not being cared for the way they once had been. Ichigo could not contain himself. He shouted at Roy to stop talking about Arya as if he knew her, insisting that Roy knew nothing and that none of it was her fault. Roy laughed and said that, while he had not kept much contact with Arya since those events, he knew enough about how she would change under such circumstances. He implied he knew more about her than she knew about herself. Ichigo shouted back that Roy did not know anything, pointing out that Ichigo had only known Arya for a month and that Roy had no right to judge her attachments. Roy countered that Arya did not plan to stay in one place long and did not like getting attached, implying Ichigo meant nothing to her. Ichigo calmed and, with steady determination, declared that Arya was his friend and a very close one at that, and that he would not allow anything to happen to her. He said he was there to protect her and vowed to protect her with his life if necessary. Arya took a sharp breath as she listened to his promise. The idea that he wanted to protect her made something ache in her chest. Arya allowed herself the smallest of smiles and muttered that Ichigo was a fool. Roy smiled and challenged them to test that claim. He lifted his armored arm and unleashed a blast far larger than the last, sending it straight toward Arya. Ichigo shouted Arya's name and leapt to intercept. Arya pushed through her pain and moved forward, drawing her sword into its true form as the blast adjusted mid-flight and began tracking her movement. She had not known Roy could steer his attack, and panic flared. She stopped running and braced herself. The sword vibrated in her hand, its power still strong despite her weakened body. She calculated that the blade might absorb only part of the blast if she struck it at the right angle. Before she could act, a blur of black appeared in front of her. The blast collided with whatever that blur was and slammed back, and she was thrown backward onto the cement, her head striking hard. When her senses slowly returned, something heavy was lying on top of her. She looked down and saw orange hair. Ichigo. She sat up and gathered him as he began to slide, feeling his limp weight beneath her. Time seemed to stop around them. Ichigo had stood in front of the blast and used his sword to try to block it, but the attack had overwhelmed his defense. The force had struck him in the chest and sent him flying. He lay motionless, not breathing. Arya called his name again and, frantic, turned his body so his head rested on her good arm. His eyes were closed. She pressed her hand to his neck to feel for a pulse, ignoring the pain coursing through her own arm. She concentrated and searched for a heartbeat, but she felt nothing. She brought her ear close to his mouth and heard nothing. Arya couldn't feel or hear anything. She was shaking, wrapping her injured arm around Ichigo's torso and drawing him close. Arya whispered that this wasn't real and that it couldn't be happening. Rukia and Yuryu watched the scene. When Ichigo collapsed into Arya, clearly gravely wounded, both cried out his name, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Rukia looked down in despair, tears welling in her eyes. She wanted to go down and help in any way she could, but an attack from her opponent forced her back into the fight. Her opponent pressed the assault, leaving her no opportunity to assist. Rukia swallowed her tears because Soul Reapers did not cry. More than anything, she wanted to fall to her knees, hold Ichigo, and beg him to survive. She refused to accept what she had just seen. Ichigo had to live. He always had, and she believed he would again. Yuryu looked down with a critical eye. He remembered when Ichigo had been gravely wounded before, the hollow side inside him had often prevented his death. He wondered whether this would trigger another transformation and worried for Arya in her current state. But Yuryu was also engaged with his own opponent, someone who seemed to know he was a Quincy and had come prepared. The attack felt deliberate, almost too deliberate. He searched for what he might be missing. Arya stopped shaking, stunned and wide-eyed. She carefully laid Ichigo on the cement floor and brushed his cheek before rising and glaring up at Roy with intense hatred. She realized the person who had first truly cared for her had been taken. Ichigo had been her first friend, someone who accepted her without questions. Now he was gone. Roy had taken him from her and from his sisters. She could not accept it. Arya clutched her head as a rush of blame overwhelmed her. She felt that everything was her fault. Wherever she went, someone seemed to die, and she blamed herself. Roy mocked Arya, taunting her about what had happened and laughing wildly. Arya gripped the sword in her right hand, pointed it toward Roy, and let her desperation harden into resolve. She wanted revenge. Arya whispered the release words for her sword spirit's final form, invoking desolate and then the word that meant destruction. Her sword spirit responded. Roy faltered as her blade began to disintegrate and turn to smoke. Arya called upon her soul sword's final form without regard for who stood nearby. The smoke turned black and swirled around her like a cocoon. Dark silhouettes and eerie cries emerged from the smoke, calling out toward Roy in a way that sent shivers through those who heard them. The smoke shaped itself into skull-like shadows that circled her protectively and poised as if to strike. Roy grew visibly unsettled as the dark mass wrapped Arya and the skull-like shape seemed to turn their attention to him. Arya's voice had changed. It was controlled and menacing, a tone that made Yuryu look down warily because it reminded him of someone else. Everyone paused, sensing the sudden increase in her spiritual pressure. Arya remained visible within the swirling smoke. She raised her uninjured arm and moved it toward Roy, sending a torrent of the dark cloud his way. To the others it looked like a dark cloud, to Roy it seemed like a charging skull. He reacted in fear and stepped away as fast as he could. One of Yuryu's opponents, forgetting Yuryu for a moment, rushed to Roy's side. He stepped in front of Roy and cast a spirit spell to form a barrier. The dark smoke slammed into the barrier, and the shape shifted into a terrifying form that emitted a piercing screech. The barrier failed to hold, the dark shape overwhelmed the space, and when the smoke cleared the man who had stepped forward was gone. The red-haired man with a ponytail shouted, asking where the man had gone. Rukia answered that she did not know and asked what sort of soul sword ability could do that, saying she had never seen anything like it before. Renji agreed and then noticed a girl named Jade standing nearby. Renji and Rukia drew their swords instinctively, but Jade shook her head to stop them. Jade explained that she was not there to fight and that she had warned Arya about Roy's plan to attack Ichigo's family. She said she did not approve of what Roy was doing. Rukia, wary and suspicious, asked if Jade truly would not attack them. Jade asked rhetorically if she needed to repeat herself. Rukia descended without answering Renji's protests, moving toward Ichigo's body with her heart pounding. Renji watched her and worried for his friend, but he kept his focus on the battle. Distractions could be deadly. Renji asked Jade what she meant by darkness reincarnated and glanced around them warily. Some of the comrades were still in the heat of battle, but others like Yumachika and Ranjaku, as well as their opponents, watched as Arya unleashed that strange smoke at Roy. Everything it touched seemed to vanish, the sides of buildings, street lamps, anything in its path. Jade explained that Arya's black sword was called Destruction and her white sword was called Salvation. They lived up to their names Yin and Yang, light and darkness. The swords were two halves of the same power, one could not exist without the other. Salvation could open a portal to any place Arya desired, which explained why she rarely stayed in one spot. Destruction, though more ominous in appearance, also sent whatever it struck somewhere else. Renji asked what Jade meant by somewhere else. Jade replied that she had been told it sent victims to something worse than hell, where every fear returned to life repeatedly. She admitted she did not know the mechanics, only that it likely transported people to another, nightmarish dimension. Renji tried to hide his sudden unease and asked how Jade knew this. Jade answered that Aizen had researched Arya's swords while she grew up in Germany and that she had read his notes. Renji reacted angrily and demanded to know what Aizen wanted with Arya. Jade said Aizen had many designs and had experimented on her with hollow research. If Arya had been at his side, he might have changed the course of his rebellion. Renji realized with a jolt that if Jade was right, Arya could have been decisive in Aizen's plans. Rukia knelt beside Ichigo, her hands shaking as she reached for him. He lay still and unresponsive. Rukia whispered his name, her voice breaking, and tears slipped down her face. She called him again with a quivering voice and then sobbed, overwhelmed by grief. She could not understand how this had happened, he was not meant to die. Her tears fell against his cheek as she cried that he could not die. A loud crash drew her gaze away from Ichigo's motionless form. Arya was still fighting, the hazy smoke trailing after Roy and unraveling the surroundings, but now she was on one knee and breathing with great effort. She was badly hurt and clutching her arm. A barrage of bullet-like blasts streaked toward her. Startled that Arya had not noticed, Rukia cried out her name. A sudden blast of spiritual pressure threw Rukia back, skidding her across the ground. When she opened her eyes she saw the blast had come from Ichigo. A cloak of energy had surrounded his body, and a figure rose from the ground. Rukia felt a surge of hope, then froze when she noticed a pair of horns. The energy faded and revealed Ichigo transformed into a full hollow form, his breathing odd and uneven. The hollow stared up at Roy with empty black eyes. Roy glared down, grinding his teeth. He had not expected Ichigo to possess enough spiritual pressure to transform. He had miscalculated. Roy announced they were leaving, and the fighters immediately retreated, pulling small devices from their jackets and tossing them. Portals opened and one by one they vanished. Ichigo tried to pursue his opponent but disappeared before he could finish the fight. Roy threw his device, glanced once at Arya and the hollow, and stepped through his portal, leaving the field in confusion and fatigue. Arya watched Ichigo's hollow form warily as it continued to look toward the sky where Roy had been. It then sensed her and turned its empty eyes to meet hers. She narrowed her gaze, bracing herself. The hollow raised its sword and lunged forward toward Arya's weakened figure. The reverberations of the battle lingered as the scene shifted elsewhere. In a classroom, Orihime gasped and felt her knees tremble at the emptiness she sensed. She whispered Ichigo's name, tears filling her eyes. Chad, seated beside her, noticed and became concerned. He asked if she was all right in a voice tightened with worry. Orihime turned to him, openly sobbing as she said it was Ichigo. The room fell silent and the teacher paused, asking if everything was okay. Orihime stood, wiped her tears away, and asked to be excused. The teacher permitted her to leave, and she hurried down the hallway with Chad following to check on her. Chad called after her and kept pace with long strides, his concern obvious as she walked briskly, trying not to be stopped again. Orihime kept moving despite the tears streaming down her face, eyes wide and frightened. Chad felt unnerved seeing her like that. Orihime whispered that it was Ichigo and that she no longer felt his energy. Her voice cracked and she seemed on the verge of collapse. Chad hesitated, unsure what she meant, and asked whether Ichigo had lost his Soul Reaper powers. Orihime turned toward him, frantic, and explained that it was not a loss of power. If Ichigo were still a Soul Reaper she would feel him, but his presence had vanished entirely. She could not finish the thought, and Chad fell silent, unwilling to assume the worst about his friend. There had to be a reason. They ran outside together. Orihime stayed close behind Chad, not wanting him to see her cry further, clinging to the belief that Ichigo would be all right because he always found his way back. A sudden intake of breath stopped her. The spiritual pressure she felt brought back the memory of when Ichigo had changed into a hollow against Ulquiorra. Now that same pressure pressed on her again. Chad halted and looked at her with concern. He felt the energy too. Orihime forced herself to nod and claim she was fine, hiding a deep dread. When Chad nodded and continued, she let her tears fall and followed, trying to steady herself against the fear that Ichigo had lost control once more. Rounding a corner, Orihime gasped at the sight before her. Ichigo had become a full hollow, his posture odd as he gazed into the distance and then down at someone nearby. Orihime followed his line of sight and saw Arya kneeling on the ground, clearly injured and breathing heavily. The hollow surged forward with its sword raised. Orihime cried out Arya's name and ran to help. Yuryu appeared between Arya and the hollow with his bow raised, aiming at his friend. He released an arrow that struck the hollow's shoulder but did not stop its charge. Acting quickly, Yuryu wrapped an arm around Arya's waist and leaped into the air, carrying her out of the hollow's path before the blade could strike. Arya flinched from the sudden motion but tried to hide her pain. Yuryu apologized for any hurt. She insisted she was fine, though her wincing betrayed her. He landed on a nearby rooftop and watched Arya struggle to keep her breathing steady. He recognized how much she was trying to hide. Around them, Toshiro, Ranjaku, Ikaku, Yumachika, and Renji materialized with their swords drawn. Toshiro ordered Ichigo to stop, declaring that Arya and Ichigo's family were safe and demanding that he regain control. The hollow slowly rose, its empty eyes shifting to the Soul Reapers. Arya stiffened and stared at the hollow with shaking hands. Yuryu asked what was wrong. Arya shouted for everyone to get out of the area, startling the Soul Reapers. Toshiro glanced back and noticed his blade shrouded in a dark haze. He ordered his subordinates to move. Ichigo unleashed a close-range assault that they barely avoided, the impact ripping through the surrounding structure and sending rubble tumbling down. Arya insisted she had to get down into the fray and pressed against Yuryu, who tightened his grip. He urged her to think rationally and stay put, pointing out that she could do no good if she could not stand. When she pleaded, the plea was out of character enough to make him hesitate. He loosened his grip and she pulled free, teetering for a moment before steadying herself on her own. Orihime and Chad arrived, and Yuryu dropped down to meet them. Arya concealed her pain from the newcomers. Orihime reacted with concern and prepared to use her abilities, but Arya shook her head and directed them to Ichigo's house, where Yuzu, Karen, and Ichigo's father lay unconscious. Orihime hesitated between Arya and the family, and Arya, voice sharp with urgency, ordered them to go help the family and stop dithering. Orihime flinched, then nodded and hurried to heal Ichigo's family, calling on Chad and Yuryu to back her up if Ichigo threatened her. With no further words, Arya set off toward the battle. Yuryu called after Arya, but she was already moving toward Ichigo and the Soul Reapers. He muttered his frustration and adjusted his glasses, closing his eyes for a moment as he watched her go. Chad asked Yuryu who Arya was, noting she looked familiar, and Yuryu pushed his glasses up while reflecting on the situation. Someone identified her as Blake, or Arya being her real name. Chad observed in a monotone that she was a crossdresser, which might have been funny under other circumstances, but Yuryu could not bring himself to chuckle given what was at stake. Arya summoned the last of her strength and formed green energy around her feet to move faster. She drew her black sword and considered whether to release its true form to deal with Hollow Ichigo. She decided against it. She would not use that power. She would not hurt Ichigo. More than ever she wished she had her white sword, it would have been perfect for this situation. Arya appeared in the path Hollow Ichigo was taking and stopped directly in front of Renji, who had been preparing to intercept. Hollow Ichigo paused, its breathing sharpening as it assessed her. Renji accused her of getting in the way, incredulous. Arya replied that she was trying to knock some sense into Ichigo. Renji warned her she would get herself killed, but Arya insisted that she would not and reminded him that the situation had been caused by her in the first place. She accepted responsibility for what had happened. Hollow Ichigo charged. Arya raised her Zanpakuto to defend, but a strong arm wrapped around her midsection before she could fully react. She looked up to see the woman with strawberry blonde hair and a confident presence looking down at her with determination. Ranjaku had pulled her away, and Toshiro stepped forward to take their place in the defense. Once they had landed on top of a building away from the battle, Ranjaku said she was saving Arya because Arya was in no shape to fight. Arya demanded to be let go and ripped Ranjaku's arm from her waist. Ranjaku scolded her, asking what she planned to do and pleading that she not throw her life away. Arya bristled at being talked down to, but then pointed out that they needed to lead Ichigo far away or he would destroy the town. She scanned Hollow Ichigo, feeling the massive spiritual pressure he put out. It amazed her how much power he still had despite his condition. He was stronger than her hollow transformation. If she had met him before he lost his Soul Reaper powers, he would surely have overpowered her. Now his power surpassed almost everyone, even the captains of the Soul Society. Ranjaku explained that Toshiro was trying to get Ichigo's attention and that the captains would lead him away. Arya watched as Hollow Ichigo closed with Toshiro using a technique that was faster and more forceful than Flash Step. It cut through Toshiro's defenses with ease. Arya brought her hand up to her face and let a small energy ball form in her fist. Ranjaku watched her with concern, and Arya ignored the worry. Other Soul Reapers Renji, Yumachika, and Ikiku Flash stepped to Toshiro's side to help. Renji grabbed hold of Toshiro's arm to pull him away, but Toshiro insisted he was fine. Arya opened her mouth to urge them to retreat, but Hollow Ichigo moved faster than any warning. Hollow Ichigo charged and its black sword unleashed a brutal sweep across the group. The strike struck them with tremendous force, knocking them off their feet and sending them flying through the air. The impact left them reeling and wounded, and the town below trembled from the shock. Ranjaku called out for her captain, but a flash of gray and white intercepted the scene before Hollow Ichigo could pursue further. Arya, masked and determined, moved toward Ichigo, reaching him quickly. She positioned herself between him and the town and raised her sword. Ichigo easily deflected her blow and stepped back to study her, pinning his head as if examining the mask. He vanished and reappeared in front of her, grabbing at her mask. Arya reached for his wrists in a desperate attempt to make him let go. Then, to her horror, her mask began to reassert itself, the familiar presence pressing to take control. She kicked his forearm and forced him to release her, using her green spiritual pressure to create space. She ripped the mask off and panted, feeling the power drain and her injuries weigh on her. She told herself it had been a fluke and that she would not lose control unless forced. She pulled down the white, ram-like mask that remained on her face and felt a measure of relief when her composure held. She called out for Ichigo to snap out of it, hoping to reach him the way he had reached her in the past. Ichigo pet his head and charged again, sword raised. Arya leapt away from the town and brought her sword down to meet his. He did not continue the swing, instead he used his left hand to catch her blade. She was surprised at how easily he did this and how undisturbed his mask appeared, but before she could react his sword struck her with a sudden, sharp impact. The blow staggered her and left her weakened, she coughed and struggled to remain standing. He grabbed her throat and forced her close, his breathing intensifying as they faced one another. Arya clenched his arm with one hand and gripped the hilt of his sword with the other to stop him from applying more pressure. She saw a red, circular light forming on his forehead where his two horns nearly met. Darkness crept in at the edges of her vision as she fought to stay conscious. She refused to let herself die like this. The hand that had been gripping his arm released and moved to his masked face. 3 fingers found the opening near its right eye and pulled weakly, trying to break its hold. Slowly the blackness began to flood her eyesight. The last thing she saw was hollow Ichigo's mask and a red light accentuating its menacing features. The Zero swelled to its full size, ready to fire, but someone moved in from behind and struck the hollow, severing its horns. The attack dissipated, the blast collapsing inward. The girl was sent tumbling off the blade and through the air. Part of the mask broke away, revealing one human eye. A dark blur flashed past and intercepted the falling girl, catching her before she could fall further. She was unconscious and badly hurt. Ichigo's hollow armor began to break apart as the reality of what he had done rushed back to him, and his resolve crumbled. Rukia was holding Arya, cradling her carefully. Rukia told him it was about time he had arrived, then looked down at Arya with an expression that shifted from her usual composure to deep worry. Ichigo wondered if he had done that. He already knew the answer, but the question fled from his lips anyway. Rukia ignored him and scanned the area until she spotted Orihime. Rukia called Orihime over and descended toward her. Orihime rushed forward and created a small healing barrier around Arya's prone form. Ichigo followed and, when Rukia laid Arya on the ground, he dropped to his knees and stared at her, shaken by what he had become. Chad and Yuryu arrived and formed a protective circle as they watched Arya stabilize beneath Orihime's soft orange light. Slowly, her injuries began to close and her breathing grew steadier. Orihime breathed out, then looked toward Ichigo and saw the expression on his face, complete despair. He looked defeated in a way she had never seen before, and she felt compelled to try to comfort him. Orihime told Ichigo that Arya would be fine, but he would not meet her eyes. His gaze lingered on Arya's body, taking in the damage he knew he had caused. He whispered that it was all his fault and gripped his forehead, muttering in anguish as guilt consumed him. Orihime watched him berate himself and then focused on Arya again, wishing she would wake soon to prove him wrong. As the healing progressed, Orihime noticed deep scarring along Arya's left side and areas where wounds were closing but leaving persistent marks. She concentrated the barrier on the worst of the scarring in the center of Arya's chest, the wound from Ichigo's sword. A blue spark of energy extended from the barrier and pricked Orihime's palm. She winced and withdrew her hand. The barrier faded as Orihime cradled her stinging hand. Ichigo asked why she had stopped, his voice heavy. Orihime opened her mouth but paused when Arya's eyelids fluttered. Arya's eyes slowly opened and focused on the faces gathered above her, Orihime, Chad, Yuryu, Rukia, and Ichigo. When her gaze landed on Ichigo, he stiffened, overcome anew by guilt. Ichigo began to apologize, but before he could finish, Arya struck him squarely in the jaw and sent him backward onto the pavement. She pushed herself up, fists trembling, furious and hurting. Arya called him a fool and ordered him not to say he was sorry, insisting that none of this was his fault. She turned away from the group to hide how much she was wounded inside. Seeing Ichigo's house and Ichigo's family lying nearby only deepened her frustration and self-blame. She slammed her hands against her head as the weight of the day threatened to overwhelm her. Ichigo attempted to speak, but Arya snapped at him to be quiet and stormed off, moving as fast as she could away from everyone. She needed space to think and to be alone with her guilt. The damage to the neighborhood was extensive. Buildings around Ichigo's home had been badly damaged, though the repairs would begin the next day. Thanks to Arya's earlier efforts, Ichigo's house was still livable despite the destruction. Yuzu and Karen had no recollection of the attack, their memories had been adjusted, and neither bore any injuries, much to Ichigo's relief. Arya had not yet returned home, which troubled Ichigo. He feared she might have been found by Roy or left hurt somewhere without his knowledge. When Arya had left, he had tried to follow, but Rukia had stopped him, saying she needed time to think and that she was upset. Rukia blamed herself for Roy's attack on his family, and Ichigo understood that. What he could not understand was why Arya had gone. Ichigo wondered whether she would realize he was worried. He scolded himself silently. This was not the time for anger. Getting angry would only make him worry more. He only had to wait for her. She had proven, more than once, that she could take care of herself. When school began, Arya was nowhere to be found. She did not attend a single class. Concern spread through the students. Ichigo was not the only one worried. When he returned home that afternoon, she was still not there. The next day she still had not arrived. Even Yuryu showed concern and agreed they should give Arya some space to think. At this point, someone would have expected her to have checked in. Ichigo's father asked whether she had been at school that day, his tone uncharacteristically anxious. Ichigo shook his head and went upstairs to do his homework. Before entering his room he walked past Arya's door, opened it briefly, and found it empty. He closed it and retired for the night. At school, Ichigo's friends looked at him expectantly as he entered class. He shook his head to indicate he had not seen Arya. Disappointment and worry grew among the group. Ichigo was the only one who did not know what had happened, but he sensed the tension. They all sat and waited for the bell. When the teacher began her lecture, Ichigo kept his head down, regretting that he had not gone after Arya. He thought he should have chased her, reassured her, promised to protect her. The worry tightened his chest. The lecture paused as the classroom door opened. The teacher greeted Ichigo, noting it was nice for him to join them that day. Everyone turned toward the door. Ichigo spun and stared, surprised. Arya entered with her eyes closed, one hand in her pocket and the other holding her book bag. Heavy bags shadowed her eyes like the ones he remembered from when they had first met, and now they looked darker than before. Arya apologized with a touch of annoyance and explained that she had things to take care of. She did not open her eyes as she walked to her seat and ignored the stares of her classmates. The teacher warned that she hoped this would not become a routine for a talented student like Ichigo, then returned to the lesson. Ichigo kept watching Arya. She did not look at anyone. She sat back lazily, eyes closed, foot tapping the floor. When the bell rang, he hurried to catch up with her as she left the classroom. He grabbed her shoulder to stop her. Arya stiffened but did not turn to face him. Ichigo demanded to know what was wrong with her. She shrugged his arm off and continued down the hallway, trying to ignore him. He paused, then grabbed her shoulders and turned her around to look at him. Her face was expressionless, her eyes were bloodshot and dull, not the bright blue he was used to seeing. Arya asked, sounding bored, what he wanted. Ichigo, voice rising, told her she could not simply leave without checking in and then ignore everyone when she returned. She insisted nothing was wrong and that everything was fine. He tightened his grip on her shoulder, then let go and took her elbow, leading her out of the school through the front gates. She resisted briefly before giving up, knowing he would not let go easily. Out of sight of the others, Ichigo stepped back and gathered her in his arms. He hugged her tightly, holding her tense body. Arya stiffened at first, then slowly began to relax, her muscles softening against him. When she wrapped her arms around his waist, their hold became mutual. They forgave each other in that quiet exchange. Tears, slow and warm, rolled down Arya's cheeks. Ichigo felt them on his shoulder and cradled her head with one hand while keeping the other pressed gently to her back. He pressed his cheek to hers and held her close, allowing her to cry and letting her know he would not leave her side. He conveyed, without words, that he forgave her and would stand by her. Chapter 17, The Dance. Friends fussed over Arya as she prepared for the dance. Orihime praised her looks and insisted she looked amazing. Arya protested that she looked ridiculous and that pretty was never part of her nature. Orihime protested again that purple suited her and reminded Arya that she had worked hard on the outfit. Arya repeated that it was not Orihime's fault but her own. Arya's eyebrow twitched as she examined herself in the mirror. Arya did not think she pulled off being pretty. Tatsuki appeared behind her and urged her to stop criticizing herself, telling Arya she looked beautiful. Tatsuki herself wore a long blue dress that fit loosely and modestly. Orihime returned to the room and praised Tatsuki's judgment, wearing a short pink dress she had bought in a hurry for the makeover. Orihime admitted she had rushed the purchase, and that she had meant only to help Arya get ready for the dance. The doorbell rang, and Orihime, cheerful, announced that the boys had arrived and went to invite them in. Tatsuki and Arya followed, with Orihime calling the three boys into the house. Arya sighed quietly, unenthusiastic about presenting herself, but she nodded when Tatsuki asked if she was ready and walked to the living room where the boys and her date waited. When Orihime opened the door, Ichigo wore a noticeable scowl. Yuryu was pushing up his glasses with a similar expression, which made Orihime giggle to herself and usher the boys inside with a smile. Ichigo strode in with a wide grin, covering his eyes as he searched for his date and asked where Arya was. Orihime explained that Arya and Tatsuki were still finishing getting ready. Yuryu complimented Orihime on her appearance, and she blushed at the kind words, feeling a little disappointed that Ichigo had not yet remarked on her. Tatsuki entered and complimented Yuryu's suit. Ichigo teased both Ichigo and Yuryu about looking good. Ichigo returned a small smile and nodded at his old friend. Arya stepped into the hallway with a light smile. Ichigo stiffened at the sight of her, clearly taken aback. Arya wore a sparkling purple dress that fell to her ankles and a short-sleeved black lace jacket. Her hair was curled and pulled to one side with a pin, and her makeup was subtle and polished. Yuryu leaned close enough for only them to notice and reminded Ichigo that Arya was Ichigo's date. Ichigo forced himself to comply but kept watching her. When Arya's eyes met his, everything else in the room seemed to fade for a moment, and Ichigo struggled to speak, finally managing to tell her she looked nice. Arya blushed and thanked him, returning the compliment. Ichigo reacted with extravagant delight, taking Arya's hands and expressing how lucky he felt to be taking her to the dance. He compared her to her brother in passing and made a flustered joke that she was prettier, prompting a warm chuckle from Arya. Ichigo then grew teary and knelt briefly in a dramatic display, still holding her hands, causing Tatsuki to roll her eyes and scold him for being over the top. Arya helped Ichigo back to his feet, and the two, nearly the same height in heels, moved ahead of the group. As they walked, Ichigo and Arya drifted into their own conversation, Arya's arm linked with Ichigo's. Orihime, walking beside Ichigo, noticed Ichigo's intense stare fixed on Arya and observed Arya laughing at something Ichigo said. Orihime was surprised at Arya's cheerful mood, given the recent sudden attack by Roy on Ichigo's family a few days earlier. She had expected Arya to still be grieving, so Arya's lightness puzzled and reassured her in different ways. Orihime looked back at Ichigo and asked whether Arya looked beautiful that night. Ichigo answered absent-mindedly, still watching Arya, and Orihime felt a sharp twinge of jealousy she had never experienced before. Orihime felt ashamed for having those thoughts about a new friend. It wasn't her fault. Ichigo blinked a couple of times, realizing Orihime had asked him a question and that he had not been paying attention. He waited for her to look back up at him, and when she did he smiled down and told her that she looked beautiful. Orihime flushed and looked away, unable to meet his eyes after his compliment. Tatsuke muttered that it looked like a love triangle, and Yuryu added that the others were unaware. Tatsuke declared that Orihime had been in love with Ichigo for some time and, when she finally had a date with him, he still seemed distracted and interested in another girl, which made Ichigo look like a rival. Yuryu disagreed and explained that Arya was not a particularly social person right now and was putting on an act for Ichigo's sake. Yuryu said that Arya's brother had arranged things and she never went back on her word, and that something significant was happening in Arya's life. She did not want to burden others, so she was putting her own feelings last. Tatsuke called Arya's behavior selfless and deep, and Yuryu thought about how Arya truly wanted nothing more than to find Roy. Yuryu had been sensing her energy whenever she released it. He recalled the night a few days ago, around 2 a.m, when he felt Arya's spiritual pressure rise. He had sighed, sat up, dressed in a sweater and jeans, pulled a coat over himself, and gone to where her signal was strongest. He found Arya in the park, pacing back and forth and flaring her spiritual pressure again and again. Yuryu was surprised that no hollow had come to attack. There was a visible line in the thin snow on the ground that had not melted during the warmer days they had recently had. Yuryu approached slowly and deliberately so as not to startle her. Arya spun around at first with wide, startled eyes, then calmed when she saw it was Yuryu and fixed him with a glare. Yuryu reminded her that she had said the previous night she was done trying to bait Roy, and Arya admitted she had lied. She turned her head enough to glare with one eye when Yuryu gave her a worried look. Yuryu said she needed to stop putting herself through this because Roy would make his move when he was ready and Yuryu suspected he had something planned. Arya snapped that Yuryu did not know that and began to walk away, telling him to leave her alone because he was annoying her. When someone grabbed her arm, she stayed still without looking back, waiting for him to speak. Yuryu warned that it was unwise to keep up all-night patrols and that when Roy did act Arya cut him off with a bitter promise that she would destroy Roy. Yuryu asked if that was truly what she wanted and reminded her that Roy had been someone who had been part of her life, someone who had been there when things had felt normal. Arya's anger mounted as she demanded whether Yuryu was saying she should simply pardon Roy for what he had done. She said that Roy had hurt Yuzu, Karen, and Ishin, people who had taken her in when they did not even know her, and that he had nearly seriously harmed Ichigo. Her voice dropped to a whisper and Yuryu could hear the anguish as she admitted she could not live with herself if anything happened to Ichigo. She said Roy had done so much for her and she had done nothing in return except cause pain to him and his family. She ripped her arm from his grasp and her hands clenched into trembling fists at her sides. Yuryu clarified that he had not been telling her to pardon Roy but was only asking whether she truly wanted to destroy him. He remembered that 2 nights earlier he had pushed her too far and she had run off to be alone. Arya seethed that what she wanted to do with Roy was none of Yuryu's concern and tried to walk off again, but Yuryu asked one more thing before the conversation ended. He requested that she please go home and sleep because he did not feel comfortable with her staying up all night chasing a dead end. After that, he asked if she still planned to go to the dance with Ichigo the next night. Arya answered that of course she would. She never went back on her word. She intended to give Ichigo the date she had promised and to make sure he enjoyed himself despite her own feelings. With that, she left, and Yuryu remained behind to ponder her words. Only tomorrow would tell if she had been telling the truth. Arya walked beside Ichigo, smiling, while Ichigo watched her with obvious surprise. In a way she did look happy, or at least she was a very good actor. Ichigo's eyes sparkled as he said that the school had really outdone itself this year, his admiration aimed at the display of lights and decorations that covered the campus. Arya's eyes lit up when she noticed the flashing lights near the entrance, all different colors dancing before her and holding her attention. She breathed that it was beautiful. Ichigo, looking away and scratching the back of his head with a sheepish nervousness, insisted that the lights were not as beautiful as she was. Arya, disbelieving, asked if he really thought that, and he affirmed that he meant it. She blushed deeply, no one had called her beautiful before. It felt nice to be seen that way, to be looked at so genuinely. He had paid for both their tickets and refused to let her pay, claiming it wasn't gentlemanly on a first date. She had snickered at him, which made him blush more, and he complimented her laugh. She found herself enjoying the attention. When their group entered the gym where the dance was being held, a blast of music and light greeted them, bathing the dark room in a warm, sparkling glow. Arya stood transfixed by the lighting until she felt a palm up, waiting. She looked up at Ichigo and raised an eyebrow in question. Ichigo cheerfully offered to dance with her. Arya stared in surprise, unsure at first, but then slipped her arm through his. As he began to move forward, she planted her feet, nervous about taking the lead. Ichigo chuckled and reminded her that it was called a dance and people generally danced at a dance. Arya turned to glare at him for the sarcasm but stopped when she saw the soft, fond sparkle in his eyes. She realized she had been staring longer than appropriate and quickly turned away, tightening her hold on Ichigo's arm. She told Ichigo that she had never danced before and admitted she preferred faster music, she wasn't comfortable being touched closely yet. Ichigo, scratching the back of his head in a similar nervous gesture, confessed that he was not a good dancer either. She smiled at his awkwardness and decided they could look foolish together. Tonight was not about her troubles. She had promised Ichigo she would go to the dance, and she intended to keep that promise and let him have a good time. She pushed her problems to the back of her mind. They moved to the dance floor amid a few curious stares. People probably noticed a family resemblance between Arya and Blake and wondered if they were related, but Arya ignored them. She looked at Ichigo and saw his face warm with a blush. She smiled softly. She glanced over at her friends. Yuryu and Tatsuki were talking quietly and seemed uninterested in dancing. Ichigo was conversing with Orihime, who had a light grip on his arm and was trying to coax him into dancing. Arya thought that Ichigo seemed oblivious to how fond Orihime was of him, and she smiled at his denser side. Arya watched the girls around her. Some danced closely, others simply swayed to the beat. She copied those who swayed, raising her arms and moving her hips until she felt comfortable. Before long, both Ichigo and Arya were caught up in the rhythm, laughing at themselves when they accidentally bumped into one another or stepped on each other's feet. Arya laughed, truly laughed, and it felt good, perhaps the first time in a long while. After a while she took off her 2-inch heels, her feet aching from dancing. An hour passed in a blur of motion and light. Both Ichigo and Arya were having a wonderful time. For a while, Roy and everything that troubled her seemed to fade. She began to forget her fear of closeness and held Ichigo's hand as they twirled and danced freely. The tempo slowed to a gentle, slower song. Ichigo and Arya paused for breath, both flushed from exertion. Ichigo hesitated, then offered his hand again. Arya accepted and stepped close, smiling up at him warmly. Ichigo was pulled onto the floor as Orihime approached him with a warm smile and a faint blush. She stepped closer and reached for his hand with a hopeful look. Ichigo glanced up and noticed Ichigo and Arya dancing. She wore a small smile as she looked up at Ichigo, their conversation easy and warm. They stood close, her arms resting around his neck and his arm draped around her waist in a friendly, comfortable hold. Ichigo noticed how serene she looked, how her thoughts were focused on the moment rather than on her worries. The last time he had seen her so carefree had been the snow day with the snowball fight. Orihime tentatively called his name to get his attention, and Ichigo looked down to find her frowning. He chastised himself inwardly, forcing a smile as he tried to push Arya from his mind. Tonight, Orihime was his date. He found himself blushing at the thought and hoped she would not misread his feelings. She was a good friend, and he did not want to complicate their relationship. He reminded Orihime that he had been distracted and promised it would not happen again. Ichigo kept up a light, attentive conversation as they danced. Nearby, Yuryu and Tatsuki moved into a slow dance as well, laughing softly at something Ichigo could not hear. When the song ended, he watched Ichigo and Arya head toward the refreshments, with Tatsuki and Yuryu following close behind. Ichigo asked Orihime if she was thirsty, and she admitted that a drink sounded good, her cheeks still faintly pink from the dance. As they approached the punch, Ichigo noticed Ichigo gesturing animatedly with a displeased expression. When they were close enough, Ichigo could tell that Ichigo was upset about something obvious. Ichigo complained that it was not fair and insisted that Arya was his date for the evening. Yuryu adjusted his glasses and explained that he had only asked for a single dance, and that he was not trying to take Arya away. Ichigo pouted but said no more, aware that he could not tell Arya who she could or could not dance with. Arya responded with a light tease that one dance would not hurt, and she accepted Yuryu's offered arm. After returning to the dance floor, Arya tossed her cup into the trash and noticed Ichigo watching. She gave him a smile as she passed, he smiled back, and she was the first to look away as she continued with Yuryu into another slow song. Tatsuki approached Ichigo and asked if he would dance with her for one song because she needed to talk to him alone. She clarified that it was fine with Orihime since Ichigo was technically her date, and Ichigo agreed without hesitation. He scratched the back of his head nervously while Tatsuki slipped her arm through his. They walked to the dance floor together, awkwardly at first, then fell into position as Tatsuki put her arms around his neck and Ichigo placed his hands at her waist. A faint blush rose to his cheeks. Tatsuki chided him lightly for getting so worked up over a simple dance and assured him she was not going to bite, smiling up at him. Ichigo mumbled under his breath before asking what she wanted to talk about, his tone carrying a hint of irritation. Tatsuki said she wanted to talk about Orihime. She watched Orihime cheerfully talk with Kigo and noted how happy Orihime looked. Tatsuki confessed she did not want Orihime to get hurt. She pointed out that Orihime had been looking forward to spending time with Ichigo, yet Ichigo had seemed distracted by Arya all evening. Tatsuki wondered why Ichigo had not asked Arya himself if he liked her and urged him not to lead Orihime on. Ichigo protested that he did not have romantic feelings for Arya in that way and insisted Arya was just a good friend. Tatsuki pressed that he might be oblivious to his own feelings and advised him to figure out what he wanted sooner rather than later. When the song ended, she stepped away, looked thoughtful for a moment, then told him to work it out and return to the group. Ichigo nodded, still not fully understanding, and followed her back. Back with their friends, Ichigo noticed Orihime, Yuryu, and Kigo clustered by the punch, but Arya was missing. Ichigo asked where Arya was, and Yuryu explained that she had stepped outside for some fresh air because the crowd was getting to her. Excusing himself from the group, Ichigo walked toward the door to go outside. Yuryu watched him leave with a sigh, and Orihime watched him go without being acknowledged. She couldn't help thinking that Ichigo had more than just friendly feelings for their friend Arya. Ichigo stepped outside and was greeted by a cold breeze. He closed the door and scanned the area until he found Arya standing beneath a street lamp, gazing out over a field blanketed in snow. Snowflakes began to fall, surprising him since he had not expected it to snow that night. Arya looked up at the sky with a light smile, and Ichigo found himself watching her, struck by how peaceful she seemed, unusually calm for her. He walked over in long strides and stopped behind her, taking in the sight of her without a coat. Ichigo warned that she would catch a cold, and Arya replied that she didn't get colds and welcomed the cold. He remarked that it was surprising she could stay out so long, and she responded that she was not like everyone else. When another cold gust made her shiver, Ichigo instinctively placed his hands on her arms and rubbed them gently to warm her. Her skin felt cool, which made him wish he had worn a jacket instead of only a dress shirt and pants. Ichigo told Arya that she was freezing, and she laughed, saying he should tell her something she didn't already know. He asked again if she did not feel the cold, and she reminded him that she had already said she didn't mind and actually welcomed it. They stood in silence as the snow continued to fall. Arya turned her face up and asked Ichigo if he thought it was beautiful. Ichigo hesitated, thinking about what Tatsuki had said earlier, that he had been looking at Arya differently, and wondered whether that was true or just her imagination. Arya began to express her gratitude for everything Ichigo had done for her. She turned to him and thanked him, saying she could never ask for a better friend and that he was one of the best things that had ever happened to her. Ichigo told her she did not need to thank him, but she insisted on how grateful she was. She moved closer and hugged him gently, resting her head against his shoulder and listening to his heartbeat. Ichigo wrapped his arms around her naturally, leaning down a little to accommodate their height difference, and he admitted to himself that he was enjoying the quiet, empty moment. Her words made something ache in him, thinking of how hard her earlier life had been without friends or comfort, but he smiled and rested his chin on her shoulder. The moment shifted when Arya suddenly stiffened and pulled away, eyes wide with disbelief and worry as she stared off into the distance. Ichigo asked what was wrong and grew serious when he saw her expression. Arya whispered that it could not be happening again, and then she identified the presence as her mother. She bolted toward the source of the spiritual pressure. Ichigo followed closely behind, moving quickly through the falling snow and calling out Arya's name as they headed toward the disturbance. The night air crackled with energy as they hurried into action, senses sharp and ready for whatever awaited them. He shook his head, sat down, and spread his books across his desk. It was not the time to think about that, he would deal with it when the time came. He could not stop thinking about it. To distract himself, he looked out the window while the teacher lectured. His eyes widened at what he saw. He had found something to take his mind off the subject completely. Outside, Arya stood at the school gates conversing with someone. She looked tense, her stiffness visible even from his second-floor seat. He squinted to see who she was talking to. It was Jade. He stood up quickly, his chair squeaked and drew the attention of those around him. He told the class he had to go to the bathroom and left without waiting for the teacher's response. He ran down the stairs and out through the front doors into the courtyard. He looked toward the gates, but she was no longer there. What he felt next made him sprint for home. He sensed Arya emitting a massive surge of spiritual pressure from wherever she was, and his heart nearly leaped out of his chest.